Yep. Yep. This one's live now.
Yeah, and this one's not live.
I've got to get rid of Skype. It's using way too many cycles.
All right.
Welcome back. Welcome back. Yeah, I had to kill Skype. It was using way too many cycles.
Yeah, I'm going to have to put Skype down as well. Yep.
It uses a lot of cycles, man. Skype needs to work on that, man. They need to get rid of the bloat in their software. They need to get rid of that.
Yeah, it's all them banners and ads they're putting in there. That's one of the reasons I deleted it a while back anyway.
I'm telling you what, man.
Skype makes me angry, though, at individuals, so I don't know if I want to continue to use the software.
Well, don't blame the individuals because of what the I mean...
No, it's the interaction thing.
Interaction? What do you mean?
Well, there's been times where I probably shouldn't... I'm not going to mention names, but there's been individuals out there where, you know, I'll be watching a hangout or something, and I'll say, hey, what you up to, you know? And I've asked religious folks as well as non-believers who are on my Skype list. And I got this one guy who I had deep respect for and all that, seeing him as a very honest individual. And he was sitting in a hangout chatting. And I said, hey, what you doing? And he says, oh, I've been sleeping. I'm sitting there watching the damn hangout and everything like that, and I'm like, I said, you do realize that if, you know, you're in a hangout, there's no need to tell me you're sleeping. He goes, oh, but I am. I said, horse shit, you're off my list there, pal.
Exactly. I'm telling you, man, some people, man, have absolutely no problem lying to your face, buddy. They have absolutely no problem doing it.
I keep my camera on.
I don't know how they can get away with it. I swear to God, I couldn't do that. I wouldn't, you know, if I did shit like half the shit that these trolls and haters on YouTube do, I wouldn't be able to fucking sleep at night. I'd be worried. I'd be fretting. I would be upset. You know, I wouldn't be able to do half the shit of what they do, man. I wouldn't. My conscience wouldn't let me. I wouldn't be able to handle it. You know, I don't know how they. You know, I'm sure they sleep just fine though. You know, because in their mind, you know, they're doing a great service to humanity by, you know, harassing the fuck out of innocent people on the internet. You know, it's a service to humanity, you know, in their mind.
I hear you. You know, I brought up that Stephen Hawking things to Hazy, and I don't know if he's still there or not. You still there, Hazy? Might be pooping or something.
Yeah, might be.
Nope, I'm here.
I'm surprised that a lot of individuals didn't get aggravated at Stephen Hawking's movie that was out there. I know Stephen Hawking was there during the production because I got to see the special features and all that. He was also there to collect an award along with the actor who played him. I'm surprised a lot of individuals didn't, like, take notice of some of the information dialogue that was being portrayed in that movie about Hawking.
Well, like what? Can you cite an example?
Well, I haven't seen it yet, but basically he's a cheater, right?
What do you mean a cheater?
Like he cheated on his... He committed adultery against his wife when they were young and stuff like that.
Well, they weren't actually young whenever he did it. Actually, they had been involved for a very, very long time. But that wasn't actually one of the things that I, like, held against him or anything like that. But it was the conversations he was having with his first wife in the movie that was a bit surprising. She was going to church and doing choir and all that, and she would talk to him about God, and it seemed like the character he was playing in the movie was very open towards it. But then in the movie it showed him going out in public and then telling people there's no God. But then when in the movie it shows when he goes home to his wife, all of a sudden he's very open to the possibilities and yada yada yada. I'm surprised no atheists like stood up. You know?
Oh, sorry.
No, I was saying
Yes,
what
sir.
the hell. I'm surprised people didn't say what the hell whenever they seen that in the movie. You actually see this and hear the dialogue.
Well, on the other hand,
Hawkins
I think that's probably a
Hawkins
great... Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry. Please, Simon, go ahead.
I think Hawkins has always been known as, you know, in being into what one might call weak atheism. And you know, much past 22, 23, you know, he was already on his physical body's downturn. And I think the relationship with his first wife was a very long one, and obviously very dedicated. His wife must have been very dedicated to him to get him through the problems. And so I don't think it's a normal marriage in terms of sexual relationships in any way.
Well, they definitely had sex. They ended up having like 3 children together and all that, and all of them wonderful individuals. But I was shocked at the conversations that were going on, and I'm thinking to myself, I mean, I thought it was brilliant. I thought, hey, I like this intellectual honesty and all that. I could appreciate it. But I'm thinking to myself, when are atheists going to start kicking a seat and walking the hell out of the building? Because, man...
Well, it's not a unified thing. I mean, you know, Hawkins' atheism is up to himself. And as another atheist, I don't have the right to criticize him because he shows, you know, some waverings or doubts or anything else like that. Just the same as you wouldn't say to another Christian, just because you doubt, you're not a proper Christian.
Yeah, but don't you think that it would be unreasonable for, I mean, let's say, if you don't mind me, Hazy, using you as an example, that you're sitting with your family and friends and you're saying, you know what, I'm open to the possibility of God. I'm open to this and that. There are some things that make me wonder and very curious. But then when you go out in public, you tell an entire audience of strangers, there is no God. I'm Stephen Hawking, and that's the bottom line because Hawking says so. I mean, don't you think that's a little unfair?
Well, I honestly think you're mischaracterizing the exact position he's holding, which is not a version of strong atheism. I mean, you know, in the brief history of time, he very much leaves the question open for the audience to decide.
I'm not even sure what that
It seems like he has an opinion, but I don't think he's shoving his opinion on other people particularly.
Yeah, I just don't get it.
Certainly less so than someone like Dawkins or you know, Hitchens, who I would regard as strong atheists.
Well, I've seen Dawkins do some stuff where he explains whenever he explains the body and the internal processes of all that, and I also even seen a video that blows people's mind and pisses people off, where he gives an explanation that the deist God in his mind is a rational concept.
Yeah, it is in my mind. As an atheist, in my mind, deism is more rational than theism.
But Brett, I would say you already know the answer, and it's pretty obvious. So I think it's cool that they added that to the movie. They included that in the movie because you know it just represents a certain level of political correctness that may have existed in terms of both his public presentation and his presentation to an academy. So if you talk to a lot of 45-year-old PhDs, you know, they'll really sit on their hands and waffle and not say anything and spend a lot of time, you know, looking for the right words, right? But if you go look at any sport athlete, you know, who and interviewed about the game, they'll be very spontaneous up front and just tell it as they know it. And there's a big difference between those two psychologies. So the PhD candidate is still being, even if he graduated and become an accomplished academician and has published science and peer-reviewed science and things, they're still under the scrutiny of this professional body. In a sense, I mean, they're still playing that politically correct game, and they're still guesstimating what the best response is in a political sense, while other people just
I'm not convinced with their reaction. Sure, I'm not convinced that's the case in Hawkins' case. I think another thing which is worth mentioning is that a lot of atheists, when they're in a relationship with a theist, will not be hard atheists because it's disrespectful to their partner. And if they love their partner, they have to give open respect and agnosticism to the question. And that's
But
a
you
more
don't think
loving position.
that Hawking cared about his career and his professional standing as a physicist? I mean, this is a significant weight, I think, on many scientists. They're not going to even opine on the subject seriously.
Yeah, I would say not much past 25, or he was set in his career, and he was already had done his major work in respect of his early life. I mean, what's so amazing about Hawkins is he continued.
If you're put in the spotlight as a scientist, you're going to have to maintain your logic, right?
Mm. Yeah, and he says the deist position almost at the end of the history of time, just to be, as I say. I mean, personally, I don't see him as a strong atheist. I see him as a weak atheist, and therefore, he gives respect to theists in the fact that he believes that their own opinion is correct for other people. I mean, I don't see him sticking his atheism down anybody's throat. I see him sticking his science down people's throat, but that's a completely different thing. And also, as I say, in relationships, if you're an atheist in a relationship with a theist, clearly the love is there because you're in the relationship. So you have to respect their views, and so you wouldn't come down hard. And I think this is the same thing for Darwin as well. He was clearly devoted to his wife, who was a passionate theist, and therefore he held back on his atheist views or agnostic views simply because out of respect for the partner in the relationship. I don't see anything wrong with that.
Fair enough. I think that's perfectly reasonable. We just don't know.
Yeah, and again, I some of the things Hawkins has said I find distasteful as an atheist. I find him not particularly as strong as I would like an atheist to be. So to hear the criticism that he's forcing atheism in a militant way down people's throats, to me is quite funny because, as I say, I don't really see it like that at all.
How do you feel about some of the important decisions his wife made regarding him from her theistic point of view? Her beliefs actually saved him.
Well, I mean, I think the love of the relationship helped save him, for sure, certainly in his early 20s. But I think he saved himself by having such a strong mind. I mean, no one has ever survived as long as he has with that illness. And the only explanation I can give is his own strength of mind.
Well, I'm talking about specifically, I'm not talking about emotional state. If you'd seen the theory of all things, there is, Hazy, you may want to close your ears if you don't want any kind of like giveaway here, but perhaps you already know this because this is put out there, but he ended up getting taken in the hospital, and the doctors said that most likely he's not going to make it. And they asked her if she wanted to have him put down, and she said no. She sat there and held on to her belief, and he was saved because of that. Now he's like 73, 74 years old now.
Yeah. Although not with that wife anymore, of course. He swapped. Look, okay. One of the things I've kind of noticed about Hawking is, especially as he's got older and his condition has deteriorated, that he becomes harder and harder to look after, and more obstinate. This is a man who I think has survived literally by embracing the thrill of life, and that's really hard for people who are fully able-bodied to understand. That he's probably grasped life more comprehensively than most people that are able-bodied. And his own preclusions and tastes and, in some sense, perversions are his own to deal with, And I wouldn't want to criticize them because they've obviously given him great strength in his life. Yeah. So what I've heard is he can be a really difficult person to work with sometimes, and to be around as a friend. But also when you do that and make the effort, it's also a very rewarding relationship because the depth of knowledge and insight he has is quite extraordinary into life, not just science, but life itself.
I hear you. See,
clearly,
I want to share something with you real quick, and I noticed yesterday I shared something and people tried to justify it, but take a look at this. What kind of behavior is this? You see that link right there?
That's the slave trade link.
He did that deliberately.
No, it's not.
He did that deliberately. He did that deliberately. That's a setup. It's quite clever because it looks quite genuine.
No, look at the comments.
Oh, the comments, right? Yeah.
That was not Jason's most occupied moment.
I mean, why would you put something like that up on the internet? I don't.
Well, when somebody accidentally falls out of a chair, I guess they don't suspect a whole mob of people to grab that clip and then decide to sit there and say that they're retarded losers and pieces of garbage or something. I don't know. I guess
I wouldn't be too hypocritical here. Brett?
Wait for that. What you talking about, Willis?
Just go easy on it. I don't know.
Go easy on
it
it.
looks, I mean, it looks quite. It does look quite funny, and if he's done that deliberately, that's very clever because that will certainly get people talking about it.
Well, I can understand if somebody says it's surprising, or there might even be a little humor. Everybody likes the guy who slips on the ice routine, but
exactly.
The comments are just way over the top, ignorant as hell.
It looks genuine. It looks like he's deliberately doing it to me. Yeah, I've seen that trick before. I think that's done on purpose. It's very clever.
Very clever.
Well, making pratfalls is not the easiest job, as Charlie Chaplin and what's his name, Buster Keaton will tell you. It's a very hard job. Special skill. Yeah, I don't know. It just looks like, okay, there it is. Straight down, and then slip straight away. Yeah, normally when you sit down, you check first if you're on the edge of a chair, don't you? Yeah. Yeah. How you doing? Bial, do you want to say something?
Didn't broadcast, yeah.
Hey, Boss Star, what's up?
Go for it, Bial. We can't hear you if you're talking. Maybe check your mic. Cool, no worries. Yeah, he's a very odd character, Hawkins. He's a very odd man. No doubt about it.
I enjoyed the conversation between him and Dawkins in The Office. You ever seen that one before?
I have, yeah. I found it really hard to sit through myself, but yeah, I did sit through it once.
Well, there's of course Dawkins, when he came in there, he was doing some kind of whole God documentary thing or whatever, and he's just going on and on about his views about God and how tyrannical and yada yada yada, and you see Hawking's eyes kind of daze off as he's looking at his computer, and then this was amazing. I love this part. Hawkins turns over to Dawkins, looks him in the face, and you can almost see a big old smile forming on his face. And he says, "Why are you so obsessed with God?"
Yeah.
And Dawkins doesn't know what to say. It was great.
Yeah. Absolutely. Well, in some ways, it's the two greatest men of science in our generation coming together at that time. Anyway, this was quite a while ago. That interview was. So it was a really interesting meeting, to see them see what differences, because Hawkins has always been known as being weak on his atheism. So it's really interesting to hear from my side to hear Hawkins challenged in that way.
I don't know the name of it, but there was a documentary about so-called Hawking radiation, right, and the whole history behind that. And so it was Lenny Susskind from Stanford versus Hawking, and essentially they're meeting, in the house of another physicist in San Francisco, and talking about some of this phenomena, and then Hawking ultimately coming up with this theory, essentially an information theory, regarding how information isn't lost in a black hole, and that this
He's lost. He's lost.
serves as a model potentially for other information in the universe, which is completely fascinating. And there are a lot of Susskind lectures specifically on this topic available from YouTube that are his Stanford lectures that are mind-blowing.
Yeah. I think I've seen just about all of them. I think Susskind is just fantastic.
I'm curious, why do you refer to Hawkins as a weak atheist in the first place? It seems like to me a strong atheist would be someone who has their view, however, is open-minded to other things, as opposed to a militant person who thinks they know everything.
Well, I disagree with that. I'd say atheism in general, an atheist doesn't claim to know the answer. Any atheist wouldn't claim to know the answer.
Yeah, I can understand the criticism. Like, the claim of God itself is not really a significant part of it. I mean, it's just actions of the people who claim to believe in one. Never been here.
Brett.
The whole caste affair.
What's that?
India.
I just put that to a post that Alex Botten shared, that slavery link, and I chimed in. Everyone's like, "Rah."
What happened? What did you do, Ermine?
Alex Botten shared that slavery link, and I was like, and I just chimed in, and I'm getting roasted now.
Yay, it's always fun. Can't have a good conversation without having your ass burnt off.
What'd you have to say?
The link isn't working for me, unfortunately.
Oh, maybe you have them blocked. Basically, I said that video was horrible, and that there's times where I think slavery is okay, and mentioned a couple times, slavery is always wrong. Brr. So.
It's interesting. There's such a hard line on that from people that are subjective of morality. I'm with you. There's times where slavery is fine.
And there's conditions and there's all sorts of things. So I was just like, you know what? I'm not. I already gave a couple examples. I'd rather be a slave than be dead.
Yeah, I'm lost on that subject. I don't know what you guys are talking about. That sounds like a pretty heavy one.
But can I take our freedom?
Yeah, I found myself getting a bit annoyed yesterday, and I do have to apologize when the individual comes in. Unfortunately, I'd been through that particular conversation 50 damn times, and I was just like, no, come on, not at 5 in the morning. I don't want to do this. You know?
That was the whole block conversation. That was kind of funny.
Well, yeah, I ended up having to block him. He was starting to get annoying. You see, folks, if an atheist says, Brett, I don't want to have this conversation anymore, then I say, okay, I respect that. That's it. But if a God believer says, "Look, I wouldn't be interested in just passing, going on my merry way," it's, "Oh, what's wrong? Are you a pussy? Huh? You weak ass chicken." Blah, 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 blah. It's a completely different other concept, you know. You guys hear all that?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I was just wondering if you thought it would be okay to be subject to sexual slavery, Brett.
Well, I already am. Yep. And I'm fine with that. Ask. That's not something I usually talk about, but you did ask.
Should we start calling you the Gimp?
I don't know.
I'm just kidding. I'm sorry.
Sexual slavery, sign me up. It's like, yeah, big.
Donnie, I am starting to learn after many interactions with you that you have a couple different triggers that'll bring a huge smile to your face. Don't say the other two, though.
Okay.
Well, I just thought there's this Geek Girl book review channel, and they just did a review of the story of O. It was pretty.
That's like the real.
The real deal. Well, except not really.
Instead of 50 Shades of Grey. What?
Yeah, exactly. It was the 50s version of the 50 Shades of Grey, which I haven't read either, so I can't really say. But you know, I got a lot of information. They basically laid out the whole history of how that came to be.
Yeah, I shouldn't have that rights. I should have just started. Oh
well. What was that Oprah Winfrey movie where she kills her kids rather than subject them to slavery, but she still chose to bear them, even though she was in slavery and knew that they could be sold off?
I don't recall her killing her children, but I think that you're talking about a fantastic movie called The Color of Purple.
No, that's not it. There's another movie where she literally kills her kids rather than have them sold off into slavery under a cruel, sadistic slave owner. But she is herself a slave at the time.
I don't recall that particular movie.
It's based on a book. I'll look it up. But what's really daunting to me is to realize that there's so much slavery and human trafficking that still exists in the world. It's astonishing.
Yeah, it was pretty nasty. It's kind of, you know, really darkens your view of human history beyond, you know, a few centuries ago. Maybe even as early as like as late as a century and a half, 2 centuries ago. As I mean, there basically was no slavery. There wasn't essentially sexual slavery, and there really were no limits on masters could do with their slaves and stuff. So, and it was the backbone of, you know, really ancient economic systems and stuff.
Nadia, you mind if I ask you an easier question? Oh, sorry, I thought you were through. Go ahead.
Sure.
I apologize. Sometimes you kind of hesitate for a moment there, and I'm thinking, should I hop in? Damn it, got hit with it. If you were living back thousands of years ago, back before there was great cities and big towns and all that kind of stuff, and you've got pretty much the resources on your back, you have a tribe or a group that, sorry, we're flying jets again. That completely ruins my whole primitive time thing. But basically what I'm saying is you're living in primitive times, you have groups of individuals, bandits, raiders, people are wanting to kill you, steal from you, do everything they can. You can't hop on the phone because it hasn't been invented to call 911 or 911. What would you do if you are facing a tribe? How would you handle the situation? You know that either you got to do something or you're going to die. What would you do?
I mean, way far back in history, there was no such thing as sex-based amateur. It was, there'd be no reason for me to live.
Hello, can anybody listen to me?
So you're basically stating that you're literally just going to stand there and let yourself get ganked. You're not going to put up any kind of fight whatsoever.
What? Oh yeah, I probably would try to. I don't know. Not die in so horrific a manner or whatever.
But
I'm just curious because it seems to me that whenever you're put in a situation that you definitely don't want to be in the first place, where a line has been drawn in the sand where a group or a tribe has decided they want to attack you, they want to destroy you, wipe you into extinction, you're going to have to choose to fight back. You're going to have to choose to do something. And if you happen to win, there are some issues even with this. You have to decide, are some of these individual or survivors going to go with me, or do I leave them here to die by the nastiness of nature and through starvation? What do I do? There's some hard questions there.
Yeah. Oh, that's kind of why a lot of them did actually exterminate people. Like the Mongols and such.
okay, can I talk
Have a good
now?
night, Hazy. Sure.
Okay, hello to everybody. And I'm from Pakistan, and here the main things for living, one of the most important is the religion. I'm a Muslim by religion, and I don't think these things are actually working with religion. I don't think there's a God and all the blah blah blah. So most of the time I have to clear the people that what I think, and they used to tell me that what they think about the religion. The mostly asked question is that why we are in the world. So can anybody explain?
Are you? It's hard to hear you. You're going to have to turn up your mic a little bit. Did you ask why are we in the world? I think that's what I heard.
Yep, yeah, you're right.
Well, it's obvious. God created the universe and he had purpose and intrinsic meaning for us. Everybody knows that, right?
Yeah.
Nope.
I don't care who created this, but I have to know about the answer because I have to tell the people that what I think.
We could all go with the atheist worldview. We just popped into nothingness, and here we are, and we've not got no purpose or meaning whatsoever, and we're all going to become obliterated by the universe when it retracts on itself, and life sucks. Welcome to the human race. There's the atheist worldview. Anyone want to correct me?
Oh, yeah, I just switched off. Sorry, Brett. Did you make a point?
Well, I was trying to be reasonable and balanced here and share both different views on why we're here in the world. I forgot the whole evolving into a rat and worms and spaghetti stuff, but I figured you guys take care of that problem.
Thank you very much. That's funny. Yeah, atheists, why are we here? Why are we here? Fuck knows. Doesn't matter why we're here, as long as we do what we're here when we're here as well as we can.
Oh, there's a hidden question here, which is it efficient or final causation? And intrinsic teleology can only really come from psychologists beings and such who, well, set it for themselves. It comes from outside of themselves, and it's extrinsic, not intrinsic. So, if you want an intrinsic teleology, you literally, as a logical necessity, have to decide it for yourself. Answer to that why are we here on Earth fair? Because it really is smuggling in teleology under the aegis of causation.
Yeah, tend to agree. In some sense, you can. In some sense, the question is irrelevant because, because we're going to make up our own purposes for ourselves, which is what we do every day when we get out of bed. In some sense, that's the answer as to why we're here.
It don't seem like that's a good answer, though. Kind of sucks, really. You got any more questions for us?
I appreciate you think that it sucks, but do you think it sucks because it's uncertain, or do you think it sucks because of another reason?
I think it sucks because I think that we're still infantile in our understanding of the universe, and for people to assert things like that, it's kind of redonkulous. Back to my hash browns.
I'm not sure what you're saying that I was asserting that was like that, but okay. Hash browns are more important, I understand.
Well, if it's not coming from yourself, how can that teleology be intrinsic?
What was the first part of that? If it's not
coming from yourself, how can that teleology be intrinsic?
I see your angle. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's the question of subjectivity again for me. So it comes back to even if you're interpreting, even if everything you claim is true, you're still interpreting that it is true.
Yeah. Still interpreting that it's what?
You're still interpreting that it is true. Even if it is true, you still are interpreting that it's true. So it still comes down to subjective interpretation. And the same thing with the book. You may claim that you understand what the words being said are, but you're still interpreting those words to understand that. It's still subjective, whichever way you look at it. And that's the problem that I have with the absolute view, Brett, is that it takes away our subjectivity.
How so?
Well, because you then have to claim that the absolute standards by which you which you are interpreting are indeed absolute, and you still have to interpret them as absolute. So it just pushes the question back one further.
So you don't think it's possible to have objective parameters as well as subjective concepts?
Only if we go through a process of reason where we try and eliminate our human bias to the answer. But that's the best we're going to do.
I hear you. I can work with you on that.
Mm-hmm. And again, I'm simply saying that metaphysical claims don't have anything to do with the reality that we inhabit ourselves. We get up in the morning and we go to the toilet. That's a reality we have to accept, regardless of who we are.
That is a metaphysical claim.
Say, Nadia?
That is a metaphysical claim.
Well, some people might actually try to make the argument that we're holograms that are holographically pooping. How do you know?
Because it smells. Doesn't just look bad, it smells bad too.
We refute it thus. Stub toe against was it the podium or the rock? I don't know.
I refute it with toilet paper.
And why is that weasel words for me to say some people may have this view for? I don't get it. Oh, butthole sniffer's getting on my case again. What do we got here? Belial, you got any more questions?
Thank you. I don't have one yet. I'll describe it later.
Okay, no worries. I don't know. Again, it comes down to a question of pragmatism for me, really, which is at the heart of it. And that is, if I find I can live my life perfectly morally without that construct, then what need do I have for that construct? If that construct is true and I've lived my life morally without that construct, then by the terms of what the theists are telling me, I'm in pretty good shape with that construct. So either way, the construct doesn't have any real meaning for me.
Yeah, but you should really book up on, I don't know, basic internet philosophy or something.
I know. I just
Later, that's not Reddit you or something.
I know I'm wrong. I don't know why I'm wrong, but I know I am wrong.
I was saying Ubuntu.
Oh, okay, cool. I just don't do philosophy either. It's really difficult for me. I find looking at anything to do with human relationships in an absolute term is just not helpful. Just not helpful. Any, and I mean any human condition that I've lived through in my life, I've lived through as an atheist, and I've never struggled to find solace and comfort where I can in humanity. I mean, it's never stopped me from doing that.
Human relationships are more the dominant force in our lives. I mean, it's a social sanction. Yeah, gives us health, wealth, anything else.
Yeah. As again, if I were to be brutally honest with myself, I'd say that is one area where I have struggled is in the kind of comfortable acceptance or blind acceptance that you get in those communities, in those theocratic communities. I've seen some quite nasty people come into a crowd of Christians and they're all extremely open and accepting, even though I can see the person is actually quite a nasty personality and quite malicious in some ways and is undermining and, you know, opportunistic and all of these things. And the Christians don't, you know, to give credit where credit is due, they don't openly show that. They're much more behind the backs of the person. And of course some full on want to proselytize and so therefore go to try and help. And that, of course, can be a benefit. So I would want to give credit where credit is due. But of course for me that really stems from the individual's willingness to be a social character. Some people really like doing that. Just like some animals when they're in a pack, or social animals, like when they're in a pack, some animals will deliberately be the ones on the lookout for prey, which is putting their lives at risk for the benefit of the group.
No inch of this earth lays unclaimed.
No.
You cannot exist without that social sanction.
Yeah.
Else you will, well, twist and wind and dial and people on the streets who freeze to death in winter.
As you know,
yeah.
Sorry, as you know, Nadia, that pull of humanity is very, very strong in us. No matter how much of a loner we are, and you know, in some sense, we become loners because we're reacting against that pull. It's still extremely strong. I felt it several times in my life when I've, you know, like in moments of deep grief, etc., where I've felt like I've wanted to be alone. And still someone managed to break through to, you know, pull me back to my acceptance of that social contract. As much as I hate it sometimes, because it can be so destructive to people who aren't necessarily strong enough in character to just bat off other people's aggression for the sake of it. You know, one of the things I really hate about being in society is that people are allowed to exercise their frustrations within their own life and pass that on to other people, either by aggression or even just by whinging, just by moaning about the situation of the world. You know, that can also be very destructive if it's not held in check. You know.
Whinging?
Say again?
Whinging is destructive?
It can be, yeah. In relationships, yeah.
Nadia, I got a good question for you, as well as Mr. Simon. Anybody can answer. Do you believe that nature has subjective purpose?
No.
No. Objective would be the wrong word to use, though.
Well, feel free to explain it the way you like.
Intrinsic versus extrinsic. See, genuine distinction to make. So you're asking about intrinsic purpose, and the answer to that's no.
I gotta hear you guys actually say this, because I have a hard time believing some of the stuff sometimes from you guys. So you're basically saying that you have no meaning or purpose in this universe.
No, I'm saying that as whatever I call it, some people might say conscious agents or sentient or whatever, because we are able to assign purpose to ourselves, we do have intrinsic purpose. Well, at least given that we assign it to ourselves.
So you do have intrinsic meaning and purpose, but because you're able to assign it, because you exist to say it.
Well, that's not necessarily where it derives from, but it's what makes it intrinsic instead of extrinsic.
Personally, I prefer the word emergent. I mean, that seems to describe it a little better, because the term purpose, in the respect that you're meaning it to nature, is not a very good word to use. It doesn't really describe accurately the process that nature is going through.
So are you saying that unless you have someone that can validate your existence or someone to assign value to you, then you don't matter?
Well, you matter to yourself, but you don't matter to other people, and that would probably matter to you.
Well, it's the other way around. The purposes assigned to you by other people are extrinsic and therefore sort of not as genuine. Well, the purpose you assign to yourself is intrinsic because it's coming from yourself. That's what intrinsic means.
Hey, Bilal got his webcam working. You got any more fantastical questions, or as Amanda would say, phasmagorical?
I was just trying to check it how it's working.
Why'd you go off camera?
Oh.
I don't know.
He's got that whole rock star going. Get back on camera.
I'm trying to configure it. Wait a minute. If I get it back.
Make sure you turn up your microphone. That's the most important part of this conversation.
I don't know why it's not working.
It's clearly demonic. That's the problem. No, I'm just kidding. Go over to your speaker icon over there. By your clock, hit recording devices, click on whatever it is you think is your microphone, and turn the volume up there. Heard somebody chuckling and snicker. Did I get you on that one?
I don't know. I don't know. I'm a computer professional. Actually, I'm a software engineer student. So, with the time goes, I don't know. There are many kinds of problems.
Yeah, I try to never claim to be an expert at anything. That way, whenever I do something neat, everybody thinks I'm clever.
Where a job sent?
Sure, that would be
anywhere but here. There's really 7 jobs to Europe instead of US, even though Europe's got better paid workers and so on. Actually, no, it's computer programming and they're not paid nothing, but it's still lower in the US.
Hey, oh, Alex just came in. Hey, Alex.
Hi.
What's going on there, Alex?
The welfare states act as implicit subsidies to employers and such, or companies and whatnot. Yeah, all the contributions they'd have to make to healthcare, covered by state. All the the contributions toward retirement, whatever, covered by state. So. Yeah, the entire sort of opposition, etc. too.
Now you have got an interesting.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I've done it again. Nadia, I've got a question for you. If somebody came to you right now with $10 million and they said, I'm wanting to make a movie about you, and what would you want this movie to be about? How would you want it to start and finish?
Lots and lots of surgery done. You can blow that 10 million in the process of fixing my body.
Well, we're talking about a movie that's at least an hour and a half. There's got to be more to it.
Believe me, that can fill weeks of footage. There's a lot of hassle and consulting and gatekeeping and everything else to on that process.
So you're given $10 million, you get the surgery and all that. What now? What happens?
They film me going through all the steps to line it up, tell it about it, fix up the health issues in the way of getting it, and maybe even in the operating room and so on. And there's a movie.
Oh.
Oof. Okay, so the surgery would cost less than $1 million, right, Nadia?
Actually, it would. I still have at least 9 million left.
You guys listen me now. Is my mic working?
Unfortunately, no.
Oh shit.
I know, right? Yes. So now you have $9 million left and then some more change, because obviously surgery doesn't cost $1 million. What do you do with the rest of the money?
Yeah, it could cost that much, but not for the sorts of things I need. What do I do with the rest of it? Get an apartment in Berlin or New York or something, and go to graduate school, try to revive my career, and just use it as a base of assets, security thing, etc. Try to fend off the big nasties upcoming, or that would be upcoming because of health conditions and so on. Which it really does take a millionaire to fight, otherwise you just lay down and die. Being married to or more hasn't lasted 40 years past onset because she's broke and homeless.
Mary Tyler Moore.
Yeah, Mary Tyler Moore has lasted 40 years past onset because she's, multi-millionaire rich bitch. Mary Tyler Moore has, I guess, the worst the conditions that I have. But albeit in isolation, she just doesn't have anything else wrong with her apart from complications. But they're setting in. 40 years past onset, even, multimillionaire will break down. I have not been living in some kind of posh multimillionaire, well-kept by all the doctors kind of life, and I won't get close to 40 years past onset. And I'm 20 years past now. Do the math, I mean, I'm on my way down already.
Goodness gracious, Aramine, are you tired?
I'm sorry, you can hear me.
Yeah, there's something going on over there.
Yeah. It's all PG, I promise.
Yeah. I may already be in better shape, but I may not be a candidate for non-life-saving surgery for the rest of my life, which won't be that long. So, that said, I can't even get into the process of even getting a real denial, so.
Nadia, I got a question for you. Are we nothing more than our appearance?
Well, appearance is what we are our bodies.
Nadia, I've got a question.
Sure.
You take a reductionist sort of view, don't you?
Well, with respect to my body,
yeah.
I'm an eliminative materialist, actually.
Eliminative materialist. Okay, so in that sense, then, why do you hold value to this?
How do I hold value? What?
Why do you hold value in this process? This desire.
What?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I heard you. What desire?
Oh, the sex change, the change, the surgery. Where
Yeah,
is
it's
it? Why?
called the alleviation of suffering in the name of gender dysphoria. Yeah.
Then Could you explain the eliminative materialist view then a bit more clearly for me? 'Cause maybe I'm misunderstanding it.
Reductive materialism means that essentially the folk psychological notions of mental phenomena and such are reduced to physical phenomena in the brain or otherwise the body. Revisionary means that some adjustments to folk psychology might have to happen to adjust the definitions of things and so on to achieve a reduction. And then eliminative materialism is the necessary changes to folk psychology are ontologically radical. The entire sort of categorization of mental phenomena and whatever else are improperly conceptualized, limited, and so on.
Sorry, I missed the last bit. Improperly conceptualized and what? Sorry.
Delimited.
Right.
Yeah, so say there's a system of four concepts like belief, desire, intent, and will, and those four notions are wrong. They're like actually, I don't know, 7 or 15 or some number need to be had, and they don't map one-to-one.
So, if I correct me if I'm wrong, though, I'm trying to understand. So then you would say that the change that you like the change, then would you say it is a necessity to what you are as an existent being? Would you say that the change was a requirement to
I would say it's a requirement in order to prevent life from being worse than death.
Okay.
I was looking at this picture where they were talking about this black hole that was 12 billion times larger than our sun. And they said that if you were near its event horizon close enough that you could actually somehow see the back of your own head. What do you think of that?
That's a lot of gravitational lensing. It's not that hard. It's kind of the same kind of slingshot effect they used for whatever space mission that went around the dark side of the moon. The same thing can happen to the photons of light. That's all that's really happening.
Surely you'd need some sort of vessel that could withstand the gravitational pull, though, just so you could get in close enough.
And avoid falling in further.
Yeah. What? Well, some ridiculous distance, isn't it? And you're already caught in a black hole's gravitational pull. Like, relatively speaking, isn't it? Like, it's like star system size. Something huge.
Yeah. Well, I think I explained it, so... That work for you, Brett?
What works for me?
The explanation of the photons from the light slingshot around.
Find it a fascinating concept.
Okay.
Do you believe that it's possible to go adrift into a wormhole and actually get to the other end within seconds, but years have passed?
It doesn't make sense for a number of reasons.
I've been trying to figure that out myself. I seen a movie about a month ago called Interstellar, and the concept was that if they went down on this new world and stayed there long enough, it would be literally like they lost 7 years for every hour or two that they were there.
Well, different time flows differently depending on where you are, relatively speaking, within space, because of gravitational forces. So it's possible, I suppose. It depends on how they went about explaining it. Although, Brett, I've got a question for you actually, because you're quite into your games, aren't you, and your sci-fi?
Well, I'm more of a medieval type of player, an RPG. I'm not really into space video games. I love watching space movies and shows like Star Trek, but
yeah,
really...
I've heard you mention it. Sorry, so not games then, just the series and stuff. So, do you believe there's life outside of this planet, like on other planets, or do you believe that life only exists on Earth?
Oof, that particular question gets me and Von Helton in trouble on both sides with people. Oof, that's like open up Pandora's box. I believe that it is mathematically probable, according to what we know about the universe, that there is life out there. And I know some people would probably say, well, how does that fall into your theology and such?
Well, that is the curiosity, obviously, but we can it's one step at a time, sort of thing. So, fair enough. Fair enough. I agree with you that it is mathematically probable, to the point where it would be almost foolish to think that we are the only planet with life on it.
It's one of the reasons also why it is that I don't understand that there's individuals out there who can assert or even suppose or presuppose that there isn't no God. If people are open-minded to the idea of there being life out there in the universe, then why can't they go back to the system and order from the beginning?
Well, I suppose what you're doing, I suppose, is taking the extra jump that we don't. Like we have examples of planets existing. We have examples of life on those planets, and we even have examples, although they'll be dismissed, of non-living material becoming living material. Now, these observations allow us to make the assumption that there may be other life on other planets because of the sheer number of stars, assuming that each star at some point housed a system of planetoids around it. It is purely a statistics, but it still says nothing, unfortunately, about the origins of said material. So I mean, we have examples of how planets are formed. We have examples of how life diversifies. Horrible word. But we have no example of material or energy although I'm actually know people would disagree with me on the energy side, but material certainly just coming into being. So it's a difficult one to then push forward. We can say we have examples of planets, and we have examples of planets of life on them. So we can safely say that there is a chance that there are planets with life on them elsewhere. But that extra step it isn't something that I can justifiably take. I don't know about anyone else.
What do you mean the extra step you can't justifiably take?
That's all these things have to come from somewhere else. So
you gotta have some kind of prime mover, or you're gonna have infinite regression.
Well, what's the problem with infinite regression?
Well, I'm not saying it's immoral or unethical in some kind of way, but it will just continue over and over and over. And at this point, with our model of the universe, we have a beginning source.
No. See, what we perceive as the beginning is merely a beginning to coherency. So we can't say that the point where we've measured within the Big Bang is a point where we start to see a progressive state of physics, where we can actively go, okay, this is where we will begin measurements from. Now, we can't say anything before the Planck time because we have no measurements of said Planck time. That isn't to say there was nothing before it. There isn't to say that there was something before it. It's just a case where we have to stop. So from my perception, like the notion that there has to be like this prime movement or prime mover is an unnecessary one, because I have yet to reason why we could not have an infinite regression. All I've heard is that we shouldn't have one.
No, with the current model of the universe, I have heard people try to go for a steadfast deal a while back. That didn't work out so well.
A what? Sorry, a steadfast?
Yeah.
Could you explain that to me? I'm not sure what you mean.
Nadia, you want to rock and roll on it? Yeah, well, you're not sitting there bored.
I was just cracking a few jokes with Bento.
Well, basically, yes. Individuals. You want to go with it, Nadia, or shall I?
All right. My impression of the Ramones. Na 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 na. I want to be castrated. Okay.
Oh.
That's rough.
Only on the internet.
Yeah. I told you, Nadia's got triggers. There's things that'll just make her smile right off the bat.
I think it's damn unfair that Nadia gets singing rights and the rest of us don't.
Oh, you can go ahead and sing. I sing sometimes. Just not about that.
I kept it to one line. I couldn't hit a note to save my life, so I better keep it to one line.
Ramon, says Bento. Oh.
So oh, sorry, go on, Nadia. Sorry.
Yeah, I don't know why the aliens issue is so controversial. And this is rather the question academic.
Let's see.
Well, I think the alien question is only controversial when you accept certain assumptions about how this world works. So if you've got and I don't mean to pick, but it's a fairly easy one. When you've got a story like in the Bible where you have a particular event that is
basically aliens who contradict Christian theology.
How come you guys always go
you've got
after
to
the
accept.
Bible? Why don't you use a Hindu book this time or something, or the Koran? Yeah.
Well,
Aliens wouldn't contradict the Vedas, Upanishads, or Mahabharata.
Well, I'm listening to you guys. I'm playing some more Sims 4.
I said aliens would not contradict the Vedas, Upanishads, or Mahabharata.
No, aliens wouldn't contradict the Bible either.
No, but they'd certainly put in a lot of problems, I would think, with the idea of salvation and such.
Well, the Bible makes it clear that God works in mysterious ways. His ways are not our ways, so that leaves it open to a lot of things. Plus, in the book of Hebrews, it states that God created other worlds.
That leaves it open to literally everything.
Right, exactly. But like I was saying before you started chuckling and giggling and stuff like a schoolgirl at a dance, in the book of Hebrews, it actually speaks of God creating other worlds.
I'm not like real up on scripture as opposed to most of the people here, so you'll have to tell me what you mean, like what the line is.
Well, apparently those primitive goat herders that atheists like to make fun of had knowledge of other worlds that were created.
Are you telling me that the Bible endorses aliens?
Hold on a second. Some sim noise just happened. Say it one more time.
Are you telling me that the Bible endorses aliens?
I'm saying that it speaks of other worlds, and it says that God is the creator of life. I would suspect that he can create whatever the heck he wants floating around the universe, right?
Okay, sure. Did Jesus atone for the aliens? Did he appear to the aliens? Who's preaching the gospel?
How do we know that aliens actually suffered the same fate as man?
I don't know. I think sin, etc., was, I guess, putatively afflicting the entire universe. I mean, it wasn't just humans that were, I don't know, rendered depraved and such, and animals as well.
Well, you notice the fall of humanity and the fall of this world. It seemed to be kind of a entropy type thing, going forward, not backwards.
In a crude sense. And when it comes to scientific ideas like entropy, the crude doesn't really cut it though.
Well, I'm just saying, I don't see any issue with there being life out in the universe. If you guys want to throw God in a box and put some limitations on him, it wouldn't be the first time humans did that. Go ahead.
Oh well, I certainly wouldn't want to do that. I would hope, but so like this idea of like just going back to the idea of like infinite regression. Why is it you believe that we couldn't, like, existence as a concept, as a property? Why do you believe that couldn't regress infinitely?
Oh.
Well, I don't know. It's possible that it could be expanded on and on. It seems like every time scientists come up with some kind of theory on something, they end up debunking it anyway. So right now they're actually saying that physics break down with the singularity and Big Bang, that it may be something else. So I am waiting patiently with bated breath.
Well, physics doesn't really break down. It's just the mathematical models of physics are not descriptive of that situation.
Simon, I don't know if he's singing or what, but his mic's muted. I can't hear him.
You may be talking to somebody else.
It's incredible. I can't believe his similarity to David Bowie. It's amazing.
It's because all white people look alike.
That's bigoted.
It's a joke. It's from the UK.
I wish I could just blend in by virtue of being white.
I'm just kidding with you, I mean.
Being white. Do you really count as white, Bunto? Being like half Cuban? I don't know, it's like Spaniard now.
Oh, man.
I guess we're the mestizos that are deemed non-white.
Nadia, as you know, I've created your character into the game, and I don't know what the deal is, but the character seems constantly flirty. Does that seem like a true aspect of you?
Huh. I'm probably not actually that flirty, but I like it anyway. Give it.
Well, the traits have already been laid out and everything. It's just that your character seems to enjoy everybody's company.
Sounds like a good deal to me. I'll take it. Yeah. 7 years and 70 pounds ago was a lot easier to be flirty. The beer gut really gets in the way of hugging and kissing everybody hello.
Alright. Oh, goodness. Did you say beard gets in the way of kissing?
The beer gut.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I didn't make you out good enough. Oh, goodness
Yeah,
gracious.
if it had gone to like, if all the blubber had gone to like tits and ass, it'd be like, oh, no problem. Unfortunately, none of it went either place. It all went into a trucker beer gut.
Who?
Me.
You?
Yeah.
You're saying you've got a beer gut?
It's not really from beer, but yeah.
Jeez,
Diet Mountain Dew!
Not from that either. I call it the dead thyroid.
Yeah, I heard that one.
Yep, you know that one too. But fortunately for you, it tends to go to better places. Some of it might go to the wrong place, but yeah.
I'm tired.
Well, I need like vast improvements of health to quote unquote work it off, so to speak.
Why are you so tired for? I mean, don't you sleep anymore?
Yeah, I don't know what it is. I keep hanging out and stuff. I gotta quit.
I hear you there.
If I had anywhere else to go, anything else to do, going there and doing that. Yeah. It's kind of like the one way to get out.
Jeez.
Yeah, sexing it off would be fun.
You do what?
I said sexing it off would be fun.
Oh boy, here we go.
What's wrong with saying that?
Yeah, I'm just bugging you.
Yeah, normally there's like a tiny bit of testosterone comes out of the ovaries, a tiny bit of testosterone comes out of the adrenals. I don't have a pair of ovaries, so my testosterone level is about half of what a.
Okay, good morning. Where does estrogen come from? Just from ovaries, or from where else?
Yeah, pretty much ovaries.
And for a male, how does estrogen get in a male?
Yeah, I think testicles will reproduce it.
From our ovaries, obviously.
Oh, besides their ovaries.
I think it's the one place.
Okay.
Well, testicles.
So a male can only have loss of testosterone, right?
In principle, the tiny amount of estrogen that would come out of the testicles would be less than normal male, too.
Okay. So it's just a reduction of testosterone. Right?
What's the reduction in testosterone?
You know, that makes a guy like softer when he gets older. Hello, Art.
Probably, yeah. I mean, it's. I think it's on par with the postmenopausal estrogen production and stuff. So.
Have you ever heard of something called basal metabolism?
Yes.
So, I mean, you ever use it? It's just for counting calories, right?
Yeah, I use it to calculate calories and stuff.
Yeah.
Means I should probably keep things under, well, really fucking low. You can count calories to pounds and then, recalculate what BMR would be for your weight every day and so on. And
yeah.
Anything less than 1,300 calories and you're starting to starve yourself.
Yeah, I'm at like 2,000 right now, basal.
Well, it depends on your body mass. It depends on your muscles and weight, lean body weight.
And your activity, obviously.
Oh yeah, right.
Yeah.
I actually, when I was in my kind of attempt to lose weight, my daily intake, I basically have 6 meals, and the first 3 were 300 calories. 2 were, no, I'm sorry, actually, no, not 300. First one was 400, then it's 300 and 300 and 300 calories. And I lost weight.
Okay. Like, you never had plateaus? Because I like plateau a lot now.
Yeah, I actually did, and I think that's what actually caused me to stop, and I kind of lost interest. But I read a book that teaches you how to deal with them. Basically, you need to break through it. Decrease your
intake and up the activity.
Yeah, just break through it.
Well, I'm telling myself it's because it's winter here, and I can't walk, so that has a lot to do with it. I think, I hope. So, like when the weather warms up, I can increase my activity and break through.
Well, you could just do more exercises.
Yeah, I do a shitload now, Art. Fuck.
Oh, how much?
I do about 2.5 hours at the gym 5 times a week.
Holy shit! Okay. Do you do cardio?
Yeah, do cardio.
You might be trying. You might try and increase your cardio.
Yeah.
That's the main weight loss.
More movement. I check my. Go ahead.
I was going to say, if you want to sort of propagate weight loss, one of the best diets is actually grazing. So measure out roughly 1,400 calories worth of seeds, nuts, protein, salad, and such, and then graze throughout the entire day because it keeps your metabolism going for the full day. So that's, and if you keep doing that through like the month, then your metabolism will be running constantly essentially, and you burn a lot more calories.
So Alex, do you like eating all day, or you just eat? I only eat like once or twice. I should break it up.
My eating habits are really bad. Like I work for a company that does deals with dieting and portions, but my eating habits are terribly erratic. Some days I will have breakfast and that'll be it. Other days I'll have 3-4 meals, and other days I won't eat at all. So I'm not a good example of my own advice.
Yeah, same
But
here.
I do know a fair bit about it though. Like I've been essentially writing this website up for the last 2 years, and it's basically been 2 years of study into nutritionalism. Ugh.
Hey, Bunto, you said that you're eating 2 times a day?
Yeah, I know that's bad.
Oh yeah, that might be the cause for the plateau, because one of the advices that I got from a actual bodybuilder who wrote a book, you need to increase your metabolism, and the way you do it is you split up your daily intake so that it's no more than 3 hours apart, basically six or 5 meals a day.
This is the idea of grazing. So
Right.
yeah, so little bowls of nuts and berries and such are brilliant just to keep picking at all day, and your stomach will keep processing.
Truly. Well, I did my what's it called? They had the fat calculator online, and I was like at 25.4% body fat. And of course, they say that's obese, right?
Right.
They do. I mean, it's just insane, dude. I don't look obese, but they say it's obese.
Oh wait, did they just measure was it like a BMI?
Well, what it was, they measured it was the weight and my waist, and that's how they derived it out to 25%.
Yeah, that's not accurate.
I know.
Accurate. Yeah. Do you have like digital digital scales that have these electronic pads that measure your body resistance?
I have one of those, and it's a crock.
It is?
I have
yeah,
two.
It's not that accurate.
I have 2 of those, and I can testify that they are accurate. It's kind of complicated, so they might show a little bit of a different result, depending on when you measure it. But that's okay. That's why you have to weigh yourself in the exact same time during the day, every day. Basically, keep it consistent, right? And actually, I can show you graphs from Excel that will show you a nice and beautiful lowering of my body fat using those scales to calculate my body fat. So they might not be accurate, but they're consistent, right?
Well, I bought one of the later scales like for Christmas, so it probably has that. I just haven't, all I do is weigh myself on it. I haven't checked all the gizmos.
Okay.
You could try. Does it have the pads for your feet? Electric pads?
It's a glass scale. It's like tempered glass.
Right. Yeah, I have one of those. Yeah.
Okay. And it has like 4.
Okay. Go ahead, sorry.
It has like 4 little pads on it, so I don't know what those are for.
Well, if they're metal, they should be for that, and you should have a function there. Sorry, I had someone in the room spraying.
Yeah, I just have to read the instructions. I haven't done that.
Yeah, definitely try. It depends on the mark and make, of course. Some may be shitty, but the ones that I tried are quite nice. And actually, I bought cheap ones, like for how much was it? $20 or something. Yeah, it worked.
Well, they got the rigs at the gym. I could just bug a trainer and ask
him. Yeah, actually, yeah. Holy shit! If you go to a gym, they should have something like that. Yeah, definitely.
So, what was the last time you measured your body fat?
Oh, dude.
You're a reprobate.
yeah, pretty much. I completely I'm ashamed. I haven't been keeping to my schedule for like 2 years now, almost. And actually, the scales that I now have cannot even measure my weight. I am over the maximum weight of the scales.
Oh wow.
Yeah, like over 300.
But your body fat percent is dropping.
It's like Hulk Hogan. Hulk.
Yeah, you really should, start it again.
Because you hang out too much, Art.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not looking to bulk. I'm just looking to tone. So I gotta lose weight.
So 700 calories per kilo. Okay. So for every, I guess,
From what I remember last night, you take your basal, whatever number it comes out, and then multiply it times 1.5 if you're an active person. And that's how many calories you should have a day. But I don't count calories because it's just too lazy, man.
I actually have to anyway for just as a dose of medicine. If I don't, I get the wrong dose and I die.
Hey Bunto, you know what? If you don't really like to count them, I can show you some basic tables of so kind of rough calorie amounts in different foods. Like a slice of bread has like 50 calories.
Yeah.
So you can just make very simple calculations. I used to it used to bug me a lot. I used to be doing my wholly complicated Excel tables to calculate how much every meal has carbs, fats, and the percentage relationship between them, how much in total. I was doing like crazy fucking calculations, but over time I kind of started to remember all of the rough values of calories of all of these types of food, and I can just whip up a sandwich.
Yeah. So you still eat bread?
There's apps for that.
They're not as detailed as I needed them to be. I needed to calculate like tons of stuff.
So Ermine, you still eat bread?
I try not to, but I had an avocado sandwich last week.
Sinner.
Sounds yummy. God, man.
They're very good. The little balsamic.
Juices. You'd still drink milk?
No.
Art?
Oh.
Yeah, I do drink milk, and I used to drink milk when I was losing my weight. Sorry, I actually have a company here in my room. Cannot really speak. I'll talk to you in a second.
Yeah, take care. So you don't drink milk, Ermine?
No, that's gross.
Well, you gotta have protein shake, honey.
I drink almond milk.
Almond milk? It's
Yeah.
too expensive.
No, it's not. You just get it at Costco.
What does it taste like? Almonds?
Tastes better than milk. Doesn't taste like almonds.
I wish it would. That'd be neat. Yeah, like mix it in with the real thing to flavor it like almonds.
At least it has nuts.
Almonds are a good flavor.
Almond milk is really nice in tea. I've been
never
to
had it.
tastes really good as a milk substitute.
How much is like a quart? $6?
Yeah, right. Try like 3.
It is? Okay. Well, I'm mistaken.
Ain't buying no $6 almond
I
milk.
thought it was. I think like a gallon of milk is like almost $6 now.
Yeah, I prefer it. I get the shelf-stable kind, so that way I just buy it like once every couple months, leave it on the shelf, and then grab as I need it. It's the only thing my daughter can drink anymore, so.
Okay, because she's lactose intolerant.
No, because she has asthma, or had asthma, so we took her off of dairy.
Right.
And then switched her to soy, and that was great for a while, and then she developed a soy allergy, so now it's just Roast almonds. She can't do shrimp and she can't do soy.
Are you allergic to anything?
Penicillin, I think.
Well, for every 700 calories burn off via BMR, mass goes down 1 pound or 1 kilo. So the mass should not be decreasing exponentially.
You know all that math.
Yeah, I try to write it as a different Q. Is it wrong to do differential equations?
No way, dude.
Just soon.
So what was the exercise that you used to do a lot of, Art? Squats?
Well, I used to do mostly cardio and complete body workout, you know,
Yeah.
to fail. But like I said, it didn't last long. I pulled a few muscles, lost interest, but I think I actually bulked up a little bit during weight loss, which was kind of rare.
Yeah. I'll see you guys.
Sorry, good.
I'll see you guys in a bit. I can just go take a shower.
Okay. We'll take care.
Leave you stinky too. Go take a shower, stinky.
Well, I mean, it's sort of like I want to warm my muscles before I hit the gym. So take care.
Take care, dude.
Ooh, we got a bodybuilder, and now we don't.
Okay.
So, did I miss anything while I was sleeping?
Not that I can tell. Me doing more differential equations to
Oh, wow.
the mass and basic metabolic rate and everything.
Sounds exciting.
It is. You should do more differential equations.
David Bowie on the guitar over there, Nadia. Good stuff. Well, I don't understand the type of comments that individuals been making on our video, Nadia. What's the deal?
They might hate me worse than you.
I don't think they hate us. I think there's some kind of issue, though. Obviously something to do with themselves, not us.
Oh yeah, Brad, I wanted to ask you something yesterday, but I assume you left before I had the
Why
chance.
am I handsome? I'll tell you what. God bless me that way. But was that your question? I'm sorry.
Well, that was my second question. Good guess, though. My first question was, though, we did talk about the drunken peasants and how they try to put the warning of it just being mostly for entertainment purposes, and don't take it too seriously at the beginning of their videos. And I wanted to ask you, do you think that they're being sincere when they say that? I know that there have been some...
No.
Oh.
Well, I'm sure that you probably haven't seen all their videos or whatever, but he might mean that with other individuals, but it definitely ain't like that with me. I don't. I'll give you an example. I don't think making fun of someone's family members who've committed suicide or people who have disabled children is something to mock. So I think there's different forms of comedy, I guess, but I don't think that falls into them.
Uh-huh. And yeah, it's true. I definitely haven't seen nearly all of the episodes, but and I realized there's been some, well, TJ hasn't exactly had the most favorable views about you, but I thought that for the most part, I thought there was mostly his comedy style was just extreme and out there and loud and farcical, but you would think that he's not that he's not being too comedic when he does things like
I think that some of his stuff falls under comedy, and I'm sure with certain individuals there's humor that goes back and forth. I'm saying that between he and I, there's a history. So, the comedy goes out the window and the gloves come off.
Oh, yeah, I definitely I can see that. I've seen the debate which you had that one time with G-Man and others.
That was actually pretty laid back than what I figured it was going to be. I was a bit shocked. It was the video after that I was like, there's the amazing atheist we all know and love right there. It was the video afterwards that was the winner.
Ah, right. Oh yeah, he didn't. Has he already given donated any money to your cause?
To Nadia's cause? No.
Yeah.
Not that I know of. Nadia, has he donated anything?
No.
Well, he's a busy guy hating on God. You got to give the man time. Be patient.
Yep, not a peep. Yeah. Patron manager. How many patrons, if any?
Any more questions, Seawater? You can ask me whatever you want, as long as it isn't like the color of my underwear or something. That topic's boring.
What?
I said, you got any more questions you want to ask me? And I threw in a little bit of a joke there, but obviously that went over the head, and it's never nice to do the joke twice.
Oh, yeah, that's good rule of thumb. No, I didn't have any more questions. Thanks for answering that one.
Okay. I recognize all the people who did what they did, and not a whole lot's happening here.
Not a whole lot is happening in what, the Patreon account?
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah, on the Amazing Atheist thing, it may take him a couple days before he gets around to it. He's got a ton of people subscribed to me who will run back to him and say, "Hey, Brett responded to you," because they've been trying to drag me back into that drunken peasants crap. So I know he'll see it.
Yeah, well, it was going to happen anyway. Yeah. Too little, too late.
If I were to choose to go onto that thing, Nadia, would you have an issue of coming along with me on the show?
No, I'd show up.
Okay, that'd be pretty cool. You'd have to do something with your microphone, though. For some reason, when we talk on Skype, the jet's going off constantly, so you'd have to fix that.
Yeah, I'd probably have to push to talk or something.
Yeah. We'll sit there for about 3 hours. They'll talk a bunch of crap, but you'll get tons of views out of it. So it's all good.
Yeah, I probably want to shut down a bunch of processes too. Make sure my system is as fast as possible.
I hear you there.
Usually it's memory leak in Unity. Let's see. Hey, fix it. I don't see it.
What you not seeing?
The usual memory leak in the Unity GUI stuff.
Did you say gooey stuff?
Yeah.
Oh, geez, I'm afraid to ask. So, Irene, what you doing over there? I can see Nadia. She's reading something.
You know, I'm laying down with my eyes closed, listening to you guys complain and moan and talk about intellectualizing, I should say, all sorts of conversations. But I'm chilling.
I hear you. I hear you.
Hey, well, I don't know. It's been rather quiet so far, a little bit.
It has been a little bit more quiet than usual. No one's cussing anyone out or playing the block war or mute war or taking over the conversation.
Progress.
Hey, very exciting stuff. Well, just to get some kind of topic going or whatever, and try not to turn into a warmongering situation. Seawater, I haven't had a chance to really sit down and talk with you hardly. I see you in the room, but usually I'm busy, you know, dealing with whatever is going on. Tell me a little bit about your particular views, if you don't mind.
All right, sure away. What you want to know? I don't got anything on my mind. Where to start?
All right, I'll do my usual question. What's your theological position, political disposition?
My theological position is atheist, and political disposition, I don't think I have one.
I notice you got kind of a comedy thing going on. Have you tried going for being a comedian?
Yeah, the thought definitely has passed me by, but I believe that I wouldn't be able to handle the negative feedback that would inevitably come from being a comedian in any format. I mean, I'm pretty sure that any comedian can tell you that when they started off, even the biggest ones, when they started off, can tell you that I'm sure they had their slow nights when people would even boo and hiss at them to get off the stage and whatnot, and I feel I have a very weak constitution for that kind of thing.
You don't have stage fright, do you?
Oh, well, I don't think it would be quite... I don't know how good of an idea it would be to self-diagnose myself, but sure, I get my heartbeat goes crazy if I have to go on stage or be in front of people and do something in particular to give a performance in some kind of way. It's stressful.
Well, you got to have the right joke right off the bat. I think once people start laughing and everything to energize you, right? That's usually how it goes. To start off with something immature like a fart joke.
I'm not too sure would that be a good place. I don't know. Well, I suppose it doesn't. I mostly, I suppose, fall into the more go with the flow kind of thing. That, I mean, like right now, I feel like I'm being put on the spot, and that kind of puts me off the edge and kind of puts me into a nervous place, and you tend to be a lot less funny when you're nervous.
Oh, you're not funny anyway. Don't worry about it, darling.
Woo! That was rough. That was some Ric Flair shit right there.
No. You're probably right.
No, she was kidding. You're kidding.
Who am I kidding? I couldn't make a dead fish laugh. Which, I don't know what kind of accomplishment that'd be. I'd be losing my mind. But no, I seldom think that I'm funny.
Oh,
actually, I think you're actually a lot more funnier than I am, Brett.
Oh, shut. Why do you say that for? I'm afraid to ask. Because I can make this laugh.
My Little Pony pooped a brownie. That's why I think you're funny, Brett.
Because of the My Little Pony jokes?
No. It's more of the real. I don't know if do you call it random kind of humor? I don't know, but the kind of humor that makes very little sense and the outcome turns out to be very funny. That's the best way I think I can describe it.
Fair enough. Well, I'm going to give you an opportunity to relax and chill out and get your heart not beating so fast. I'll be back with some more questions. All right? Be right back.
Right. I'll be waiting right here.
I've got a question for you. Are you a reductive, revisionary, or eliminative materialist?
What? Illuminative.
Are you a reductive, revisionary, or eliminative materialist?
I don't know what those words mean.
Okay, reductive materialist says that all folk psychological notions reduced to brain states, and a revisionary materialist says that folk psychological notions may need some adjustment, but their like definitions or whatever, but still reduced to brain states. And then Illuminated materialists say that revising folk psychology needs to be ontologically radical. So the sort of taxonomy of folk psychological concepts is what needs to be changed altogether.
So the reluctant materialist meant that the psychological states everything could be reduced to a psychological state?
Materialism in general is that the matter has primacy over, say, mind, or whatever. The brain is basically what gives rise to the mind.
Yeah, I'll go with that.
Well, and there are varieties of materialists, right? That's what I started asking you, which variety.
Oh no,
Because
you started
I
talking
kind of already
about.
figured out you're a materialist.
I suppose not. And yeah, I think I am more closer to the materialist side. That everything that it's all material that actually exists. Nothing more, nothing less. That's it.
So when we talk about things like belief, desire, intent, and will, we're talking about ideas that really describe what's going on in the brain? Or do you think that they are, well, botched attempts at modeling what goes on in the brain?
Types of modeling in the brain?
Well, as models of what goes on in the brain.
Models.
Yeah.
I'm back, ladies and gentlemen.
All
right. Why do humans matter? Seawater, Nadia.
Oh, we were in the middle of a question.
Oh, no, not the questions. I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
Well, Nadia's thrown some terminology that I'm not all that familiar with. So I have to readjust myself so I can give a proper answer.
Nadia is a vast library of awesomeness and knowledge. Yes.
Well, that is true. It would be also very awesome, too, if I could understand half of it. Because I'm dumb like that. You said, Nadia, the models in the brain.
Models of the brain.
Of the brain.
Of, rather, phenomena in the brain or mental processes and things like that.
Oh, okay. I thought you meant the model as in the physical shape of the brain. The model is the half peanut shape of the brain.
No,
but
models like an idea. Tries to give us an idea of how to predict what the brain's doing.
Yeah, I'll go with that. Yeah.
All right, you guys ready for some goofy stuff, or you still got some more?
Well, I was going to ask if you thought ideas like belief, desire, intent, and will accurately represent what's going on in the brain, or whether a different kind of system of concepts to break down the phenomena into different categories and such is needed.
Belief, desire, and what was the other one?
Intent and will.
Well, obviously, those are some aspects, right?
Well, but are the ideas descriptive of the reality in the brain? Or are they, is a different map of the phenomena within the brain needed?
Well, that's an interesting question, because I wonder if the brain actually has an accurate representation of reality in the first place when it can't see the big picture. I got weird on you, didn't I, Nadia?
Yeah.
Oh,
Well,
I don't think so.
well, for instance, what does a drug addict intend to do? When then, on the one hand, they want to get off the drugs, but on the other hand, are compelled to keep doing the drugs by the addiction.
Well, that's just
Which thing do they actually intend?
both.
Well, wouldn't it depend on the moment in the day, though?
What?
Wouldn't it depend on the moment in the day of what they're wanting to do?
Well, both those answers kind of give you an idea of how the idea of intending it breaks down.
It also depends on the drug, though, too, right?
Doesn't really matter for this discussion, no.
Smoke weed every day.
What kind of drug are we talking about?
Yeah, it's important to know what the drug is.
I'm talking about intent, not really describing what really goes on in the brain.
What really goes on with what?
Nadia, you're going to have to guide us along to the specifics.
Oh, ethics?
Okay. Maybe it's too abstract. I don't know.
It is.
We're talking really heavy stuff here, Nadia. Some things can't be explained maybe all that easily. Maybe we need to delve deeper into the rabbit hole.
Yep, need more neuroscience. Okay. What were you going to ask, Brett?
Well, I was going to ask you, why do humans matter?
Because we have feelings.
We like our
Why would
coffee.
that matter?
What's that?
Why would that matter for?
Because, well, making people and things happy is good, and things hurting and being sad is bad.
I can work with that. What do you think, Glenn?
Hey, Nadia, we have Mac here. Could you broadcast it, maybe?
Yeah, sounds must be asleep.
All right, I got a good one for you there, Nadia. Let's see. Man, I hit it right on the tip of my tongue. All right. Is it objectively immoral for one to be a necrophiliac? Go ahead.
Scared of the neck? Or?
Necrophiliac.
Yes.
Yeah,
like Glenn said, it has something to do with the neck for sure.
No, he didn't say neck phobia. He said necrophilia.
Okay. I'm sorry.
To the extent that someone's damaging themselves, and I don't know if it's so much a question of immorality as a case of an illness.
What do you think turtlenecks were made for?
Yeah, you wouldn't say somebody with tuberculosis is immoral, so, or someone with I don't know.
See, we're talking about somebody.
Glenn, we're not talking about neckties, brother. We're talking about Alice Cooper, I Love the Dead kind of stuff.
Oh. So okay, that way. Okay.
Yeah. It's all good, Glenn.
I was like wondering, what the heck do turtle scarves have to do with this?
Turtleneck, yeah.
I don't know that it's so much condemn the necrophiliac themselves as say that there is a moral obligation to counteract their that being stop.
Hello, Mac.
What's up, Brett?
Have to fix your microphone, man. It sounds like the dude in Skyrim running through snow. All right. Nadia, do you believe that you are plugged into nature and can access it?
Do I believe I am blood what?
I'm having a little bit of hard time clicking that microphone. There's some kind of delay or whatever. Do you believe that you are plugged into nature and can access it?
Well, I'd say that we're parts of nature ourselves, kind of confronted with it all the time. But, I wouldn't describe it as being plugged in.
I'm sorry, Mac's over there pounding on his equipment. I can't understand you.
I said we're parts of nature, so I mean, we're surrounded by it. Everything basically is nature, but on the other hand, yeah, there's no plugging in process. No one's any more or less plugged in than anyone else.
When you hear quotes like from Carl Sagan stating that we are the universe experiencing the universe, is that a true statement or a false statement?
I'd say it's a poetic statement.
Thank you.
Literally false, but it's metaphorically true.
Yeah, my thoughts exactly.
Good answer.
Yeah.
High five, Nadia.
High five. He said Carl Sagan made a false statement.
She said literal false.
Well, why is it literally false for?
Because it's poetry.
Yeah, but aren't you part of the universe? You're part of nature, therefore you're experiencing it, right?
Yeah.
Only in a poetic sense, not a definitional sense.
Like, is it taken literally? So, for instance, to say the universe implies sort of totality of all that exists that we don't represent. We are a part of it, not the whole of it. There's another one where, of course, experience itself is, well, challenged rather strongly by neuroscience and, of course, eliminated materialists who pretty much debunked notions of unity of consciousness and thereby experience as commonly conceptualized.
Well,
so
what's more important, experiences or memories of experiences? Anyone want to?
Well, I just said, experience is commonly conceptualized as demonstrably not descriptive of what goes on in the brain.
Yeah.
Well, Glenn, you couldn't have the memory without the experience first, though, right? Unless it's an implanted memory.
Implanted, I like how you said that.
Yeah, that gives me sudden feelings of necrophilia myself.
That's rough.
Yeah, the eliminative.
So it's necrophilia.
The eliminative materialist argument against experience and such is not the only prong. The other prong was that we are not the totality of the universe, so we cannot be the universe in any genuine way.
So you feel like you can't experience a universe through parts. You'd have to see the whole picture. What you getting at?
No, we are not actually the universe because we're a small parts of it.
You're not parts of the universe?
No, we are not the universe because we're demonstrably only parts of it. Very small parts.
Makes sense to me.
Some larger than others.
I'm a bit.
Yeah, I'm sure larger than I was 3 years ago.
Yeah.
Universe. That the universe had a beginning. The universe.
Mac?
You're really muffled.
Yeah, we can't understand a word.
Yeah, Mac, you're gonna have to pound on it a little bit more. Something's wrong.
Or stop swallowing your mic.
Oh, no.
That's why.
Spit the mic out of your mouth and speak into it, not onto it.
The fact that we have a universe, and we know that the universe has to have a beginning, and we're byproducts of it. What made the universe?
Mac, your mic is still muffled as can be.
I mean, I heard you.
Okay,
I heard
okay.
you, but it's gonna muffle. But yeah, okay, you said that the universe had a beginning, so something had to cause it. Well, first of all, we don't know of anything in science that tells us that the universe had the beginning, right? That there is the beginning ex nihilo. We don't have anything like that. We only have evidence that the universe, or the things that we understand as the universe, were once something different, or once a condensed, point in existence, and it changed. It's basically changing the form. It's not creation ex nihilo, so it's not a beginning that requires a cause, really.
Yeah, there's also Clinton Smith's 1996 logical possibility of divine causation, where humans' notions of causation, for instance, regarding spatial, temporal, adjacency, or proximity, and temporal precedence and nomological relation are all violated by divine causation, and therefore, if a deity had something to do with the universe, it couldn't have acted as a cause for it.
I've never heard that one before. But you know what, Mac? I'm gonna be really nice to you, and I will grant you that the universe had a cause. Now, please, can you prove it to me that it was a god?
Well, the universe having a cause of itself.
Mac, you have to fix your microphone, man. It sounds like you're talking to Optimus Prime's butthole. It's rough.
Yeah, you can't. It doesn't really fix the problem. It doesn't fix the problem if you take it out of your mouth and shove it up your ass.
Now, that was pretty funny, Seawater. You could be a comedian.
Oh no, I'm too scared. But anyway, Mac.
I thought the Optus Prime quote was quite a good one as well. So you're pretty funny yourself there, Brett.
Yeah, Brett's the real star. But Mac, please, if it's at all possible, could you repeat that, but with a little more clarity?
Pray to God for clarity. Mac, do it.
Well, let's see the power of prayer.
See, I'm gonna pray to Thor. You guys can pray to, your god. I like see who wins.
Yeah, pray to Poseidon.
Nah, Thor is more cooler. He has a fucking hammer. Come on.
I'm going to pray to Stephen Hawkins. Sorry, did you say pray? I meant write a letter.
Mike, what the heck are you doing to the mic?
You're chipping at it? Mac? Mac.
Yeah.
Don't do it, Mac.
Put the knife down.
The mic. Step away from the mic.
I guess we'll come back to that then.
Yeah.
What were we? I wanted to. Yeah, Nadia.
That was a shame because he was just about to tell us why God exists.
Yeah, it's a shame. We could have been saved, right now.
We could have been turned to the faith, but no, his mic had to be disabled. Oh, you don't think I'm sniffing another conspiracy?
Is Lucifer around? Is he watching or something? Is that what it is?
Oh, that's what it is. It's the Lucifer. It's taking down our faith, right? It's taking down to hell.
Is that Australian accent?
But really, Nadia. Oh.
Yes?
Yeah. You mentioned the 3, or was it 3, versions of... Oh, wait, did you say materialist and then something, and then the 3 versions of materialism? And then you went into the models and the ideas of the mind. I wanted to ask you about the 2 things that you asked at the very beginning.
Okay.
What were they again?
Well, they're reductive and revisionary materialism.
Reductive and
revisionary.
Revisionary. Okay. And the reductive materialism was that everything everything that exists is only could be seen as a psychological state. Was that it?
No. Reductive materialism is that materialism in general, right? The mind being, to the extent it's acknowledged or whatever, is entirely derives from the brain or body or whatever. And the reductive sort of it is that the folk psychological notions, things like the self, experience, mind, belief, desire, intent, and will, and so on, are reducible. And you can translate them entirely to states and processes and phenomena within the brain.
Okay. When you say reduce, you mean that you don't... Well, you mean that we can not actually reduce them, but you mean that we can see them as nothing else except the processes in the brain.
Well, from a somewhat different angle, it's that those words, ideas, and so on describe things within the brain.
Mind if I ask you a question, Nadia? I'm going to have to put this down on my notepad. Ready?
Go ahead.
Is evolution predictable?
In some ways, yes. There are Hardy-Weinberg laws and whatnot that provide rather quantitative predictions for allele frequencies and distributions over time, and birth-death rates and whatnot. A fuller elaboration of how computer simulations of all this can go on is given in Sarah Pete Otto et al.'s mathematical modeling of evolution and ecology.
Okay. What conditions would you have to put a lizard under in order to make it evolve wings and feathers?
Well, for one, you'd have to wait a long time.
Time is money, Nadia.
Yeah. We got 65 million years.
Oof, that's rough.
Wait, who was that? Who got just removed from the call?
Probably somebody who's about to pull their pudge in Nadia's room. We got to get rid of those folks immediately.
That's not what he does. He plays pro-ISIS videos.
Idiot.
Pro-ISIS videos? Are we talking about basically a guy who supports beheadings and such?
Yeah.
Damn, Nadia, I thought I got winners in my room.
Well, he doesn't speak English. He can't even write it.
Well, she has an established chat room too. I mean, going on a lot too.
Okay. Here's Otto and Day's what is it? Biologist Guide to Mathematical Modeling in Evolution and Ecology. So, right there you can get your allele frequencies and birth and death and predator and predation processes.
Nadia, do you think that it would be better served for evolution if they changed some of the wording around?
Yeah, it's possible that just renaming things could, I don't know, quiet down some objections somewhere.
I'll give you an example of something that sounds really odd. You go look up the word selection. It clearly means decisive, to choose.
Sure.
What would be a better way to say it so it doesn't sound like something's guiding it?
Well,
how about luck? Like natural luckiness.
I think that might get you into some trouble too, though.
It's actually an innate problem that most colloquial language is, or almost all colloquial language, is loaded with teleology.
Maybe something like reduction. That's a bit too, yeah, I don't like that either. Selection's better. Yeah.
Or elimination.
Natural elimination.
But except elimination doesn't give you the sexual selection part.
Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't really describe
in the case of predator-prey cycles and whatnot. There actually are minds operating behind this. There are the minds of animals that are eating each other.
And it doesn't really describe the parts of the species that actually survive throughout the generations. If only.
Yeah, true. Yeah.
So.
You can't link it to consciousness either. Otherwise plants would evolve.
All right, I got an interesting question for you. Now, I notice a lot of individuals, they say that the reason why we have the abilities we do is because of our survival practices. Well, how is reaching up in a tree or running a certain distance, how does that account for the capacity of memories we're able to hold?
What? What? I didn't understand the question, Brett.
Well, they claim that one of the reasons why we have the big brains and the things that we're able to do logically is because of certain behaviors that we do in nature. How does that account for the memory capacity that we have?
Okay, well, if you want to do the same bird twice, you better remember her name.
If I want to do the same bird twice, that sounded kinky. What are you getting at?
Well, you know, if you forget your wife's name, you're not going to be married to her for long, yeah?
All right, do you think that a bird can actually remember 5 birds back?
5 birds back? Are we talking flight birds or the English slang word for bird?
I understand that there's some other creatures out there that do have memory capacity themselves, but what about birds?
Yeah, well, of course, mammals, and definitely lizards. Do lizards have memory? Well, short-term memories for sure.
And you know,
dogs have memory. I'm not sure where you're getting, what the point you're getting at, basically. Why you're saying why is a memory a good thing?
No, I'm not saying memories. I'm not putting it like that. I'm basically asking why the capacity. It seems like we didn't need this much, how shall I say, model of the brain, as Nadia likes to talk about, in order to survive.
No, I would disagree. I think early on you need to understand a 3D environment, and you need to understand intuitively the laws of motion. And that's the same for animals. That's the same for animals as well as humans. And that capacity alone far outstrips virtually all the other capacities that we can do. I mean,
hunting and social cooperation.
Yeah, social. Yeah, that side as well is very, very important. Yeah, emotional intelligence is very important. Yeah.
Okay, but what does hunting and doing these things have to do with the ability to create such things as, I don't know, an opera or that of a Mona Lisa? Why did our brains need to go that far just because we were trying to survive the next knockdown from hitting us over the head with a rock?
Oh, God. What was that?
I'll tell you what, you've got some very noisy toys. Go ahead.
Communications abilities related to, language, cooperation for hunting and other survival affairs, and of course, increasing the success of offspring as well.
And fire gave us better nutrition too from our meat.
Yeah.
We were able to absorb more nutrients from it too.
So if I were to consume tons and tons of meat, I should be expected to be able to paint the Mona Lisa.
No.
I think you would need to.
You'd have to practice painting the Mona Lisa before you could paint the Mona Lisa.
I think I could probably construct a good poop after consuming a whole bunch of meat, but I don't think I could do the Mona Lisa, folks.
There's another point about Glenn's point there about saving on nutrition. There's another point there, which is it also saves the energy of our body having to digest the food. So it's a double win situation, cooking. Not only do you make it easier to get the nutrition from the food, but also you save yourself the energy of having to get the meat into the position to get the energy from it, which is a huge saving in energy.
So you think that somehow this actually correlates with creating the capacity of our memories?
Well, it certainly allows for the brain to expand extremely quickly. I mean, that's the point, is that it reduces the overall impact. Same with tools, One thing tools does is allows us to, chop meat up and prepare it into smaller and smaller chunks to eat, which speeds up the digestive system and allows less energy to be used in digesting that meat.
All right.
So that's taking out the energy that the body would normally use for digestion, and allowing it then to be used elsewhere.
Chimpanzees, for instance, have something like a 90% kill versus escape ratio when they hunt something.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a big improvement over what other animals or other predators get.
Yeah.
All right. I'll have to look into it a little bit more on that. Yeah, I had thought of the whole imagination and creativity thing. I'm definitely going to have to look into that.
Oh, Brett, before you go any further, I would like to point out that Mark
I'm not going anywhere. I'm still here, Seawater. Don't get upset. What's up?
Oh,
okay. I'm relieved.
I was just wanting to point out that Mark has responded in the chat place thingy. He wrote.
Oh no.
No, he wrote down. if we know that the material world was made up of immaterial things, then it only can logically follow that and that's how we wrote it, the God of the Bible is the creator as well as the uncaused cause.
Right, shall I read it out? Oh, that's Mac.
Who wrote?
Mac.
Mac wrote that. He wrote in the...
If we know that the material world was made up of immaterial things, then it only can logically follow that the God of the Bible is the creator as well as the uncaused cause.
Didn't I just read that?
You did, but you stumbled over the
Simon, Simon has a sexy accent, you know, he's trying.
That is, yeah, that is true. Simon has a very sexy accent.
Hey, thank you very much.
Well, does anyone want to try to answer that?
Yeah, it doesn't. It doesn't logically follow.
He's made quite a few leaps there. It's like, okay, there's a cause, a material, therefore it's a being, which there is no justification for that. Therefore it's a God, an all-powerful being, which there is no logical argument for. And it's my own God, which again there is no logical argument for, that he has presented there. He makes just leaps and leaps and leaps of logic.
Pretty much, yeah.
Yep, I just destroy Christianity.
All right, I got an interesting hypothetical for you. The mailman brings you a box. You open it up, and there's a box inside of it with a button that says, if you push this button, you'll make everybody into an atheist. Would you do it?
Everybody into a what?
Everybody becomes an atheist on the point of you pushing that button.
Do I get paid for it?
Always got to be money involved for the atheist. I hear you.
I thought you were British, not Jewish, Simon.
Oh, you cheeky little cunts. Yeah, dude. I pressed the button in an instant. Like, boop, and that's it.
Do they get to be godless communists?
Just atheist. I guess you could brainwash them later.
Well, the Ayn Rand types are not so nice.
Ayn
And there are a lot of those of them.
Oh, you're talking about the person who was pretty much the person behind objectivism.
Yes.
All right.
So are you guys, you pretty much good with your final answer? Was that a serious one, or were we just being cute for the moment?
Oh, no, I think I would seriously press the button.
Yeah, I'd press the button anyway. But I at least want them to be godless communists instead of godless libertarians, objectivists, whatever.
Hey,
why does it matter what type of godless they are, just as long as they don't believe? Why does it matter?
Well, the real trouble is the right-wing cognitive frame. Religion is a very strong marker of what the problems are, but then once you take religion out of the picture, the sort of like economic policy is the big dominant marker. So
you come from this this concept, Nadia, that if everyone's an atheist, the world's going to be cotton candy?
no. How could you hear what I just said and say that?
I was like, what the fuck? Did you hear what she said?
No, I didn't hear completely what she said. Go ahead and repeat it.
I said the real problem is the right-wing cognitive frame. Religion is a strong marker. With religion out of the picture, the next strongest marker is fiscal, economic, whatever, social welfare policy. So it matters a lot who's whether they're right wing or left wing. which is really the whole issue anyway.
See, I would push the button myself too, but I would also push a button that would make every theist into a kind of Adam Pew theist, kind of similar to his views. I don't really care about religion.
Yeah, I'd push this more button.
I would seriously have a moral dilemma as to whether I should or shouldn't push the button.
Well, hang on. I found this a little bit unfair. Art got a second button. Nobody else did. What the fuck?
I missed that because I crashed. What second button did he get?
Oh yeah, I made up a new button that will turn everybody into a theist, like Adam Pew is, essentially.
Well, that's not fair. You can't just make up buttons and then you.
Well, he made the button in the first place. Come on.
Well, that's still not fair. All right, fine. I'll push a button that makes the world a paradise. Ew.
Somebody pooped themselves.
Oh, that was Digi, I think. Was it you, Digi?
Yeah, sorry, I was choking on my coffee over here. Sorry, I thought I was on mute, y'all. My bad.
So Simon, why would it be a moral dilemma for you to take away people's faith and hope immediately?
Because I don't feel it's anybody's right to impose their views necessarily on someone else other than the consensus of society. Well,
it looks like the other atheists would have to find a button just for you then.
That's one of the things about atheism. There's no, it's only describes one particular position and not a worldview. So I've rarely meet atheists that have the same view that I do.
Oh, geez. We've got an atheist here who's into diversity and people having their own thoughts. What is wrong with you, Simon?
I've got no idea. I think most atheists agree with me.
Wait, Brett. Okay, I'm kind of confused now, Brett. You think that by us agreeing to that, pressing that button, we are against people having diverse thoughts and ideas?
Well, you're basically turning people into what you value, which is obviously what you think you are. You don't have no concern about how they.
But I also modified the thought experiment, and I added to point out that I don't care about if you're a theist or a non-theist. I care about well-being. That's why I added a button where everybody becomes a sort of Adam Pew kind of theist, because I respect Adam Pew. Even though he's a Christian, I see no problem with his position. He's an awesome dude. He's intelligent, educated, and he's a theist. And I would be happy if everybody on the planet was a theist like him. So it's not about theism or atheism. It's just about having a better world. I mean, if you had a button that would make the world a much better place, would you not push it?
Well, I would object to the whole taking away people's faith and hope. But you say taking away faith like it's a bad thing, and then hope, on the other hand, well, best to give them real hope instead of a lie.
Oh yeah, I wanted to actually mention that as well. Yeah, just because you take away one type of hope doesn't mean they cannot have another type of hope.
All right, I got another one for you. You ready?
Knock them out.
Yeah, we're ready for anything.
We're on a roll. We're going to raise the stakes on the button a little bit. Instead of turning everybody into an atheist, anyone who is not an atheist, if you push the button, they go out of existence. They're not even a memory.
Oh, wow. Now there's some fine
it's like genocide.
I would never ask this question of forbidden fruit because then I'd find myself in non-existence. But go ahead.
Did you wait? Hang on. I want to clarify. Did we get the button from the same company that sent us the first button?
Yeah, same manufacturer. Bastard.
Yeah,
but the button, what it does is if you push this button, anybody that is not an atheist completely becomes non-existent, not even a memory of their birth.
Well, oh yeah, sure. Boop. They're done.
Yeah, fuck them.
Fuck them.
No. I mean, I had a moral problem pressing the first button. So this one, this is just like, what? Another button? Fuck off.
Another genocidal button.
Fuck me, no. My main issue with this religion thing is that it imposes views, it imposes a worldview and doesn't let you reason it yourself. You may reason to the same worldview, but it doesn't let you come to any other reasoned worldview. And so to do the same to theists, I feel would be wrong. To say to theists, you must be an atheist because I'm an atheist, is wrong, morally.
Over half the world wants to be dead, and largely on religious grounds. So, well, why not?
Simon, are you sure it's not for selfish reasons, though, that you wouldn't want to push the button? Like, for instance, who are you going to argue with then?
No, I can argue with myself. I've got no problem there.
All right, fair enough. Fair enough.
You're not going to meet many people more contrary than me.
All right, I asked this question a while back. Where do you go when you go to sleep? I'm not talking about the location.
I don't remember my dreams. I never have.
Okay, so you mean where does consciousness go in actual fact, not where do you go? Is that the better question?
Are you not your consciousness?
Not my entirety, no.
Okay, so where do you go then?
I have body parts and all that kind of thing, and they all remain exactly where they are. Well, for me, it's just a sleeping is a kind of a way of diverting energy to restoring the body function. So all that's really happening is the brain's essentially powering down a bit and decohering.
Going into a sleep state, like a CPI.
Yeah, exactly. Just a less, coherent state than consciousness, basically.
It's like closing the lid on your laptop.
Very good. It's like a sleep button. Oh, that's probably why they call it a sleep button.
All right. Would it be immoral or unethical for someone to make you permanently asleep when you're in the state?
Yeah.
Yeah, of course.
Why for?
Because they're imposing their will on you. Unless I ask them to put me in permanent sleep, do not put me in permanent sleep.
So if somebody doesn't give you permission or say that it's okay, then it would be immoral?
What would putting someone in eternal sleep? It would be immoral. It would be immoral for somebody to put somebody in permanent sleep.
Are we talking about death?
Or are we talking about like cryogenics? Kind of lost.
Well,
that I don't know. Are we talking about death, just sleeping, or cryo?
Well, there's a third option as a coma. This is kind of where it gets tricky. I've been in a coma, actually.
Oh my God! How did you get out of it?
I've been in a coma too.
Oh my God! You too?
Goodness gracious, Glenn, you gave up the ghost in that question. Oof.
Did you have a sexy beard when you woke up?
Actually, I was 5.
That's
It's a pretty bad one, though. I mean, but seriously, but getting back to the point, though, seriously, you could just be non-responsive for a while, I guess. I don't know. I don't think that was really a choice, but.
But the way I understood the question, would it be immoral for someone to forcibly put you in a coma, or forcibly put you in a state where you cannot wake up? I think that would be immoral because
I think it would be immoral. Or
what do we? So you guys don't support the idea of pulling the plug on individuals, then? I take it.
Oh no, I do. Depending on the medical reasons, that's a very subjective, case-by-case kind of thing. I can't make a broad statement and say in every case I agree to pull the plug on somebody, because it's all very relative to that person's situation and their medical condition and all that.
Yeah, I say pull a plug on everything. Pull a plug on my grandma, my grandpa, my toaster, my coffee machine. You know, all pull the plug on all of those.
No, not the coffee machine. Come on.
Not the
Oh
toaster.
Coffee. That's my second lover.
Anyone seen Red Dwarf?
Wait.
Don't plug on me. I've had enough.
After
Did I just hear, Glenn? Did you just say the coffee machine is a lover?
My second lover.
Oh, okay, it's all good then.
Toasty toaster. Anybody like a muffin?
McDonald's.
All right, here we go. If we are nothing but machines, then why is it that we can't simply be fixed upon death? Have you ever heard of the ghost in the machine?
Yeah, but we're not machines.
Well, we are described as biological machines. Just ask Doc.
Biological.
But biological. You can't just go buy spare parts at Radio Shack for biological. You know, for something that is, you know, like that. If you're fixing your computer, if it dies, I can fix that.
Nadia?
Themselves.
Say what, Nadia?
Themselves.
Blood cells.
I couldn't hear you. There's
Stem cells.
Stem cells.
That's kind of an oversimplification, Nadia.
Yep. Well, you know, maybe they'll hook me up with a stem cell vagina. I don't know.
You have money?
No, it's a pipe dream.
Then you're probably dead. Well, and anyway, Brett, I wanted to think if you have even if we would go with that and we would see ourselves as machines, if you break something to the point of beyond repair, you know, it would be a wild goose chase to try to fix that, wouldn't it?
Well, in a lot of different cases, unless the thing is completely obliterated, if it's just one organ or one part, I don't see why you'd completely lose the entire being.
Yeah, well, when someone has clinically died, that's pretty much it. That's pretty much crushed in. Yeah, that's
Sorry.
it. Yeah, that's what happened, and then that's it. There's no fixing after death, Bretty. Unfortunately.
Sorry, could I just bring up something just to try and move it on, Seawater, actually, because I think that's quite an interesting point in that, you know, in physics, you know, we're seeing shorter and shorter scale lengths. At some point, potentially, we may be able to see short enough distances to be able to map the brain completely. I mean, if we can map something, a substructure which is smaller than the brain, then potentially we can map all of the brain features. Do you understand?
Do you believe at some point in time we will have the ability to do great and fantastic repairs in the human body to get people back on track?
I mean, I can't see. You know, science has been speeding up in the last sort of, you know, 300, 400 years, and it's going at such a pace that it's hard not to see how we're not going to have some advancements. What those advances are, I really don't know. My real point is that in physics we are beginning to use higher and higher energies, and as such, getting to shorter and shorter scale lengths. And potentially, if we can see a scale length shorter than our reality is, or not, yeah, than our reality, then potentially we can map the brain and the human body in such finite detail that we would be able to, you know, even change it at the molecular level, which potentially means, you know, miracle cures and longer lives and things that we wouldn't even imagine now are possible.
Yeah, and I realize there's a lot of people that are convinced out there that the longer we let science go, the longer we let the medical field go, the more chances we're going to be able to fix a lot of really, really terrible things out there. And I agree. But the thing that I wonder is, if this is the case and we're all in agreement that if we let science flow, wouldn't it be a good idea to preserve some of these bodies, preserve these relatives and human beings that we loved, if at some point in time science would have the ability to repair the problems? Since we're nothing but chemicals.
Well, I mean, people already do that, don't they? They've been doing that since the 80s.
Yeah, and that all comes down to your personal choice.
And money. Lots
Yes.
and lots of money.
Lots of money.
Yeah, we're still living in a... Yeah, unfortunately, we're still living in a... Well, people in the U.S., I understood, were still living in a free market, so... Money makes the world go round.
And you've got to think that these people that are extremely wealthy are actively searching for ways to, solve those kind of problems, which would be, they've got limitless amounts of money. Why wouldn't they be thinking about their own mortality and their children's mortality and what kind of genes their children have got? And I mean, they don't just want to pass on a fortune to their children, surely.
Do you think that it's possible to do a brain transplant?
No, not in the next, 20 years or whatever. Probably a lot longer.
All right, how do you feel? Do you feel like it's an ethical issue to harvest body parts from a clone of yourself?
Nope.
Nah. Well, I'm assuming that if they do at some point make a clone, I'm guessing they're just making that clone basically not have. It's pretty much like an organ body closet that you can just plop an organ out of whenever you need. It's not going to be a person with feelings and emotions and personality. It's going to be pretty much.
They're going to clone your part. It's going to be a sack or something that they use to grow the parts in. But it's not going to be like an actual full person that, oh, well, I hurt myself. I need to kill this guy so I can take his lungs. I blew mine out smoking for 20 years. Let me kill the clone and take his lungs. I think it'd be more along the lines that they're going to grow your parts.
Yeah.
But not grow a person for you to harvest.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Oh, that makes a lot more sense. I went the next step ahead and said, oh yes, grow another person and just put that in.
Yeah, you've seen too many science fiction films, American science fiction films.
Oh, not like those good old British science fiction films, right? It was Stephen Fry and all that classic Hugh Hefner, all of them beautiful people, right?
Hefner.
Is there another English person in the room? Sorry. Is there anybody? Oh, I just heard a strange voice. Where are you from, Seawater?
I'm from Finland.
Ah, Finland. Cool.
Oh,
okay.
cool.
You sound really Mediterranean to my ears.
Meta what?
Mediterranean.
Metal what?
A really warm pond down south.
Okay, that's good. Well, anyway, any more all right. Brett's gonna be right back. He had really good questions and interesting discussions.
Yeah. I mean, again, I think the button one is a really good kind of teaser, really, because I do see some moral objections to pushing the button.
Okay, you get another. Yeah, you get another button in the mail from the same manufacturer, and this one says if you can give a hot dog to every starving Polish Chihuahua with cancer, would you push that button?
Yes.
Well, cancer sometimes makes it so they don't want to eat, right? Or no, that's chemotherapy, really. Sorry.
See? That's a real moral dilemma right there.
Yeah, and after you press the button, you turn the button around and it says, yeah, we will bill you for all the expenses that you caused by pressing the button.
Right,
Yeah.
your bill for 17 million hot dogs will be arriving shortly.
And that doesn't include delivery.
What
A
about,
charge of $5.95.
what about easier economic mobility?
Say again, Glenn.
If you had a button to push.
So, could you say that again, Glenn?
Easier economic mobility?
Yeah, I'd push that button any day.
Yeah.
Education is the one I'd push. If I had one button to push, I'd go. Everybody up to the age of 18 is educated.
Yep.
Well, if I had any button, I would push the button that would turn this world into a fucking paradise forever.
No,
Yeah, funny thing. Well, funny thing, God has that button.
Yeah, and he's not pressing that button until we pay back. Give a little bit of something in return.
Yeah,
All he's asking is for your soul.
And who was the bad guy again?
Yeah. Is it the guy who killed like 7 people in the Bible, or is it the guy who killed like humanity 2 times over?
Everybody but 7 people.
Oh yeah. Oh, actually, yeah, because the devil killed like 7 people, and God killed everybody but 7 people. 2 times over or something. Yes.
Yeah. I mean, I like. I've been through that. The script for. I'm just going to mute Brett there.
Oh, sorry. Let me mute.
Okay, cool. Thanks.
I'm back.
No worries. I really liked. I've read through the Gilgamesh epic, and that it really is a good, fun read. There's so much packed into it in terms of stories. It's just not well fleshed out like you'd expect a normal story to be. But when you read stuff into it, like you do with the Bible, it's just brilliant. I mean, there's so much in there about eternal life, about our relationship to nature, about, just loads of things between the sexes. And this is all like, 2100 BC plus, And
Wait,
it's
so you're
just
saying that the
as
Bible
human a
has-
story as you'll get today.
Oh, you're saying that the Bible has some value, like there's some wisdom in it?
Well, I'm saying that the stories are what's important.
Oh yeah, I agree, totally. Yeah.
It's the stories. There's another one you'll find on YouTube called Tales from the Papyri. Someone say that word for me. Papyri, which is like Egyptian folk tales, and they're really good as well because they're just kids' stories, admittedly, but they're interesting because they pose the moral dilemmas that people are thinking about.
Well, I'm pretty sure they're better than the Twilight movies.
One of them is. Unfortunately, they're not complete, so you have to, there's large chunks of each story is missing.
All right, you ready for another goofy question, guys?
Yes, please.
All right. This question was inspired by Star Trek Generations. Can a robot or an animal ever experience a joke?
What? I didn't catch that last one.
This question is inspired by Star Trek Generations. It's something that it's one of my favorite shows, by the way. But the question is, can a robot or an animal ever experience a joke?
Robot, maybe. Animal, probably not.
I don't know. Did you see hyenas? They look like they're laughing all the time.
Yeah,
at least they do in the Disney movies.
All right, definitely. I'm sure they go and check out Louis C.K. every Wednesday and Saturday night.
I would say animals, yes, in terms of some primates and maybe dogs as well and cats. They do have a habit of kittens do have a habit of practicing ambushing. And,
Actually, I think there is a documentation of chimpanzees understanding a joke or something.
I mean, I've heard about. I think it was a gorilla. No, I think Yeah, I think it might have been a gorilla that used to get up every morning and go and sit on a rock and look at a waterfall for about 15 minutes. Just sit there, watch the waterfall, and then go off and, you know, get some food and have a dump and whatnot. But every morning he'd get up and watch this waterfall.
Oh, was it watching the waterfall because he thought it was funny?
No, because he thought it was inspiring in some way, or amusing, or there was more of an understanding there than just going, that's part of the scenery. It's a recognition that a waterfall has some innate beauty.
I haven't seen that. I did see some YouTube videos where a gorilla had a favorite TV show, according to the lady that was babbling. And the gorilla seemed to know whenever the sad part was coming in the movie, and it would turn its back to the television because it didn't like that part.
Wow.
That was kind of odd.
Yeah.
Well, when you're talking about animals, they're some of the ones that are closest to us as far as everything. I mean, so it would, to me, that would make sense that monkeys would get TV and apes would get TV, and I mean, hell, they can learn sign language and communicate with you after a while.
Well, again, I think it's the response to the facial recognition, actually, on the TV that they're responding to.
Right on.
The particular scene in the movie that the gorilla was turning its head on was apparently a woman and a man were about to embrace each other, and then one of them was going to get on the train and leave forever. They'd never see each other again, and it appeared as though the gorilla did not like that. Appeared as though it did.
Hey guys, I found a quote here by some kind of researcher that apparently says that monkeys, chimpanzees understand jokes. They make jokes. So yeah, animals can make jokes and understand them. Evolution.
Yeah, I seen the scene in Planet of the Apes where one of the creatures threw some poop at a person and went. So I don't know.
Well, you didn't say a good joke. You said a joke.
Oh, I hear you. I actually thought it was pretty damn funny myself.
How many chimpanzees does it take to unscrew a light bulb?
Tell us.
They'll just fling shit at each other all day long.
Oh, right. 2 to fling shit at each other and 1 to unscrew the bulb. Okay.
I don't think either the third. I don't think the third one would even. The one would look at the other two flinging their shit and think, you know what, this light bulb ain't worth it, and just joins the shit flinging. That's my idea. That's my perception.
I think the
Oh, Simon, you just went freaky there.
Yeah, you did a Transformer thing.
No way, he sounded like Max Headroom.
Yeah. What'd you say, Simon?
Yeah, can you hear me?
It's gonna break it up a little bit.
Oh shit. My
Go ahead,
computer keeps crashing. Oh great. Okay, so I think the answer is about 2 monkeys and about 2 primates, I should say. And about 20 years.
Oh no, okay? Now you completely turn into Max Headroom.
Just to change the light bulb.
I think the example with joke from Brett was very interesting. So, but before one must define a joke, and so you have different kinds and levels of jokes. I mean, like children, they do not understand irony, and I guess if animals have a sense of humor, it would be if one define a joke as a surprise, something that surprises. So you have to first go down and see what a joke is. So with small children, we can at least say that surprises are funny. Unexpected things when they happen. Or?
Yes.
Well,
or a reversal of logic is also quite funny.
Yeah, but this is a level. This is a level that is very hard to see in animal or in an evolutionary perspective. But one could perhaps say that the surprise that one could perhaps explain evolutionary in the way that evolution appreciate novelty, something extraordinary, something not seen is attractive from an evolutionary perspective. So then you could perhaps say that this is at least the evolutionary explanation on when you talk about animals, but when you talk about irony, and you have so many aspects there. You have to, see what a joke is like laughing about oneself. Perhaps requires self-consciousness and so on. But I think animals appreciate. They can at least appreciate surprises. And surprises is, I don't know. Or is perhaps that's a wrong definition of joke? Is joke a surprise effect?
I think you're right. I think you're right. It's a good starting base. Surprise is one thing that kind of I think is universally human, and I would say the animals also practice it because, of course, that's one of the main evolutionary drives. Is to not be surprised by prey, and surprise, what you're hunting.
Hey Simon, could you maybe try and reconnect because it's really getting worse, dude.
Okay, thanks for that. I will.
Yeah.
Oh, it's an extreme good movie that takes up this topic. It's
Oh, Baldassar, sorry to interrupt you. Hold on a second. Oh, do we have someone with the mod rights? We just broadcast it.
I've done it.
Oh, okay. Could you give me the mod rights as well, Simon?
Oh yeah. Okay. How do I do that?
Go to the control room. Click on my name. There's gonna be an arrow next to my name, and select share controls or something. There we go. Awesome. Now you can try and reconnect me.
Okay. Is my mic all right now?
No, not really. No.
Okay.
It's the same. Hey, Adam.
Yo.
We were just talking about you, actually.
I'm sorry.
Don't be.
What were you talking about?
Well, Brett brought up the, if you had a button that would, make every human on Earth a atheist, would you push it? I said, yeah, I would, but I would also push a button that would make every human being a theist, including myself, like Adam Pugh.
Wow.
Yep.
That's really a compliment. Thank you.
You're welcome. Like I said, hey. Yeah, I have no problem with you, dude. I wish everybody was like you. Hold on a second, I cannot broadcast. The fuck? Hey, Adam, do you have the broadcast option?
No.
Okay, Ermin, are you there? I see you have one, right?
It needs to be broadcast.
Simon does. Even though I have the mod rights myself, but I cannot be able to broadcast for some reason.
Thank you.
No problem. I'm gonna give you the mod rights, Simon.
My computer's playing up at the moment, so don't bother with mod rights. Let's just try
Too late.
see if it doesn't crash without.
Well, it's actually fine now. You sound okay now.
Cool.
And for some reason, I cannot share my mod rights.
I'm on Linux and it's a bit pants.
Oh yeah, Linux.
Well, I should say, it's probably not it that's pants. It's me using it that's pants.
Yeah, I think my mod rights are kind of fucked up because I cannot even give mod rights to anybody else for some reason.
No.
And I'm missing a few options. I don't mind. Fuck this. Okay. Hey, did you notice that BrettKeane left after you gave me the mod rights?
Really?
Yeah. He actually saved me a lot of time. Saved me a few clicks.
That's a shame. He had some interesting questions.
Yeah.
I quite enjoyed thinking about those.
I wouldn't have actually kicked him, but he doesn't like it when Nadia goes to sleep because he thinks the demons start to crawl out of the woodwork when Nadia's asleep.
Well, yeah. Don't know. I mean, she's given me mod rights for ages, but I've never kicked anyone out.
Right. I only kicked Brett from our room. Holy shit. Hey, Simon, can you broadcast someone? Damn it, you don't have...
No, I can't.
Armin, would you be so kind and broadcast new people because for some reason I cannot?
Yeah, I just better give it to someone else because
Yeah, give it to Simon.
I'm gonna leave in 15 minutes.
I'm having encouragement. I'm gonna be here. Thank you.
Alright, that should do it.
Yeah, I'm not sure yeah, never mind, we'll see what happens.
Adam left?
Yeah, he left for some reason.
Nadia is staring. You should ask her to put mod controls across. I don't even know if you guys can hear me.
Yeah, I can
Very
hear
quiet.
Oh, okay, cool. I was wondering because you said broadcasting issues, so.
Yeah, well, I have a broadcasting issue. I cannot broadcast people even though I have mod rights for some fucking reason.
Strange. Well, Nadia was staring a second ago. Was she not able to put any more? I don't know how Google Hangout works, so.
Oh, never mind. It was a lag. I have the option right now. It apparently takes some time for the server to recognize it and pass it to me or something. Who knows?
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm really sad. I missed all of Brett's questions. I had one for him as well.
They were really good.
Yeah, me too.
Go on, I'll pretend to be Brett then. Ask me the question.
Oh, you see, you're gonna struggle with it because like it's obviously a theological question. So here you go. Here you go. Here's this one. If you could press a button that would give everyone on Earth a Dalmascan, I hope I pronounced that correctly, a Dalmascan experience. So an actual. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Except yourself. Would you press it? You can give everyone else on Earth this experience except yourself.
And that's pre-assuming that everything to do with that experience is true.
Yeah, of course, given the premises.
Okay. God, fuck, would I do that? Someone else answer first. I'm gonna have to think about it.
Yes.
I'm not sure, because if I was really as an atheist, I'd probably push it, but I'm not sure I would as a theologian or a theist, because to do that would be to take away free will, in my eyes, as a theist.
Which then brings about the interesting question of Hermine. Why would you press the button?
Because there's two experiences I give to everybody. One is God, right? Something irrefutable that you know God exists, that evidence that everyone is that seeks. And the other, not that. Like, let's say you couldn't do that, then I'd want to give everybody an experience of what it is, like love, like true love. Like, those are two great experiences. So yes, without a doubt, we're not asking that the people don't, like, they could choose to follow God, or they could choose to, you know, have love, whatever, after that, but I'd want everyone to have that experience.
Fair
I would
enough.
say
I can appreciate that. Sorry.
I would say color, to experience a color is not different from experiencing God.
What, come?
To experience a color, like blue, the experience part of it, not the physical, chemical part of it, but the experience part of it. If you understand that.
I don't, Balthazar.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's God can also be a religious experience can also be seen as a qualia.
I see. Yeah. Okay.
So, because if you say, shall we, when you ask experience, I mean, experience has a other level than logic. Totally other level. You know this famous example of a woman studying what the color red is, and she knows all the physicality behind it and how the brain reacts, but have never seen the color. It's two totally different.
Oh, Simon, you're really low. Simon, you're quiet. I heard you speak something, but really, really quiet.
Beg your pardon. I was just setting up something.
Oh, okay. Sorry, Bolt, go ahead.
Yeah.
I think when you negate free will, it's already a problem.
Who's negating free will?
When you eliminate the choice, you are forcing choice onto them. You're not even giving them the choice.
Well, it's that you're not allowing them to choose. I think that's the real issue. You know, you can certainly say that people can have this experience and suppress or profess, but even that is forcing the choice. No?
Well, it's something
Right
I
on the money.
fundamentally disagree with you, but.
But Simon, would you say that Christians, I mean, in general, they are suppressing truth, or they are suppressing the longing for truth?
No, I wouldn't say that. I would say it's for me, okay, it's as reasonable, okay, when not knowing an answer, to say I don't know, and therefore I won't judge either way. That's just as valid. So when you're talking about certainty, when you declare that you don't know, you're kind of really stating the opposite position, and that's, I think, the issue with God. is that just to say you don't know is almost a declaration of saying that you don't believe. And in science we see a distinction between that, but I'm not sure there is one when it comes to absolute certainties. So I think that's the reason people choose God, is because it's the only way to choose an absolute certainty.
Yeah, I think that's one big reason for many Christians. I mean, certainty, nothing makes life easier than certainty or a mission or something like that.
Well, when the whole precept thing sort of like got to its middle ground, as it was rightly pointed out, isn't certainty a bit of a red herring in that respect? I mean, I could say that I am absolutely certain that the sky is red. It has absolutely no bearing on the truth.
Yeah.
So
And religion is a belief. I mean, we are believers, not knowers or certainists or what. It's always been a belief, and nothing's going to change that.
Yeah, I would agree, but it's a belief based on the desire for certainty, is it not?
Perhaps. I would say that is. I would say truth instead of certainty, but
yeah, we might be misdefining, or I might have a different definition of truth, which isn't necessarily certainty. So,
but I think very many believers are more concerned about certainty than truth. I would agree.
Yeah. I mean, as an atheist, and having never believed in the proposition of God, I find it the only thing that makes any sense to me is that could only really be it at heart.
Yeah. But I think the same.
Other than the bonuses like consolation and certainty of and everlasting life and that kind of thing.
But I think the same is the case with atheists. They also long for certainty. I mean, to navigate when you live and so on. It's.
No, I would disagree. I've come to an acceptance of not having certainty, which I'm perfectly happy with.
Yeah.
I don't look for certainty in virtually anything,
I
including
think so.
my relationship with other humans. And that's the point. As an atheist, I don't look for those kind of certainties in my relationships with other humans. I don't put that kind of pressure on my partners.
well, for me, it's sort of the same way as I've gone through, especially as like these arguments, like a continual conversation. For me, certainty is almost an irrelevancy. Like, it matters not how certain I am of something. That's merely a measurement of my confidence, which has no bearing on the ontological reality. So certainty is not a requirement for my continued existence, nor is it something I necessarily need. But it is useful.
But
as
don't
a concept,
you think?
You mean?
What about the certainty that religion has a bad impact on society in general?
It's not a certainty. It's not a certainty, Balthazar. It's just a belief. Yeah.
No, but I think many atheists see this as a certainty because, I don't know how they come from science to this this point, but
they have evidence, and they put forward reason and evidence. They put forward reason. They put forward reason and evidence to support that view, which is why they come to the conclusion. It's still a belief, because in an atheist worldview, certainty can only exist in particular forms, and those forms have to have axioms which underline the basis in order to make them certain.
But I don't see the I don't see the scientific evidence for it. It's like Christians goes
it's not
against
science.
evolution.
It's not scientific evidence. It's historical evidence.
Yeah, the same, even more historical evidence. I would say it goes the other direction. I mean, the Western society and Europe and so on. I think we have, yeah, we are a pretty good society, good moral foundation, mostly. And I think Christianity has a major part in that.
Well, yeah, but any religion would have done the same.
No, not the pagan religion.
Say again?
Not the pagan religion.
Yes,
or
the pagan religion would have done it.
You really think so?
Yep.
So
mainly because science is about the scientific method, which is about not assuming God before you start the experiment or the mental conceptions that lead you to your conclusions.
Yeah, but that's the point, Simon, where I don't see any objectivity in what you're saying, and I'm really baffled. Like when I hear Christians.
I said it very clearly. I mean,
so you think
method
religions would inform the same moral that a Christian or the Jewish religion? You really think?
Well, you're now changing the subject. I mean, we were talking about science, and I think science is independent of religions to the point that the scientific method doesn't presuppose God.
Yeah, I agree with you on that point.
Right.
But I don't see.
That's the only point I was making.
Evidence.
I mean, it could be any religion. It could be any religion, and in fact, Islam got to science before Christianity.
So you don't think that a religion shapes the way culture thinks and their things and their moral?
Yes, it does. And in terms of Christianity in Europe, it's generally been to suppress science rather than profess science.
No, we are not talking about science. No.
Oh, sorry. You're talking about what then? Morals?
Yes, I thought I heard you said when I said, would a pagan religion give the same result? And you were saying yes, eventually yes.
No, I was talking science. I was talking about science when I said any religion, because my point being is that science is divorced from religion in the modern context. So I don't know what. If you want to now change that to mean, if you meant that I meant morals when I was talking about that, I didn't mean morals.
But the Greek science didn't get us very far. I mean,
I would argue that it got us to mathematical proof, which was a huge step forward in humanity.
Yeah, that's true. But on other parts, it hindered or was a big.
I mean, the culture, because they believed in gods, and gods don't go well with science. Aristotle still had a belief in the afterlife and the soul and all of these things, which are just metaphysical nonsense as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, but the problem is that historically it's just the opposite. God went in Christianity went perfectly good with science until some crazy young Earth creationists. If you pay attention to them, of course you can.
Then if a religion did the same thing before Christianity, then we couldn't say Christianity is the best at doing it.
Yeah, but you can compare with. You should read Needham. He's an atheist. He has studied this for at least 20 years. He's also written enormously much about the Chinese society and technological inventions and their impact on structure and culture. And he came to the conclusion, because he couldn't see why China, that was more technically advanced than Europe most of the time.
Just because he couldn't see it doesn't mean it's not there. I know perfectly well why China didn't progress into an industrial revolution.
It's not about what has industrial revolution to do with science. They were more technically. They had some
everything, absolutely everything.
Are you really defining suddenly science as industrial revolution?
No, I'm saying science led to the industrial revolution. It was working out
I would not
exactly.
say that.
It was working out exactly how steam engines.
Technology and capitalism, or at least technology, led to the industrial revolution.
I'll make my point quite simply, right? It was the mathematics of working out how a steam engine works that led to the industrial revolution. We could have had steam engines. We could have had steam engines without the industrial revolution, but it was the science.
I don't understand how you see the connection between science.
It was the science behind steam engines that led.
It
was the science, Balthazar. It was the science behind steam engines that led to the improvement of the steam engine to make the industrial revolution possible.
Yeah, but then you don't understand the whole argument, because the argument of Needham and many more is that China had a much more developed technology than Europe most time in history.
But he doesn't understand what he doesn't understand. I believe I don't even know what he does understand. But if the argument is that China could have got to the Industrial Revolution earlier, then that's true. But the reason it didn't is because their particular form of mathematics doesn't allow very easy workings out of things like the steam engine and friction and lots of other Boyle's law, etc., pressure differences and how pressure works. Okay, you need complicated mathematics to do that. And to work it out in practice, to actually how strong you have to make a boiler in practice, okay, you need very complex mathematics. And the Chinese simply did not have the ability to do very complex mathematics.
I really don't see any relationship to modern science with the steam engine.
You don't
steam
see a relationship.
Technology, like
you don't see a relationship between mathematics and the advancement of science.
Yes.
When you look into the history of mathematics, the way technology is advanced, all of the equations generally speaking, all of the equations that get used, okay, in those advancements for science have been discovered sometime previous in mathematics.
I don't know the history of the steam engine, but I'm pretty sure that the inventor of the I don't know the English words for this mechanism. I'm pretty sure he was not a mathematician. I think he was an inventor like all other inventors, and he didn't need any mathematics to come to his invention.
You're missing the point, which is you can invent a steam engine, okay, but until you know the mathematics of how a steam engine works, okay, you cannot improve it, and you cannot make it on bigger and bigger scales and industrialize it.
I don't think you're right with that. I think you can experiment.
Well, okay, now think about it. Okay, high pressure boilers, okay, are very, very dangerous. The reason they're dangerous is because the forces contained within the boiler get to incredible pressures, which means you need to know how strong to make your boiler. How thick should the metal be for your boiler? Okay?
Yeah, but
if you're going to go to high pressure steam, okay, low pressure steam, like the Morecambe engine that was used in Cornwall, one of the first, okay, that's fine. That uses the pressure of condensing air, okay, to work. That's a different system to the high pressure steam engine that you get in Watt and later on. So the industrialization needs the mathematics. It can't progress in any way without the complex mathematics.
Yeah, but I mean, the Chinese also have the mathematics.
But they didn't have the number system to be able to work out exactly how thick their metal should be. They could never industrialize. They could never get to industrialization because they couldn't do the mathematics required to get there.
So you think the industrialization is a product of mathematics, really?
virtually everything in Western civilization comes down to the advancements made within mathematics. All the philosophical advancements come from some kind of mathematical insight.
I think in fairness to
For the first
Balthazar,
100 years after the birth, after BC.
I think in fairness, Simon, like there is a sort of like I would agree, you know what, I would agree with you because I think I'm a mathematician at heart, but there is a sort of like a stepping process. So we start off with the base numbers, like the theory. We start off with the theoretical numbers behind whatever system, even if it's just a rough gauge in our head. Like say we're building a ladder and we look up at the top of the house and we go, oh, it's about, I don't know, 20 feet tall. And we build a ladder that's 20 feet tall and realize that we can't actually get the ladder to stand up properly because we need the angle and such. So at which point we learn basic trigonometry. So I think there is the stepping process. Like I think we have to obviously, well, it's the way science works, isn't it? We come up with a theory and we test it. Either it works or it doesn't, and if it doesn't, we refine.
Yeah, that's okay when you're modeling, trigonometry, but when you get to modeling, gas pressure systems, high pressure systems, the mathematics becomes a lot more complex.
I've been working. Me and my friend are currently building a steam engine car, and I've been getting to work with the pressures behind boiler systems, and they're really fun and dangerous.
Yeah, and the mathematics is very complex, and you can't just come up with this stuff and go, right. But the point being is that not only do you need the mathematical theory behind how the system works, okay, and the steam engine was a huge driver for mathematics to be able to describe this, but having then described it, then the Industrial Revolution could go ahead, because once we had that model, we could then make improvements and know that those improvements were genuine and that they would work and that it would be relatively safe. So without that, you're not going to get Industrial Revolution. You're just going to get, if you every time you built a boiler, there was a 50% chance it was going to blow up every time you switched it on. You're not going to have any kind of Industrial Revolution. And the steam engine was invented, in whatever, 200 AD or 200 BC or something. But they didn't have the mathematics to do anything with it.
But that was long after a great Christian scientist had laid out a lot of mathematics. But I think you are changing the topic.
The argument that just because someone's Christian, everybody was Christian. Everybody had to be religious. If you weren't, you would be hung.
I don't. I don't use this kind of simple arguments. You are using the simple arguments. My argument was that. My argument was that the religion has impact on all levels on society, moral, political, perhaps also science. It's not that clear, of course. That was the argument.
Okay. Yeah, no, I mean, if we go back to the origins of religion, then I grant you that there's a use for it within society. But, we didn't have law books back then or anything like that. We didn't have a common understanding of a social contract or anything like this.
Yeah, but how I understand it, I took it from, you take it for granted that without Christianity without Christianity we would evolve the same way, and the only way we can find out or make some kind of statement or get some knowledge of this is to compare with non-Christian cultures.
Right. So when we do that, Balthazar, and when we do that, and we compare it to, say, a Muslim culture, well, they came up with a scientific method first. They had very high morals at that time.
Yeah, and it was a result of religion.
Whatever, it beats Christianity. So why are you not a Muslim?
At a certain time, by far, and in medicine and Christianity have been in medicine, Christianity have been very unproductive.
So
terrible.
Why aren't you in mathematics and astrology and astronomy and you know, a whole raft of areas. So why aren't you a Muslim? Because that would prove then to you that this religion
No,
is
it doesn't prove
clearer
anything.
and
It doesn't
better
prove
than
anything.
Christianity.
It doesn't prove if Christianity is true.
So what's your point about Christianity? You
because
still
we started
you
out
dodge
with-
it. First you say,
No,
oh
you are
yeah,
dodging.
Christianity without science, not a chance. And I'm saying no. Science without Christianity would have come through it regardless of the religion.
No,
Okay,
you
now
first
you're saying,
said
then you're saying that I'm making some moral claim, which I say I don't.
Yeah, we didn't
Alright?
talk about
And I'm saying,
science.
well, all of that is present 300 years, 400 years before the Christians got there. So why doesn't that
Originally,
prove
we
that's a
didn't
better
talk
religion?
about science.
So why doesn't that prove that's a better religion?
We didn't talk about science. Originally, you took
No,
it
we
this
did.
direction.
No, we did. My point was always about science. It was never about morality.
I thought you that was what we was discussing because it
I don't know
started
why
with
you've
that
several times. I said it was wrong first of all, and that if you want to talk about morality, we can. But you keep making the same claim that Christianity and science go hand in hand.
No, you took it to science. I was only making
No,
the claim
you keep
that
making the claim. You've made it 3 times.
Christianity, the religion have informed the moral and how we think morally in the Western world. That was my claim. And you said historically it started with I said you cannot Christianity have had big positive impulses.
It's
on
not
society.
a science claim. I
And
said
then
it's not
you-
a science
and you
claim. It's
said
a historical claim.
Yeah, and then you said history shows different, and then I'm strongly opposed to that, and I pointed out there. I think it's I don't. You are suppressing truth. Actually, I mean, because if you have this view, I mean. I think I cannot see this, and then I went into
I'm pointing
pagan.
out, I pointed out several places where I believe it to be true. Okay, if you're saying morally, you know, then I'm saying no. We'll keep going back to science, because Christianity has burnt people for holding scientific views. Now, whether you think that isn't a good choice, it's a fact that it's happened. And that
Yeah,
isn't a moral thing. So to claim moral superiority for Christianity, I think is
the
false.
reason why they, I will not defend it, of course, in any matter. But the main reason, and it was terrible, the main reason why they burned people was superstition, and this superstition also existed inside the church. You know, in Norway, we burned a lot of witches, and it was like let's say.
I'm not talking about burning witches. I'm talking about burning scientists or people that hold enlightened views and are trying to extend the knowledge of humanity.
Yeah,
I'm not talking about
but,
witches. I'm not talking about a couple of people that are throwing a cat around.
You always put out this very minor example in history. You know,
it's not minor.
Spinoza
It's repeated. It's repeated
they also
for 300 years. 300 years it gets
they
repeated.
also burned
anybody that sticks their head above the parapet with new knowledge that contradicts the Christian doctrine gets shot at. Most often killed. Anybody. So to say that it's some minimal thing and it's only a few people, no, they were cherry picking the very best.
That's if your understanding of history is built on one fact, and that is that every scientist got burned in Europe. Well, I don't know.
What
the
don't
most
you know?
people
I mean,
who
I'm
got
just saying
burned
it happens.
were
It
not
happens.
scientists; they were Christians. Like it was Christians that mostly got burned.
And every time they put their head above the parapet with a new scientific knowledge.
Yeah, but no, you are derailing this. I didn't want to discuss. I didn't want to discuss if it was right or wrong to burn scientists.
I haven't finished. Stop interrupting me. Or not just with any kind of scientific knowledge, but even any enlightened view on the actual religion itself, they were also burnt. We're not just talking about immoral acts towards scientists. We're talking about immoral acts towards people that had enlightened views of humanity. Right? The very people that you now follow were also persecuted by the institution that persecuted the scientists that I'm talking about. So it's not a question of just against science. No, I'm talking about morally. It's wrong to do this to people.
Yeah, of course it is. But
okay, so we agree then that Christianity was immoral in its actions towards people who had enlightened views.
Yeah, of course.
Right, but that's my point. Moral or scientific, any view which contradicted the doctrine was severely suppressed and severely punished those particular people that held that view. Martin Luther included.
Yeah, Martin Luther, he was talking very. He was a lunatic on that area.
But he was talking morals though. He wasn't talking science.
No, he was using the Bible as a science book to go against Galileo.
But he was talking about morals. He wasn't a scientist.
No, of course not.
Right. So it's nothing to do with science. You keep bringing science into this, Balthazar.
No, you started it with science, but we can drop it.
No, you started it with science.
No, you said it. You have the opinion that Christianity in history. Yeah, but I think
I personally think religion generally has been pretty bad for science, and that gives me a lot of concern because it seems to me that our morality is somehow linked with our ability to provide for ourselves and interact socially, and that's immensely helped by science.
Yeah, but this is also...
Do you understand that point, though? Do you understand?
The thing with Galileo...
The problem is, if we suppress science, we suppress our own morality.
I wouldn't entirely agree with that, I don't think.
Yeah, it's an extreme view, I grant.
For me, I'd say
to it somehow.
Fair enough. Well, I would say that science is purely observation, like the idea of observation and repeated observation, and obviously creating those observations for yourself. I don't think morals really come into it. But I would say the same about. I'd have to disagree with you as well, Balthazar. I'd have to say that religious text has provided no moral framework. There's no. I don't see any moral truths within religious text.
Yeah.
And
that,
sorry.
Yes, and that was actually what I was talking about. I didn't want to go into a discussion if Galileo or Spinoza or if it was right to burn them. And of course, Christianity have been at least some representative of Christianity have been very suppressing. But when you take Galileo, he got house arrest. His daughter had to do the prayer for him, so he could let his daughter. He had to do all this hundreds of Maria or this these prayers, and he was able to communicate with the greatest scientist at that time. Hobbes visited him at his village, so it's. Of course it's wrong, but it's...
Yeah, but it's not only wrong then, it's doubly wrong because somebody else was punished for a crime which was never committed, but also there were students of Galileo's who were burnt for professing the view in public. You've got to remember, Galileo was never allowed to profess his view in public, ever.
2 years after he got house arrest, his work was published by another scientist, so it was published.
He was never allowed in any land that was dominated, or any Catholic land, to profess his views publicly.
I'm just saying this to
Protestant
bring some kind of
in Protestant Europe, people were talking about his work, but they didn't get it for some 3-4 years after, and even then it was smuggled at great risk. They suppressed Galileo. I mean, no doubt. Just because they didn't fucking kill him like they did everybody else doesn't mean it's still not immoral.
No, I don't say that. I just I didn't want to talk about this, but one can be a little bit more reflect. It's not that black and white, and if you look upon history so black and white, I think it's a myth construction that is. Well, if you are interested in history, you should be very careful.
You're not addressing the point that these acts are immoral. You're just going, oh, but Christianity, it's just a few acts, and Christianity is moral. No, that's not the case. It's not a few acts. It's lots of acts, even against people nothing to do with science. Anybody that had any view which went against the dogma was persecuted harshly and immorally in every case. This is not some whim thing that we're making up, all right? If the church didn't own it, okay, they would suppress it.
I think it was...
Yeah, they supported serfdom. They supported serfdom for 1,000 years.
Yeah. But actually, Urban...
what is moral about? What at all is moral about this book?
He encouraged Galileo to publish his work. And when he published...
just not in anywhere controlled by the Catholic Church. Otherwise, they would have burnt him.
Yeah. But I mean, this is... it was more... what was brought up from Alex, that was... I was opposed to this view of Christian morals.
We've just been around the reasons why it's against science and it was against morals in Europe during this period.
Yeah. But the thing is that we started out with an interesting thing. We were talking about certainty, and my point was, I know you are different, but of course belief gives, everyone wants certainty. It's very, very fruitful, or very, it's easier to live, of course, with certainty. And the certainty that I think many atheists holds, and they are just not scientific, I mean, then in a historical sense, is that religion had a bad impact on Western culture. I think it's outrageous wrong, just like when a Christian talks about the 6,000 years old.
Yeah, well, you're
earth.
just saying everything again now, Balthazar.
Yeah.
Sorry, Dave.
Yes, I'm going back to where we started.
We've just been around that conversation and got to the point where we're going, okay, so I've shown you some evidence, you deny that evidence. I think it's quite clear that immoral... Hang on. I think it's quite clear that immoral acts went on in Europe, and that the church did indeed suppress enlightenment in all its forms, not just the scientific forms, which I care mostly about, admittedly, but also morally there's some suppression as well. That's undeniable, and I don't see why you can't see that. Okay, just the history of the Bible, just the history of the Bible alone tells you that.
No, yeah, but you can likewise you can go back to.
Well, what's the point you're making then? That it didn't hinder it? I'm saying it did hinder it.
I didn't. You took this way of talking about science. I didn't want to talk about science.
Why atheists believe this. I gave you some of the reasons. You asked me why do some atheists believe that the church has hindered moral and scientific progress.
No,
I
not
said, I believe-
scientific. I didn't say anything.
I said that it has hindered scientific process. Any religion, any religion could have been used, and still science would have flourished. Okay. The second point I made is morally. When we started talking about morally, that it's also retarded the Enlightenment in some ways. Okay, and not just the enlightenment of science, although that's most important to me and reason, but also also Christian theology was retarded by Christian dogma. Okay,
But,
that's
okay,
clear.
I
That's a
misheard you.
clear history in Europe. That's as clear as you want it to be.
I was not talking about science. I just
we
made
had
the point.
we had a 30-year war based on morals within Catholic division.
Based on Catholicism and Protestantism, you mean?
Okay, so what's moral about that?
No, that was a real nasty thing, and it overshadows
Right. Okay,
any crusades.
so that's hindering moral advance. Having a war for 30 years. Is
But
hindering
have you
moral
read
advance.
Weber?
That's
Have
the
you
argument
read?
that we're making, that Christianity in Europe hindered advance, full stop, not just science, but also moral.
I would say the Protestantism is a success story for the development of at least let's say Northern Europe and America. So it had huge impact. The Reformation.
Yeah, but was it suppressed by the same people that suppressed Galileo? Answer, yes. Answer, yes, it was. People were burnt at the stake. People were burnt at the stake. People were burnt at the stake for being Protestants.
Why talk about this? I mean, they went to war against this.
Because it holds up the moral progress. Dude,
wait, Simon,
that's what we're talking about.
Sometimes you need. Sometimes wars also lead to moral progress. It's terrible, but
you're saying immorality leads to morality.
Oh.
Yeah, hang on, Simon. I was going to say, how can you? Hang on a second. Hang on. How can? This is what I was going to say. How are you determining that the progress has been halted by this? Because in some respects, immorality is required to progress onto morality. You need the contrast. Continue.
Yeah, it is in fact the case that often moral advances are spurred by travesties, by terrible events. I think the widespread second half of the 20th century strong reaction against certain immoral ideas and concepts was definitely accelerated by the existence of the Holocaust, and so it is in fact the case that advancement often comes as a result of some extreme immoral act.
Well, it's happening continuously. I mean, you don't have to go as far back as the Holocaust. I mean, granted, like I realize it's nowhere near the extreme, but take a look at the response to Russia in last year's Winter Olympics, or the year before's Winter Olympics. So massive issues with gay rights and gays participating in the Winter Olympics, and the entire globe, or at least the first world portion of it, responded. Because we have the ability to communicate our responses now. But you had huge groups boycotting Russian products, and groups of people selling their tickets, their vacation tickets, because of it. We respond now, especially like in periods, because we all have access to the information. So I would say that you can't really say that moral progress has been hindered, because it may be the case that we required the Holocaust or the Russians denying gays or whatever for certain individuals or groups of individuals to recognize the immorality behind it, or the immorality behind certain viewpoints. So you can't really always say that it's been retarded in that sense.
No, I didn't say always. I just
fair enough.
I said there are examples during this period where the Catholic Church not only suppressed science but also suppressed the morality of the people that were trying to advance Christian theology.
And what's an example?
Tyndale.
Okay.
But Simon, I mean, this is pretty obvious that Christianity, Catholicism, Protestantism.
So it should be fairly obvious to you then why some atheists think that theology and Christianity and theism holds back human progress.
No,
yeah,
I
again,
think
I'm not. I don't.
I'm just putting the argument forward. I'm not saying that I necessarily hold it every single case in this.
Well, I'm not even sure the cases that have been put forward today are particularly good cases. I'm not sure that the evidence is very good, even that the Catholic assault on Galileo, for instance, that I'm not convinced that resulted in any particular retardation of progress. It really, I mean, even when you take into account the fact that the Catholics were seeking to keep control and to suppress some of these ideas, I don't think the evidence is very good that they, in any meaningful way, succeeded. It seems that people continued to do the work that was available for them to do, regardless. So,
yeah, but not everybody. I mean, you know, Bruno, for instance, was burnt. Tyndale was burnt.
Yeah.
I mean, that stops the people doing any further progress in their area of expertise.
Well, you're saying if Tyndale is killed, then Tyndale obviously is not doing that work anymore because he's dead, right? Is that the idea?
Yep.
Yeah, I think though that I don't truck with the great man theory of history, or with the great man model, I should say, of history. The idea that things advance because. Well, but my point is, you know, if in fact these ideas are developed by you know, if these ideas are developed incrementally and collectively by a whole lot of people at the time that they're made available, then the fact that a half dozen prominent ones are burned doesn't significantly impede the progress or the advancement of it. In other words, what I'm saying is,
disagree.
Okay, I mean that's where we will disagree. But I don't. I mean, I hold to the. I mean that, you know, there are sort of two competing ideas about how these advancements happen, and one of them is that when the ideas are available, you know, some particular you know, some very unusual folks, very much on the right tail of the curve in genius or intelligence or whatever, pick it up and push the appropriate advancement. And that's one view. It's the great man theory of history. The other view is that in fact these things move along pretty much inevitably, and that in the absence of even in the absence of any of those rare people to pick it up, it still gets picked up and pushed by just whomever is available. That's the collective theory of history. You know, obviously those are both oversimplifications, but I tend to hold more to that collective idea.
Yeah, I would disagree with both on the Sorry, I would disagree with both. A good example for me would be the mathematical. Aristotle's complete works not being passed to Europe for whatever 1500 years. I mean, we lost that knowledge. We lost the knowledge of Aristotle.
Okay.
We didn't get it for another 1500 years, and when we did, then we had the Age of Reason and the Age of Enlightenment eventually followed after the Inquisition. So for me, that's a good example of where suppressed knowledge, or knowledge, you know, we didn't have those books. Okay, when we got those books, we used them. Okay, but nobody worked out what Aristotle worked out.
So you say Aristotle was not available before the Renaissance, or what are you saying?
Yeah, that's what he's saying. He's saying Aristotle was not available in Europe.
No. Some of the books of Aristotle were not available to Europe till after the Muslims conquered Spain.
When it comes to Galileo, it was his view that was the main hindrance. And
Galileo was just one of many. I mean, I don't hold to a great man theory either. You know,
no, it's not
but
a
I do
great
think
man.
that what happens with that is that there are, you know, when somebody is leading their field, especially in, you know, in history, because the fields were much less defined, but when somebody is leading their field, you know, they are the ones that are most likely to make the next breakthrough.
But do you know this anecdote of Galileo looking into his telescope and asking, I don't know who it was, to look into it, and he refused because because it went what Aristotle said had to be true.
Yeah, Bishop of Cremona, was it, I think?
Yeah. And they were building their views, and also when Luther again went against Galileo, or this view was he was referring to the view that was suppressed by Aristotle in his time. What was I forget it, but
induction, I think, is where you're going with that eventually.
Einstein, he said something very wise, and that is, he said, you should make things as simple as possible, but not simpler.
Yeah.
And that's what you're doing. And the reason why he said that is it will then cover up any progress. You will,
I don't know what you mean by that at all. I mean, I'm just giving you examples of why people state that their position. Granted, you don't have to accept the examples. Granted, you don't have to agree with the conclusion. I'm just simply stating what they are, and I haven't heard you say, "Well, they didn't happen." You know, I'm just saying these did happen. That's the kind of vibe we're talking about in terms of what's happened in history. There seems to be quite a lot of evidence for that, because obviously these people we're talking about were the people that were written about. So it's a self-selecting group, and that's a bias on my side, admittedly. So I can see why you would have a different viewpoint. As Adam says, there are arguments for this great man theory and what have you.
Well, I think
I hold to it. I just say if things like the academic schools in Greece weren't closed down by the Christians, or if they hadn't burnt down Alexandria, those kind of things may have made a huge difference. Hang on a second.
I don't know why you have to have that separation between great man theory and the collective. Why can it not be both? Why can you not have areas where you will have a great scientist or a great thinker who will come up with something profound, and then have essentially students or fanatics of said great man who then go off and take the next step and continue. Why would you not just view it as continual progression, like step after step? It doesn't, like the amount of steps one person can take can vary, and if someone takes more steps, it may be viewed as greater, but surely the whole thing is just continuous.
So, Simon, you're blaming Christians for the burning of the Library of Alexandria?
Not exactly, no, because it burnt many times. So, I mean, one specific case when one of the mathematicians was burned. I've got to go and pay my rent, so I'll be right back. Sorry, guys.
Yes, okay, well, Adam, I can address you on this point, because you sort of brought it up then. So why does there need to be this separation between either it being one person coming up with all the ideas or the group? I don't see why it has to be one or the other.
Well, the response to or counter to the great man theory is the idea that even in the absence of these individual geniuses, the advancements would still have proceeded about the same way. Okay, so that's really what it's really, you know, I understand what you're saying, that reality is almost certainly nuanced, more nuanced than either of the extremes, and I think pretty much all the advocates of the different positions understand that the reality is a nuance, right? But essentially what it really is about the tension as to whether certain certain people showing up and with certain ideas matters, or whether the environment and the culture and sort of the available society was such that someone would show up and would end up doing the things that person did, whether that person was there or not. Right, so that's really what it's about.
At that point, then, I don't see what the difference is between the two states.
Well, the difference, there is a big difference, because the great man idea is that Leonardo da Vinci made unique advancements during the Renaissance,
right.
and if Leonardo da Vinci had not been there, then the things he discovered would not have been discovered at that time. That's the idea.
You seem to be, well, it seems to me that you're essentially describing two parts of the same coin. So let's call the person, instead of Leonardo da Vinci, let's call them person X. So under great man theory, particular advancements could not have been made without person X. Under the more social theory, what we're saying is the external external steps from the environment are required to create the advancements. So in that sense, the great man theory is merely the end step for the social side of it. So the great man would never, or the great scientist would never come about if it wasn't for those environmental factors. So it really sounds like you're just describing two parts of the same process.
Well, again, no, what you're missing is, I do think it seems that you're missing this. What the great man, in its most extreme form, what the great man theory is saying is that if Leonardo da Vinci doesn't exist, then, well, let me use a better example. If Isaac Newton doesn't exist, then the laws of motion are not discovered. That's the strongest theory. Okay.
Right.
The strongest theory of the collective hypothesis is that if Isaac Newton doesn't exist, then Leibniz shows up at exactly the same time and discovers the laws of motion anyway.
So then if I understood then correctly, so the great man theory is the idea that it has to be this particular individual.
Yes, well, that particular great men drove particular achievements that would not have been possible without them. Okay.
I see.
That's
I can see
the idea.
I see the contention.
Yeah. So and of course, I think in reality there's something in between. So in the absence of Newton, maybe it would have been 10 or 15 or 20 years before we would have had as comprehensive of an understanding of gravity as we did in the time that Newton discovered it. But since I lean strongly towards the collective theory, I would say that someone else very close to the time of Newton almost certainly would have made most of the same or all of the same advancements.
Well, so here's the sort of the still the pretending exit calculations could have come about, and under what's the other one called? Sorry, I don't know the name of the other one.
Sorry, what?
Can you remember? What's the name of the opposite idea?
Collective, or I guess event. I need to look up what it's actually called.
Right. Okay, no worries. So this collective event. So under great man theory, the advancements, let's take Newton and the apple. Without Newton being there, the concept of gravity is never created under great man theory. However, under this collective idea, then what's going to happen is the environment is going to affect a group of individuals, and eventually one individual out of that group will come up with the same concepts as Newton did, So let's call them Joe Blogs. So why is it then that in that moment, group effort, even if it's a collective conglomeration between scientists, one of them is eventually going to stumble across the answer, unless, of course, they all shout it out in unison. But one person is eventually going to come up and go, "Aha, it's this." At that point, why does that not automatically generate the great man theory?
Well, you just described the collective theory, is what you just described.
Well, no, but you're not saying so.
No, that really is what you're saying. You're saying the particular person is not important. Somebody's going to be the great man. So the great man's going to, and that's the collective theory. That is the opposite of, that is the counter argument to the great man theory. The great man theory says Albert Einstein is unique. He and he alone comes up with relativity, and if he's not there, we don't think of it. That's the great man theory.
Okay. Well, that sounds ridiculous. So essentially,
I know it sounds ridiculous. It sounds ridiculous because generally speaking, the great man theory was eclipsed by Herbert Spencer's counter arguments in the 1890s, and all of us today grow up with the historical philosophy of the collective theory. So basically that I know it sounds ridiculous because that's not what we were taught. But
essentially what it's saying is either everyone in history who has been in history had to exist, or else there was no other way we could have come to where we are, which I suppose is technically true.
More specifically, what the great man theory says is that the unique contributions of various great men have in fact shaped the way history has run and how our society is. Okay. Now, I don't think that that Thomas Carlyle, who I guess is the originator of the great man theory of history, I don't think he necessarily would go so far as saying a certain particular discovery could have never been made without a particular great man. But I think the idea is that the fact that it was made when it was made, and had the impact that it did, was due to a great man, and that maybe a different great man at a different point of time would have come up with something similar, but history would have been very different. So that's
in that sense, then I completely agree. If Einstein or Sir Isaac Newton had not been around when they were,
I don't know, Alex. You seem to be oscillating pretty readily here between this is completely ridiculous and I completely agree. I think maybe you should take a step back and be a little more tentative.
You should listen, hang on a second before you castrate me for what I'm about to say. I was going to say, in that sense, then I completely agree. If Einstein or Sir Isaac Newton had not been where they were at that particular point, then at that particular point we would not have discovered these things. Does that sound fair?
Yeah.
So in that sense, I agree. If these quote-unquote great men had not been where they were at the time, then at that time we would not have discovered whatever they had discovered. So I'll agree with it on that sense.
I think I would probably, to a large extent, disagree with you. Are you familiar with Leibniz?
Well, I'm being very pedantic at this point. I am I'm not when I say at that time. I am referring to almost the exact moment, as opposed to a time period. So I am being very pedantic.
Yeah, and my issue with that, of course, is in the specific example of Newton. Leibniz was apparently developing calculus at exactly the same time Newton did. Which makes it a particularly juicy example for sort of pure collectivism, right? Because it's an example where, and apparently this has happened in science particularly, it happens often, you will get 3 or 4 people who within like a month of each other make exactly the same science discovery.
Well, I imagine
to have any connection to each other.
I imagine that's because the information, the progress on the particular...
The right time for the discovery. So so the men weren't really that important at all. But then you contrast that to situations where you have where there's this viewpoint at least among a lot of people, that you have a genius like Steve Jobs or Albert or Edison or whatever, right?
Please don't ever compare Steve Jobs to genius. He's a fucking salesman.
Okay, I tend to agree with you, but I remember what I was saying. This is the viewpoint that a lot of people have. You cannot argue the fact that Steve Jobs has been portrayed as a genius.
Oh yes.
All right, so that and I'm not sure if Edison was a genius or not either. But again, he's portrayed that way as having been this guy that came up with these ideas that no one else was thinking of.
Well, we had a similar sort of thing that with Tesla, didn't we? Where it was found that most of the inventions that Einstein and who was the other one? Another famous scientist, another physicist. There have been physicists.
Who are you talking about? Oppenheimer? I don't know.
I'm not sure. The name escapes me. But we discovered that about Tesla, didn't we? We went back and rediscovered that Tesla was actually responsible for a lot of the technologies that and the theories that we have. I can understand from a very, like I say, pedantic view that if we did not have these men in like their particular part in history, then at that particular time we would not have had the you see, even with notions like take a good example would be evolution. So Darwin, the famous story of how Darwin had the answer within his desk in is it Polish or German? He didn't speak German. I'm getting my histories mixed up. But the idea that if that particular person isn't there to promote the idea in that time period, then we wouldn't have it, is something I can sort of agree with, but it really is a sort of a moot point, because I think I do agree with you, like the idea that the collective will eventually reach the same response. It may not be within the same week, but it's certainly going to be within the time frame, because information is shared. So and especially now, like information as information is discovered or new information is discovered, then it is updated into the human race, as it were. So I definitely agree with you. I think the idea of great man theory is illogical. The great man in that situation seems to merely be the next progressive step.
Right. So with that in mind, then what I was really trying to get at, I know Simon left. I assume he'll be back at some point. What I was really trying to get at then is that the fact that the Catholic Church at certain points made a handful of high-profile condemnations or executions for particular ideas, which in some cases might have even stopped a particular line of research by a particular person, would not have seriously retarded the progress of research in the area, because that particular person just isn't that important. The study and the discoveries advance the same anyway. That's the idea.
Okay, I get where you're going. I actually tend to agree more with that sort of thinking. Like, I don't really get the whole religion nothing but bad, because religion has been part of our culture for 10,000 years, 15,000 years, how long it's been going, if not longer. So yeah, I think I'm more in alignment with you on that.
It would certainly have been interesting to see what a Europe would have looked like without the influence of the Catholic Church.
A lot less damaged people. Oh, I'm just thinking, no, that's not fair. I was making a pedophilia joke. It depends on what you mean. It depends on like how you're viewing it's different though, because like there's so many aspects of humanity that you can pick on. picky direction, and we can see like the influences that any religion has had on it in whatever particular area of the world. So, whole new world, Adam.
Say what?
I said it would be a whole new world. Ooh, I get to ask my question. I get to ask my question to you. I don't know if you answered it or not, because I got to ask everyone else. And everyone else. So, question.
Yes.
If there was a button, and this is going off like BrettKeane's sort of method of asking questions that I quite like. If there was a button that would give everyone on the planet a Damascus experience, except for yourself, would you press it?
Everyone on the planet a Damascus experience except for myself.
Yep.
Would it be a genuine experience?
I can't really answer to that extent.
Then I can't answer your question. If I don't know that it's a genuine experience, then I can't.
All I can say is that they.
I mean, because here's the thing, right? You can put a box in front of me and you can say, if you press this button, then the satellites we have in space will spontaneously cause every human being to have an illusion of an experience. And I would probably not press the button. On the other hand, an angel comes to me and says, if you press this button, then everyone in the world will see the one true God. Then I would probably press the button. So the circumstances of me having access to the button it matters a lot in terms of whether I would press it or not.
Well, obviously, from my position, there's a difficulty in describing the experience as genuine art. All I can say is that what the button would do is it would give you the perception of the experience outlined within the Christian theology. So, from the Christian experience, from the Christian perspective, I suppose it would be classified as genuine. But from what I can gather, it is.
I would need to know how the button works. I know that's kind of a cop-out, but it does matter. It matters whether or not, and if I didn't know how the button works, I probably wouldn't press it.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Damn, you making these things complicated.
Sorry if that's kind of a cop-out answer, but that's the truth. I mean, it comes down to the problem with the fact that I believe I've had a genuine, supernatural type religious experience, but I also believe that there are things out there that can manufacture something like that, and I would not want to manufacture that for people. I would want them to have the real thing. So it wouldn't. So the difference matters to me.
So would you agree then with C.K. Clarke then the idea that a sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic or miracles?
Yeah, I what he's really saying is he's talking about limitations in our ability to classify things, right? So,
yeah.
I mean that. So, which is why I mean, well, so on one level, yes, that's true. I mean, now I will also point out though that on another level, we can get to the point where we can actually understand what the things that we call magic really are. And on some level we would, I think, maybe still call them magic, but we understand, no, this is, we're channeling a power source and we get what's going on here. And then at that point, it's something different from from sort of the current perception of what we mean when we call something magic or miraculous, which in a sense is basically saying, it's a mechanism that we don't, that's beyond us.
Yeah.
Yeah. So. It's behavior contrary to, yeah. So, but yeah, no, I get it, and that, by the way, is the corollary, right? If you're familiar with it, which is that which is any magic, when the corollary to that law of every that's Clarke's second law, right? Is that every right? So the corollary to that is any sufficiently understood magic is indistinguishable from science.
Correct.
Or technology, technology, sorry.
Yes. Yes, that would be true, but then I would argue on the corollary that such a concept is inherently incoherent.
do you mean?
The definition or the ideas for what behind magic and such are they aren't very well defined, if at all.
Well,
magic tends to usually be a catch-all excuse.
Yeah, that's actually Clarke's third law. Is any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic? No, that's the third law. Then the opposite of that is any sufficiently analyzed magic is indistinguishable from science. Yeah, that's the reverse. Okay. So yeah, I hear you said what you're saying is, well, usually magic isn't that well analyzed. Well, sometimes it is. Have you read? Well, I don't need to give specific counterexamples. I'm sure you can recognize that there are plenty of books and series out there where that's been done. I think I even brought up Harry Potter and the Methods of Rationality yesterday, right? I would highly recommend reading that. The idea is that you have a science-trained. So Harry Potter is a very intelligent, science-trained 11-year-old in this book instead of the way he was depicted in the actual series. And so what he does as soon as he gets to Hogwarts is he starts doing science experiments on magic to figure out how it works. He does a lot of them. Yeah, so it's very interesting.
What's the book called again?
So again, it's a story on fanfiction.net because it's a takeoff of Harry Potter. It's called Harry Potter and the Methods of Rationality.
Harry Potter and the Methods of Rationality.
And it has its own website because it's extraordinarily popular. Here it is. There's a link to it.
Unfortunately, I'm on my phone, so I can't see it.
Okay.
And with that in mind, I've actually got to pop off now, but I've got this written down. I'm going to have a look when I get home.
You should. It's very good. There's like 106 chapters, though, so it's long.
That's no problem. Okay, cool. Phones, tablets, I can read it anywhere, and I tend to stay up till about 3 a.m. anyway, so...
It's good.
Yeah,
I think you'll enjoy it. Okay, later.
All right. Later on, have a good evening, guys, and ciao.
Anybody else here?
Yes, sir. It's kind of quiet.
Yep.
We got icons, but nobody's talking.
I'll let you in.
I think the U.S. won't let it go. I'd have to have like a leg to the third country.
You know, it'd actually be the perfect plan because they wouldn't see it coming because they're so used to people getting into America. They're not used to people like smuggling out trying to get to Cuba, right? So you're the raft going the wrong way. They're not even going to pay attention. Like, oh, just give them a few tongue rolls and you're all set. Yeah.
Okay. I take it most of the rest of the hangout's asleep. Hello?
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 Hello.
Hello.
Okay, you're not entirely asleep. None of mine's been swapped. What? Mine's asleep. Okay, bear with me. Who's talking? Just Eric? Or your name here? Okay. Yeah, where's Balthazar? Hey, Administrator. Sappho version 2.0. Usually, I identify as Sappho. It seems to have something to do with lesbianism. Given that she was kind of the archetypal lesbian. Or the first lesbian. Why can't I hear you? Is anyone else talking?
Not that we know of, except for you.
Okay. I don't know, I woke up and people ran away from the room. Feel cold.
It got so quiet all of a sudden.
Yeah, it's just suddenly.
Yeah, Belshazzar and Simon were talking for a while, and then Alex and Adam were talking for a while, and then Alex and Adam both jumped out. Simon had to go pay his rent, and he said he'd be back. And I just jumped in.
Okay.
But it's only been quiet for, what, 2 minutes now, so.
I have a question for atheists. How do you explain humans' first belief in the afterlife?
Coping mechanism.
What?
A coping mechanism.
That is?
Like the concept of the afterlife?
Yeah, so you grant that Homo sapiens was the first who came up with this concept.
I mean, you
Yeah,
would
they
think
do
so.
themselves. Yeah, they're basically sliding themselves so they don't.
And I didn't understand. what did you say was what's your explanation?
Lying to themselves so they don't get emotionally traumatized.
Coping mechanism.
But then you are imposing some kind of purpose on evolution that so to, let's say, don't have so much to release stress. Evolution came up with the idea of afterlife. Is that what you are saying, or?
Yeah, speaking of evolution, it didn't do it.
Now you are using teleology, and that's always, I mean...
humans can describe teleologies to things.
So it was a concept that evolution came up with for a purpose, or what? That would be against evolution. Evolutionary theory, I mean.
I think evolution has like reason and purpose, but not like people do. If that makes any sense.
That makes no sense at all.
There's a reason for it, but it's not, and a purpose, but it's not like the way people think about reason and purpose. Like, oh, what's the greater purpose of everything? No, it has a purpose because this needs to happen because, you know, whatever constraints are on.
You say it had a advantage, or how do you explain that?
As far as in reference to the afterlife?
Yes.
It's just something, for some reason, humans have got it in our heads that we don't want to die. We want to live forever. We want to be able to see everybody who's died in the past. We want to be reunited with them. All that kind of stuff. It's all psychological. Hold that up again, Hillbilly. What you making? Did he hear?
Yeah, dark compressors running in the back. I'm making a sign. Hang on a second.
Okay.
So you don't think it's easily
Nice.
you think it's easily explained by psychology? It's nothing special, or it's just psychology?
Yeah. I mean, not easily explainable with psychology. I'm sure there's a far deeper meaning than explanation than I'm able to give.
No, I don't see this. It has nothing to do with my belief, but I don't see how that is so easily explained. I mean, one could easily imagine the human Homo sapiens not developing this concept, or...
And what happened when we were very primitive about things? I mean, we thought lightning was magic and gods, and and the excuse me. From what I understand, the the concept of an afterlife came at a time when we believed in all this other nonsense that has since been explained by magic, or by science, not magic. That it's not magic, it's not God, it's actually science. It's actually just nature. So at a time when people believed in all this other fantasy...
I mean, I can easily understand why people come up with explanation for thunder and light and so on. I can easily understand that because they have to, we have to reason. That's how it works. See patterns, and then we are creative, and then we make this wrong conclusion. But I don't see how afterlife is tied to that.
Somehow along the line, somebody was sad because somebody died, and they said, "Don't worry, you'll see him again." I mean, it's all I mean, it's a coping mechanism. It was created by someone along the line somewhere.
But so you think it's it has a function to resolve stress or something like that?
Well, yeah, like I think Brett asked it earlier today or last night or something. If you saw somebody dying on the side of the road and they just said, "Would you pray for me?" Would you do it? It's like, yeah, it helped them ease it. Am I going to believe the prayers? No. But do I believe I'm helping this person? Yeah.
No, I'm not talking about prayer, but I mean the concept of the afterlife. We find that much earlier than any how to say remnants of culture or where we can yeah, some sources where we can understand or read about the culture. It's much earlier than that. And I don't.
Well, I mean, another view is like trees. I mean, they may have gotten the idea from trees because trees look like they die every winter and then come back to life every spring. You know, plants and that. So maybe they're thinking people do that too, come back to life somewhere else or something else. Or
But it was not okay. But I didn't have the concept of people coming back to life. They went to another dimension or another place.
well, yeah, since they didn't see him walk around again, they had to go somewhere. It's just a coping mechanism of loss. Nobody wants to lose anything. When you know, because you get emotionally attached to something, you always want to have that emotion. You always want to have that attachment, and you don't want to believe it ever ends. So you come up with some place that it doesn't end.
So it's a deep psychological need that humans have.
I think so.
Yeah,
but have we changed? Have we changed physically since that time?
What do you mean changed physically in regards to what though?
So because we have the knowledge, we don't need it.
So well, that's why you've got atheists now. I don't need it.
Yeah,
I don't need the satisfaction of the afterlife or the.
Oh, because I mean the reason why this concept came up, like you said, it was not because of reasoning, but because of comfort. And you're assuming now that our reasoning can just take away or will change, take away this need for comfort?
For some, not for all though. Some people need that kind of comfort. Some people, I mean, when somebody dies, I don't want to hear, well, you're going to see him again and all that. It's like, no, they're gone. It's time for us to look at what they've left us and move forward. I mean, that's the way I see life. It's not about trying to stick around forever. It's about trying to make the best of what you got and try and leave it better for, you know, whoever you leave behind. I don't care about where I'm going. I care about who I leave behind.
Yeah, I understand that, of course, but you think then we have changed so far now evolutionary that we can let go of this comforting concept.
For some, for that type of concept to be, I
for
guess,
how many?
phased out. I can't say how many. That's a personal kind of thing.
Yeah, 10%, 20, 50, 80.
Again, I can't give you that number because that's a personal decision. That's somebody's choice whether they want to believe that or not, and I can't tell you what percentage I would. I mean, I can't say what the world would be like with or without religion, and belief in the afterlife and all of that. But for me personally, I don't need that kind of comfort because I know when I die, I'm dying. It's over. I don't need all the extra baggage, I guess, that goes along with just dying. I mean, just let me go. I mean, don't worry about, oh, he's going to go to heaven or hell or this or that. It's just, I'm just not here anymore. But as far as you're saying, a percentage of the people who feel that way or should feel that way, it's not up for me to make that decision for them. I mean, atheists have one thing in common. We don't believe in God.
The concept of an afterlife, in prehistoric times, we don't know anything about it other than that we can see that in graves there are tools, so they were expecting to go somewhere afterwards, but we don't know if this concept was a concept of comfort.
Hey Nadia, I think you have an echo. You might want to reload.
Did you have a question, or can I ask a question now?
Yeah, for sure, Eric.
So, what do you think your purpose in life is?
Me personally, or
Yeah.
like people's purpose as a whole?
No, just your own purpose.
To make sure that I give a good life to my kids and my wife. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, keep going.
That's just it. That's all I want to do is just be a good person, provide for my family, and not hurt other people. Help when I can. And I mean, that's it. That's the purpose of my life, is just to be a good person, don't hurt others, and make sure my family's taken care of.
Does anybody else want to answer that?
No, I just wanted to go back to this comfort thing, because to me it's absolutely not obvious that the concept of an after life is need to be comforting in any sense.
Right. I just wanted to ask if you wanted to answer the question, that's all. I just had a simple question. If you want to answer it, you can, or otherwise we can go back to the thing. That's fine.
The purpose in life, that is tied to this, the being no. It's
being what?
To the. It's not tied to the afterlife.
Okay, but what is your purpose?
That's a very, very broad question. I mean,
I know I can't necessarily answer it easier. I just wondered if you knew. That's all. Because I'm kind of with Digi. I'm going to try to make the best of the world. I'm kind of that way too. But I just wonder what you thought about this.
I think it's about experience the world, and
like having various experiences, varied and like positive, negative.
Yeah, it's to experience. I mean, that is.
So like just being. Is that what you mean? Whatever it is, you just want to experience. Is that what you mean?
It's a little bit difficult to explain it. No, it's it's very, very difficult to answer to question to answer. What is your purpose then?
I think I'm pretty much with Digi to just try to make the best of my experience and to treat others with kindness and to try to leave something positive behind to have a positive effect on the world.
I don't know if you can really call that a purpose. I mean, a purpose is, to me, it's something that somebody else gives you. It's somebody gives you a purpose to do something. You have a goal.
Okay, what's your goal?
The same thing. I'm just to get through life.
Get through life?
Yeah, just to get through, make it as happy as I can.
Okay. I'm
If
really
I-
just curious. I'm not trying to argue. I'm really just
Oh
curious.
no,
That's all.
no, I'm a lazy bastard. I'm not trying to. I'm not trying to go out and make the best world for everyone else. I'm one of those guys that just kind of float along through it.
All right. That's all right.
And try and deconvert as many Christians as I can, right?
Deconvert them. How do you do that? Press the button, you mean?
Yeah, that would be nice.
Okay.
No, I'm one of them guys that will say the more people that think like me, the better, the happier I am.
The fewer arguments to have, right?
Yeah.
I don't want people to think like me, because I think there's a lot of people out there that are smarter than me, so if they all think like me, then that ain't good.
So do you know what your purpose is?
Perhaps purpose is to not be in regret when life ends.
Right on. I dig
That sounds
that.
good. Yeah, that sounds good. No regrets.
Or less regrets.
Or not deep regrets, because there's going to be some things that you're going to regret, but you're going to be like, God damn it, that was fun. You know, I shouldn't have done it, but oh man, that was an experience. Because there's a couple of things that I regret doing, but at the same time, I don't, because the experience that came from it.
No, but the purpose must be to evolve in some kind of. I mean, when I say to experience, that includes that that you evolve by doing experiences. So there must be some. It's nice if it's some kind of development in it. I think that is for me the most important thing.
Yeah, I see my evolution coming through my children.
Yeah, that's one thing. Yeah.
Because you can kind of affect their lives through your parenting. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, exactly. My experiences, like my mom's experiences, led to my experiences, leads to my kids' experiences on how, they have things growing up. Because the way my mom was raised, she didn't want that for her.
Yeah.
Or for her kids, And then the way I was raised, I didn't, not necessarily saying that it was bad, but I didn't want things like that for my kids. Like my mom, her dad was military, then grandma got divorced and all that kind of stuff, and then a new stepdad.
Mm-hmm.
And then, for me, my dad was a heroin addict, and he ditched us when I was like 1, so it's been, like single mom raising me the whole time. And now for me and my kids, we're married, we just bought a house, we're really stable. It's, for me, that's the evolution, that's the progression. It went from, kind of fucked up to a little bit better, to hopefully for my kids, they'll do the same as what we're doing right here,
Yeah. So do you think that affects all of society? Is that how we progress as a human race then? Each of us trying to, each of us with our purposes, passing those things along?
I think so. Because it all works together eventually. I mean,
it makes sense, yeah. What do you think, Nadia? What's your purpose?
Mine was to yes, uplift and make happy both myself and others, and alleviate suffering with myself and others. And well, I will be helpless to do any of that until I die, especially alleviating my own suffering. So the sooner I die, the better. None of it's possible anymore. There ever was. Unity GGR? What's that? Okay, Eric. I have no idea what a GGR is.
Well, it's either Gourmet Green Remedies or the Gastroenterology Group of Rochester. I just Googled it and random things. Greater Grand Rapids. Oh, it's a church.
Alright, my career hadn't been disrupted. I could have gone on to do all of them. The disruption was lethal. There's no coming back. And my time is running out fast. Mary Tyler Moore lasted 40 years as a millionaire. Homeless bums don't last that long. Yeah, Mary Tyler Moore. Yeah, she's got all the posh doctors and everything to keep her from disintegrating or dying or whatever. Well, I won't know until the sheriff comes. They do. They will typically give me 72 hours notice.
Well, hi, diddly ho, boys and girls. How we all doing on this fine and lovely day that the Lord has made? Let us rejoice and be glad in it.
Now that it's a weekday, sheriff may come to deliver the notice. Yeah, apparently the sheriffs only do their notice delivery or whatever Monday through Friday.
So it's Monday, right? But you're just waiting?
Yeah.
Waiting for what?
The end.
The end. What do you mean the end?
Since you got Nadia, since you got life-threatening illnesses, can't you get emergency funding for your housing?
No.
That sucks.
Sorry to hear that.
Thinking of Europe. And the policy's federal. Welcome to.
Hey, Nadia.
Am I echoing?
No, I don't hear you echo.
Okay.
So Nadia, are you saying you're being evicted today?
Not today, but the sheriff will come to deliver the.
Oh,
72
yeah.
hours out and get arrested. Notice soon.
Yeah, I'm familiar with that, unfortunately. Unfortunately, I'm so familiar with that.
Mary Tyler Moore never been evicted. That's why she's not dead yet. Well, like most people would, so. But died much earlier. Much fewer years of homelessness. Oh.
I keep looking it down thinking he's still twirling that glass. What's going on? He's like just tirelessly twirling that glass. But then I'm like, wait a second. It's like,
Well, that's down for you. That's juicy.
That's what?
That's what I call him. I call him Juicy.
Juicy?
Yeah, something like that. I knew him back a long time ago when his name was something about killing Jews or something, so I just called him Juicy.
Oh.
Oh no, please don't tell us you're anti-Semitic too.
Okay, I know there's a way this works. Oopsie.
There is no obvious indication of when the judge is doing whatever on default judgment.
So it could basically happen at any time.
Right. And file the papers, and apparently they're defaulting anyway. be nice if they had honored the DNR request at some point. It was like, it's not the most pleasant way to go. And there really is no way out apart from somebody picking you up.
Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that, Nadia.
Yeah, and every instant of every second of every minute, every hour, every day, I've ever lived. At the end.
So if you come up the rent there, will they let you stay, or do you still have to move out?
There are going to be men with guns throwing me out, so.
Have you already got the notice, or is that what the sheriff's going to serve you with?
Notice isn't there yet. The sheriff will serve me with it.
Okay, well that gives you at least
Back to
3
my
days.
I got it.
I think it is at least, what, 25 days, or 21 days, or 30 days, or something like that. It's an odd number.
Yeah, and it's not immediate, so I mean you get a little bit of leeway there.
The real one is 72 hours.
There's no place out there that's looking for a roommate?
But I've been.
I guess somebody was looking for a roommate, you could move in with somebody to cut your bills down.
Okay, and pay them how? I want money up front to guarantee them that be a deadbeat or whatever.
Okay, I'm coming. My boy, there's my wife is so I got to go. Y'all have a great day. God bless. I wish you the best of luck, Nadia.
Take care, Jim.
Have a good day, Jim.
Nadia, I don't know your whole story, but you don't have family? Anybody that you can?
They're hostile.
They're hostile?
Yep. They put me on the street last time. And they very intentionally put me there. Essentially to prevent my ever getting a surgery that might alleviate my suffering. They have done more than one terrible thing to me.
Sorry, what was that?
They have done more than one terrible thing to me. Yeah, basically, purpose in life was to, well, get surgery to stop the hurting so that I could actually start on something else. I never got anywhere near that far.
You said you were a Linux kernel programmer, right?
Yeah.
Was that a hobby or was that a job, money-making job?
Money making jobs.
Okay.
My career. In general, you can't get the access to the hardware to do it in earnest, except as an employee of an organization that's big enough to get all the intellectual property and such lined up.
So would you work on like embedded systems or consumer? What would it be? What area would you do that in?
Mid-range server stuff. There's initially platform bring up, and then move over to this workload enablement. Doesn't matter anymore. It's been 8 months since my last interview. There's 8 months between. But they were done on the horizon.
And there's no prospects that you can see. No, nobody hiring for that kind of work.
They're hiring. They're not hiring me.
Oh.
In general, they're desperate for anyone and everyone who's able, except they're curiously no longer interested in me. There aren't really that many people who can do it at all.
So can you tell me more about it? Because is it like module development or the Linux kernel for a purpose? Like you said, mid-range servers, right?
That's not really a genuine distinction.
Well, it is, yeah, but I just don't know about a lot of mid-range servers. Like what would that be?
Well, back in the day, they had Yeah, 16 to 64 CPUs, 64 gigs of RAM, generally fiber channel, disk arrays, or so on and so forth. Generally multi-path.
Yes, desert. Yep.
Oh, okay, I was wondering because of the voice.
What do you mean?
Oh, you sounded like Eric. I thought you were him. I wasn't sure though.
Oh, right. Yes. Yeah, my phone reset for some reason. The screen just went black and restarted, and then I'm kind of stuck in there in limbo. My head is still there, but there's no body attached.
Yeah.
Nadia, are you the mod?
Yeah.
If you want to kick my head out, that's fine. I can't get back on anyway on the phone. If you want to make room
Yeah,
for
I don't
me.
want to ban against that account.
Okay.
It'll drop out by itself.
Oh, okay.
How long does it take to drop out?
It can be a while.
So I'm just lingering there in cyberspace with my poor head out there.
All ghost connections.
Yeah, Unity is just the company or the organization I do computer work for. That's all. Or sound. I do audio and video and computer stuff for them.
Yeah, there's nothing realistic. I mean, the whole social networking thing never need job connections, which is what it was supposed to do.
You mean like LinkedIn?
A little bit. LinkedIn's been pretty dry.
Has it? And you're in California, right?
Yeah.
Are there any of those like shelters or missions you can just camp out in for a week or so?
No, it's California.
Oh.
Actually, there are no government shelters anywhere in the U.S. but New York City.
Now we don't have any government ones, but we have ones that are run by like non-profits.
Right, which means they're less than a tenth the scale of the problem, and have quite a number of other issues too.
I see.
Like no non-discrimination affairs apply to them. Religious things are exempt to have carte blanche to discriminate. Which is interesting when 40% of the homeless are LGBT.
Is that true?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Me either.
I keep repeating it. Good you finally picked it up at this point. I'll go build the source. Hang on. National Coalition for the Homeless. I've pretty much been Totally defeated, totally thwarted. And... Oh. Defeat is even turning out to be lethal.
That's rough.
Yeah. I still had a home. I took people into it. I didn't entirely stand idly by.
Do you find people are saying you stood idly by? Is that what you mean?
No. Well, actually, they do. They use it as a blame the victim tactic or something.
Yeah, I've seen that happen. I've seen that happen before.
Yeah, no matter how much we'll cry about it, so I'll blame the victim if it ever comes back. And they're standing idly by. My entire life, they've always stood idly by.
Man, Nadia, you just can't catch a break, can you?
Yeah, there's a bit of false hope in 2000s where my career is still going, I guess. No, I got gunned down before I ever made anything of it.
I hear you.
So have you figured out how much you would need? How much you would need to... I know you said you need a refrigerator, but I mean, have you figured out how much you would need to go on?
It doesn't matter, it's orders of magnitude beyond anything anyone would ever do. And what would it do anyway? Prolong my suffering.
Is that the way you look at it?
Oh, there I am, still sitting there, bringing alien parasite in my crotch, and man's face staring back at me in a reflection, and a man's voice every time I speak. How long am I supposed to sit like that? It's already been 40 years.
How many Hangouts are you running at a time? Do you like do 2 or more at a time?
I can, I don't do it all that much.
Okay, you just usually run the one?
Yeah, I can only really pay attention to one, even if I can connect to, well, almost as many as I want.
Yeah.
I don't know, I put a real moving face to it, and what I get. Critics complaining about my having no shelf or storage space besides the bed.
Well, it's going to sound corny, but I see a beautiful person there. So that's my own personal view on it.
Same here.
That's very sad.
When is this thing supposed to end? 11:30. Yeah, we poured the restaurant. They were invited to give their own purposes for life, and then I filled dinner.
Well, I appreciate you hosting this hangout. I've got to go back to work, though, and I wish you the best of luck. I'll probably be back sometime later.
Have a good day.
You too.
Eric.
Well, it's not. I don't know if it's a mass walkout yet. Getting close.
Is it just you and I? Is everybody else AFK?
What?
Is it just you and I, or is everybody else AFK, or what?
I'm here.
No. Yeah, I'm listening.
Oh, okay.
Well, I think most of us have covered our purposes in life. I don't know, having a shitty life makes it impossible to talk to anybody about your life. Because this kind of thing always happens. They all shit their pants and go silent. And run away, yeah. Often.
Well, I'm sorry, Nadia. I wish I could do something.
She's got a Patreon.
Yeah, I've seen they don't do shit there. It's like grossly insufficient to pay rent.
Shit.
So, well, what's after the meaning of life?
Good question.
What was that?
What's after the meaning of life?
Oh, the meaning of life. There is no meaning to life.
Weren't we just saying what it was for us?
I'm sorry, I got nerve deafness, so I have a hard time understanding them low tones you speak in.
Yeah, I think we were all talking about our purposes in life and such.
Yeah, I said there really is a I don't think it's a purpose. It's more of a goal. People have goals. I mean, purpose is something that's given to somebody. So I don't really think anybody has a purpose in life. It's just the goal that they choose.
I could see that.
I think individuals
It's
give
just a
it
semantic
purpose.
criticism. What?
I was just saying, I think people give it purpose. As a whole, I don't think there's a big giant purpose to life, but I think individuals give it their own purpose.
Yeah. Welcome back, Jim.
How was the food, Jim?
I haven't had any food yet. I was getting my wife's stuff together.
Oh, I thought you went to eat.
No. I always take care of the missus first before I do that. What the heck's wrong with my camera now? Darn Minicam updated.
So, Hillbilly, what's the purpose to life?
The purpose to life is to understand what this probationary period is. And that is just that. It is a probationary period here on this life to understand that we are sinners, that there is a loving God, and to accept the grace that only He can offer. That is the purpose of life. Excuse me, I think my lunch about ready.
I never understood the whole, we must understand that we are sinners. Like, really? We have to know that we're inherently bad people?
You have to, because that's the only way to scare you into doing something that you wouldn't normally do.
Oh, yeah.
Because nobody wants to be bad, everybody wants to be good, so.
And if you put a special condition, you can only be good through
Yep.
XYZ. That makes XYZ much more desirable. Shit.
And if that's not enough, you threaten them with something very bad.
You can either have joy forever or torment eternally.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, here's my $5. I guess I'll go to heaven.
Really?
Yeah, I've already got torment my whole life.
Yeah, I've been on the highway to hell since I've been 12, so.
That's pretty good, Jim.
See, I'm what you call one of them there verbal chameleons. I ain't original, but I can sure much copy just about anybody out there.
Yeah, I hear you.
The kids on the bus love it. See, I'm a aide for the local school system, and so I get on the bus, and they all know me as the Batman, and I'm the crazy guy on the bus because I talk to them in weird voices. Please, get in your cubicles. Do not make me tase you. Yeah, they love that stuff.
I bet they do get a kick out of that.
I get a kick out of it when they ask me questions, because I tell them you can ask me anything you want. And I've had them ask me about God. Heck, I had an 11-year-old ask me about gender roles. What the heck is an 11-year-old supposed to know about gender roles? Should be playing with Barbies.
Different world.
I had one of the bus drivers tell me, they said, hey, look, you're not supposed to talk to them about politics, religion, your websites, your videos, your sermons, your God, your Bible. You're not supposed to talk to them about nothing. You're just supposed to make sure that they get there and they're alive when they get off the bus. I said, oh, so we're basically guards, right?
That sounds boring.
And,
well, I mean, I was about to ask that too.
Yeah,
You're
that's
working.
basically what we are. And I said, I'm going to have to agree to disagree, and I'm going to say what the heck I want to say whenever I want to say it.
I don't blame you.
But you can't preach to kids on a school bus.
I don't preach to kids on a school bus.
I mean, I
That's
think
totally
that
great.
conversations.
But if a kid asks me a question, I have no problem answering it.
It depends on what way you
when it gets
answer it, too.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. It's very
No, what do you mean
subjective,
it depends on what way I answer it. I answer it the truthful way.
which is starting to get preachy to them about all that. If it comes to a religion question, for the most part, whenever you ask a Christian about a religious-related question, it gets very scripture quoting and preachy.
Well, I tell them about the Bible, absolutely.
Now, do you say some people believe this, or you say this is the truth and this is what it's supposed to be?
I tell them it's the truth.
Nah, that's
you can't do that.
No way, dude. I'd
You
be
can't
pissed
do
if you were
that.
doing that to my kids on the bus.
Oh, sure.
Oh, definitely.
Well, you can, but you should not be. It's against the rules, like the other person on your staff was telling you.
It's not against. It's, besides being against the rules, that's not
School
the right thing to
districts-
do.
Well,
For
school
to somebody
districts-
else's child.
Yeah, and school districts get sued for less.
Oh, no.
They don't? You're saying they don't?
No. I'm saying they might, but not what I do. I'm simply on there answering questions, that's all. I have one gentleman, one young man, asked me about Jesus, asked me about God, asked me about the Bible, and I'm happy to tell him all about it. And I do tell him straight up, it's the truth, because it can be validated, and I give him the reasons why. One young lady was a...
Preface it with some people believe this, maybe, but...
It's Wiccan. And so I was able to talk to her about how that is basically just believing something that, again, is a lie, and that you're worshiping the creation rather than the creator.
No, you can't be saying that, because if her parents told her, if her parents told her something different, and you're calling her parents a liar, that is straight up wrong to do. Because just because you think it's wrong
I can call her
and you
parents
think
a
it's a
liar.
lie, you
I can call her parents a liar. What are you talking about? I didn't call her parents a
If
liar.
you-
This is something she came up with.
Listen, because maybe because her parents told her something like that, and her
What if her
parents told
parents are
her,
Wiccan?
yeah, her parents told her this is the way we live, and this is what we think, and this is, but you can find out other things. But this is what we believe. This is what I do with my kids. You can go out and find out, ask questions, and see what people have to say. But if somebody told and I explain to my kid, this is what I believe, and I think this is right, but go do your own. And somebody comes along and tells my kid, well, that's all a lie. This is the only truth, and then that's going to put in my kid's head that I'm a liar, and that's just straight up wrong to do. You cannot do that to a kid. You could explain to them, some people think this. Get your mind straight. Try this. Try that. Go your own way. But you cannot tell them something is a lie. You don't know for sure.
I can tell them the truth. The Bible is the truth.
Yeah, the Bible's a lie. You don't know the truth. If you come up and bitch in the ass.
Maybe if you prefaced it with "some people believe this."
Why?
But you can't, because
we're talking about.
lying.
We're not talking about some people.
You're lying to my children.
We're talking to each other.
If you were to do that to my children, we would definitely have a problem, because you're telling them things that are fantasy, representing them as they are fact. The Bible is not fact. It's based on religion. It's based on historical things.
It does have lots of facts in it. It is based on facts. It's based on history. It's based on archaeology, biology. That's just science itself is Christianity's best friend. So I'm not worried about none of that. As a matter of fact.
But the ethics behind it, that's what I'm talking about. It is so unethical for you to try and preach to my children on a bus when they're captive. They can't get away from you. They have to listen to what you're saying. Even if they ask a question, it's not your place to tell somebody else's children that religion is. So, would you tell a Muslim child that their religion is false?
Well, the logic works for that.
About the Wiccan.
Children are not of age, able to grant informed consent.
Yep. But would you tell that to a Muslim child that had a question about God? Would you sit there and tell them that their religion is false?
I would tell them how the Bible
they're worshiping a false God
correct.
And all that.
And see, that's what I do. I tell them how the Bible is true, and if the Bible is truth, which it is, then everything else that denies it is false. So yes, I would.
Wow. It's mind-blowing that you even have a job working with children, much less for children working for the state.
See, we've learned Hillbilly doesn't care about anybody else but himself.
I know he was even told by a coworker that, hey, that's not the right thing to do, and he's like, I don't care, I'm going to do what I want. Jesus says it's okay.
That's ignorance. What can you do? You got ignorance in your head, you can't fight that. Hopefully somebody's parents will stand up one of these days and say something and get them off that bus. If you want to explain to them, some people think this and some people think that. This is what I believe to be true. You want to tell them this is what I believe to be true?
There is no believe. There is either truth or everything else that denies it.
Well, you know, there's how many religions out there that deny Christianity? So Christianity must be wrong, because there's more religions out there that deny it than there are that agree with it. So
it don't matter. You know, that's a fallacy.
Well, you just said
the Bible is the only one that has anything to do with actual, backed up, scientific evidence, prophecy, biology, archaeology, all these things.
And plenty of other books have it too. Look at the Greeks. You can still go over there and find some of those same buildings and some of those same statues. So, I mean, does that mean that's... I mean, everything that you say about your religion, you can apply it to every single other religion on the planet.
No, actually,
mine's the only book that says this. Mine's the only book that can explain that. Mine's the only one that if you read it...
Because what you're saying doesn't make any sense at all.
Why?
Because that's not the case.
What do you mean that's not the case?
That is not the case. What you're saying
every other religious book
completely fallacious, or you're just ignorant.
Okay, well, explain to me how it is fallacious.
We're the ignorant ones. That's a good one.
No other book says what the Bible says.
Not exactly. Well, fucking duh. I mean, but they have the same
no other
claims,
book
same stories. How many saviors were born
in
of a virgin?
elaboration or any kind of
How many saviors were
like
born
that.
of a virgin? And all the different religions
What now?
all the different religions before Christianity. How
Really?
many of those saviors were born of a virgin?
Another zeitgeist victim. Why don't you go to college and get some education?
Why don't you answer my question? Why do you have to be a dick about it?
I'm not being
because he can't.
I'm shutting you down because you don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, well then explain it to me.
There is not one single religion prior to Christ dying and rising again on the third day that had anything other than the ceremonial harvesting type of religions. None of them.
And there's plenty.
Well, I'm not an expert in comparative religion.
Nope, not a single one.
Seems virgin birth occurred often enough. I would be very tentative about. It's sort of not enough features to be unique amongst 4,200 virgins.
Really, what other one would you describe to be a virgin birth that equates to what the Bible talks about?
What do you mean
I don't
equate?
know. I only know things about Christianity, Hinduism, Islam, Judaism, maybe a little bit of Buddhism, Shinto, Tenrikyo, and Zoroastrianism. Apart from that, no idea.
You'll find that none of them equate to exactly what happened to Mary. Not a single one of them. You'll have gods that come down and have sex with women, yes, and have pseudo deities or half man, half god. Zeus.
Okay, so because
a whole bunch of women.
So because it doesn't lay out
that's not what we're talking about.
Way.
Combine enough features, yes. Enough features, enough criteria. Yeah, you're going to be the only one. Just two. The dying and rising Savior. That is.
There is no dying and rising Savior besides Christ. Before Christ, death, burial, and resurrection. Not a single one. The only time those type of things started happening was hundreds of years after.
I will grant that none of the ones with large constituencies do. And that probably if you add the exact 3-day window.
No. Death,
that probably
burial, and resurrection, complete and whole, of his own accord, of him being God, of God coming down and dying for our sins. Death, burial, and resurrection.
Death, burial, and resurrection.
Nothing equates to what Christ did. Not a single one.
Oh, of course. You're not
supposed to be with death.
But that wasn't even the question.
Rising gods in general.
It doesn't matter. They're not going to be the same. They're going to go off the same principle and embellish their own and make it their own. They wouldn't write it exactly the same.
That's right. Because theirs is a lie. Christianity is the truth.
Hillbilly, why are you afraid to actually listen and understand other things? Why are you so afraid of?
Sir, I've been doing this for 21 plus years. And I'm not afraid to look. I've looked.
No, you haven't.
It all comes up lacking.
I don't think you have, because when people talk to you about other religions, you don't know what they're talking about. I've listened to you. You have no idea what they're talking about, and you come up with these, I don't know what it is. You just throw stuff out the top of your head of things you might have heard somewhere. But I don't think you've studied anything else.
I don't have to study all the other religions to understand that they're false. You know what is really unique? You know what's really interesting is FBI agents, they don't study all the counterfeit $100 bills. No, they study the original to understand the counterfeits when they run into them. The fact is that the Bible is unique in so many different ways.
Okay, and if someone
to it.
And if someone handed that,
the very first verse of the Bible is a scientific equation. Is just unique.
It is not. You had, oh, I am so sick of hearing that. It is not. So
in the beginning,
let there be light. In the beginning. Yeah, I get it. I get
earth.
it. I've heard it a million times. What I'm saying is that is not a scientific equation. That is the beginning of a fairy tale. Once upon a time.
What?
Once upon a time.
Your ability to say that and to deny God is also proof of a loving God who gave you free will to choose to walk away from Him.
I know. It's saying that God doesn't exist is proof that God exists.
Mm-hmm. It is.
And you know what?
Just ridiculous.
The fact that we're sitting here talking about it, the
From
fact
your
that information all through our bodies and our DNA and our genetic code. I mean, I could go on and on and on and on and on just on the creation side of it, and just destroy every argument you got. But really, I got to go in about 10 minutes because I got to be back at work.
You always shut people down, and you always have to run when somebody. I mean, and you cut people off left and right when somebody's starting to throw some doubts in your head. I think when somebody starts to prove you wrong, you always have to shut them down.
I got to go at a certain time.
And you always have to. Well, I'm just saying. Like earlier, I got to shut you down because you shut people down because you don't want to hear it because it might throw doubts in your head. Because
why do I need to listen to the same crap over and over again when I can say, "Oh, here's the answer. Here you go. Look it up. It's truth. Go look it up yourself."
Well, and then we look it up and we find, oh yeah, wait, he was wrong.
No, actually.
Just like the link I posted in the chat that shows you all the virgin births that happened before Christ.
Oh, wow. Yeah, the internet is so known for being correct, especially when you're not looking at real information. You're not looking at the real documentation. Why don't you go back and look at the historical documents? Go look at some of the professors that have actually researched.
So you want me to physically go and talk with the guys who wrote the paper?
Oh no, you'll find
that's what you're asking me to do. Go, actually, I should go personally look at the physical documents.
You know, this has been shown false over and over and over again.
You know, you're talking about professors here. There's 2 professors I know of that have put out books that prove Jesus never existed. That it was
you cannot do that. That's impossible.
They've gone through historical evidence and they've proved it.
Nicaea created him, wasn't it? The Council of Nicaea, they created the legend of Jesus.
Good luck with that.
There's an author, Richard Carrier. Try reading his book.
I love reading.
Well, pick up Richard Carrier, The Historicity of Jesus, and read that one.
Why would I want to do that?
Yeah, because I
know the historicity of Jesus. I know the historicity of the Christian Church.
Because you don't want to know the truth. You just want to believe what you want to believe.
I don't want to know a lie. I definitely don't want to know that.
You don't know what's
lying. I don't want to be told another lie. I used to be an atheist. I walked away from that crap years ago.
Yeah, because you had a traumatic experience that brought you to God, right?
No. Actually, the experience I had was tragic. It was the fact that I realized I was being told a lie for so many years. That's what was so tragic.
Yeah. That's what brings people over, where they have a tragic experience.
That was tragic. I realized that all these people were lying to me about all this crap, and that really was tragic, and I didn't like it. But I tell you what, I lived out that hedonistic lifestyle. Oh yeah, it's empty. It's void.
What's so empty and void about it? I hate hearing this, you know, oh, well, you just want to live in your sin. It's like, what sin am I living in? I go to work. I take care of my kids. I take care of my wife. You know, I'm a good person. I don't steal. I don't lie. I don't cheat. I mean, what is so hedonistic about my lifestyle? Have I ever? Yeah.
Then you're a thief. Have you ever lied?
No.
What? Well, we've already established you're a thief, so you're probably lying about being a liar.
No. What I'm saying is one, just because you've done something doesn't mean you are eternally labeled as that.
No, sir. If you go out and murder somebody, what are you?
That's different.
If you go out and murder somebody, what are you?
Okay, well, check it out. I have stolen, and guess what? I got arrested for it, and I served my time for it. That means I'm done with that.
Oh, guess
I
what?
paid my price.
You are done with the physical side of it, but you broke the eternal law of God.
Oh well.
Oh well. Well, then you don't have to worry about it. Then, do you?
Because sin is strictly sin is strictly a religious concept.
No.
Outside of religion, there is no such thing as sin.
Why do you think that we have laws to begin with? Because God gave them to us.
No, man created those.
Oh my gosh.
And what is it? What is
He
it?
created a paper bag that he wouldn't bust out of. Do you understand, sir, that people left to their own means will create their own laws, and then they will turn around and break their own laws? The fact that
I know we live in that fucking society right now.
The measuring stick for which all other things are judged.
Okay. According to your standard.
No, there is no according to my standard, your standard, their standard, his standard. Nope, there is truth. And there is only one truth. And truth by its very
science
nature
will reveal it all
exclusive.
given time.
Truth by its very nature is exclusive.
Exactly, and it's not supernatural.
It's not just Bible. The reason you believe in all that is because somebody wrote something in a book, and you don't even know that book is true. You just assume it's true.
I believe it is because I've experienced it, I've seen it, I've read the book, I've tested the book, I've researched the book, and it is the only one that stands through all the different tests, and it perseveres. It not only perseveres, it proves itself. It pierces the heart. It lets you know that God loves you enough to die for your sins. It is the only one.
He died. He didn't die because he was born. He raised himself 3 days from the dead. That ain't death. What are you talking about? Everyone says he died for
your sins.
That sacrifice is like
he didn't sacrifice nothing.
He didn't
sacrifice.
Think stepping out of eternity, being the eternal creator God, putting on flesh like we would put on clothing, and then allowing your creation to nail you to a tree until you physically died and suffered all that pain. You think
he knew it was going to happen?
Anything? Oh my God!
He knew it was going to happen beforehand.
It out because you don't care.
He's the one that created the damn sin in the first place.
No, sir.
He was the initial cause to it all.
He created us with the potentiality for sin, and we are the ones that did the sin.
Well, then why did he create us with that potentiality then?
Because if we don't have the ability to walk away from
creation,
him, we don't have the ability to walk to him. If we don't have the ability to say, no, thank you, God, I don't want nothing to do with you, we don't have the ability to say, God, I love you, and I want to be a part of what
why is he so vain?
For eternity. So
why is our Creator so vain?
So y'all have a great day, and may that God of creation, the God of salvation, the God of the Bible, bless you
may
all.
logic and reason
Take care, Jim.
Quit preaching to the children.
Yeah.
I think by far, everything that he said, that was the thing that really got to me the most, because if there was somebody on my kid's school bus, regardless of the questions that were asked, preaching that kind of shit to him, because the way it comes off here, I'm sure he does that preachy, well, Jesus is the light and the truth and the only way and this and that, you know.
Yep.
I would be quite pissed off about it.
Oh, I'd have him off. I'd have him not working there anymore, that's for sure, unless he changed and did it the right, you know.
I mean, I don't want anybody to get fired. I would never want to, you know, get somebody fired from their job, but I would want him to change.
Yeah, unless he changed. Like I said, that's where I was going. Unless he changed and he said, yeah, in my opinion, in my thought, this is a different view of what other people think. That would be fine. I don't have a problem with somebody telling my kids that, because then they can figure it out for themselves. But when you go around and you know, and the tone he uses and the way he talks, saying, well, this is the only truth there is and everything else is a lie, you know, and I don't believe in that, then my kids are going to be thinking, well, is my dad a liar, you know, because this guy says so, you know.
Exactly. Yeah, strangers on the, not necessarily strangers, but, you know, people on the bus shouldn't be having that conversation. They're there to make sure, like the guy said, they are guards. They're there to make sure the kids get from point A to point B safely and securely.
Yep. And the little kids look up. He's in a position of authority, so he's already got a. They look up to that, and they tend to believe people in a position of authority. So.
Yep. I had to get medicated after that.
Yeah, and I just don't understand. Like he says, he knows the truth, but like I said, Richard M. Carrier's got a book out now, and that he goes through. I think like the first 17 pages of it are all just references for the rest of the book, where you can go explore everything yourself, and it's like, and he goes through the book and he explains that there was no Jesus of the the New Testament. So,
just having that much faith in something that old.
Yeah, but Hillbilly won't read that, because he knows the truth, but he won't search the truth. So you don't know the truth if you're not going to search it. If you hear something that might disprove it, you read it, and if it doesn't disprove it, then you know it's the truth. You keep searching, you keep checking every day. You just don't jump and believe. And like I said, I really wouldn't have a problem with, I don't have a problem with anybody who believes, but like it comes to that point when they're trying to make laws and they're talking to kids on the bus and telling them this. That's when I stand up and say, hey, that's why I'm on this internet. Stand up and say, hey, this is wrong. You can't do that.
Well, because it just really sucks that. Sorry, Nadia.
Selling Desert, you shouldn't ask him to sign up. It's just Dropbox fostering stuff. Should just be able to download it. It's a link.
Oh, yeah, it's working now. Hey, Glenn.
Hello. How's everyone doing?
Doing good. How about you?
Pretty good.
Good.
Just got back. I was sneezing on the way home.
Reading perpetually. Gave up on a long time ago. Never seriously considered child-rearing issues.
You know.
On the other hand,
go ahead.
Yeah, I was just gonna say. Well, if the very first of us, Lily Alba, who actually got surgery, unlike me, well, I actually tried to get a uterus implant. So, there you go. Okay, have fun yurting.
Yeah.
I finished.
Oh. I was going to say that's Glenn. We started out talking about what's purpose in life. I was going to go back to that, I guess, and ask him what he thinks his was. Glenn?
I think he's away.
Sign on and walk away. What's that? Who knows?
Yeah, I'm on my cell phone, so I don't have any side chat.
There he is.
Glenn, what's the meaning of life? And don't tell us 42.
What do you expect me to say?
To live long and prosper? I don't know.
That's a good one.
I don't know. If you're prospering, living long might sound like a nice idea. When you're not, hell, have Kevorkian stop by tomorrow.
Well, I mean, I'm barely prospering. I got a little 49cc moped, and I don't know, have money to keep it running, get food. I guess
Yeah.
that's me.
I was just gonna say the prosper thing. I've always been money-wise. All I need is enough to get by week to week. It don't matter to me. Almost 50 years old. I've never owned a new car. Never wanted to buy a new car. Never buy any brand name stuff. I always resell shops, and I spend money on the cheap stuff. I don't need the best stuff or the brand name. I've always been simple.
I hear that.
Yeah.
Oh, and
Now, if only love were that easy.
Yeah, I hear that.
well, when you're healthy, properly formed, it's easy to be simple. Well, simplicity is a luxury of the healthy and, I suppose, properly born and so on.
Gee, if I asked for a penny from my sister, she'd probably laugh.
What?
Well, I was exaggerating a bit, Mud. If I asked for a penny from my rich sister, she'd probably laugh.
It's usually the way it goes. The richer you get, the stingier you get.
Yep.
Unless I had like one last wish because I was dying of cancer, then she might help me fulfill out one of my dreams, swimming in the ocean in Florida. I know that's kind of silly, but it's a long ways for where I'm from.
How are you this morning?
I'm doing okay.
Oh, you sound okay.
Yeah, physically I'm okay.
Did Nadia freeze?
No, she's just real still. I don't think. Yes,
She probably crashed.
crash and burn like love.
Yeah.
Is it time for a switch over yet, or when's the 8 hours run out?
I think that's the second most complicated thing beyond the meaning of life is love.
Yeah. If only it were that easy.
Yeah. Kind of like the song Desperado.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I'm more into metal.
You've worn a medal?
More into metal music.
Oh.
Heavy metal and thrash metal. Some punk. Some old rap.
What about Sir Mix-a-Lot?
Yeah, the old stuff. Yeah, Sir Mix-a-Lot and LL Cool J and the Beastie Boys and.
Yeah, some of that's good still.
Yeah.
I was always into at least that point in time, I was into the more gangster, like 8 Ball and MJG and NWA and the Ghetto Boys. And
what about Snoop Dogg?
He was a little bit later.
Yeah,
Oh,
NWA was good.
Was Snoop in NWA? I can't remember.
No, he was with Dr. Dre after that.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
And then the Notorious B.I.G. got killed.
Yeah, then Tupac got killed. I don't know which one was first, I forget.
Yeah, I think Tupac's dead for good.
Uh-uh,
he's holograms. That means he's for real.
That's like Star Trek, man. Hologram. The holodeck.
Yeah.
Or holosuite, whatever.
Yeah, she did crash. Welcome back.
There she is.
Yeah, I mean, not sure much of the phone call you heard.
A little bit.
Just a little bit.
Yeah, apparently I got cut off in the middle of it.
Wasn't it the run-of-the-mill checking up on you, seeing how you were doing, pretty much?
Yeah.
That's what I thought.
So when you got to do your changeover for the new hangout?
It's in about an hour and a half.
All right.
38 minutes.
And Nadia, is your phone in rough-looking shape?
Yeah, it is.
Damn.
Yeah, I pretty much got to keep the phone I got. I can't get a new phone until I find a program for it. 'Cause I got Verizon with unlimited data that I was grandfathered in on. And the new phones they come out with now, I got this program on my phone called PDA.net where I can use my phone for my laptop and use my phone as a Wi-Fi hotspot, and I can let all my friends run off my data plan. But the newer phones are programmed so you can't do that. So I got to find somebody who knows about phones so I can jailbreak it, I guess, and work around it.
Yeah, that's pretty much the only way, from what I understand. Because I had I guess whatever the equivalent to jailbreaking is on a Android to my phone. Because by default, even if you get the app that allows for tethering, it'll say contact your provider to open these settings or whatever. But once it's jailbroken,
my biggest rage is to have a shipping address to get a replacement sent to, because I get thrown out of here like any second.
You don't have a PO?
What?
You don't have a PO box?
No. You're a long waiting list.
They can't ship it. I was gonna say they can't ship it to a store by you and do it that way.
They might be able to. I'm already in too much trouble.
Yeah, it's a little thing to worry about.
Hey, Nadia. Go ahead.
You realize the Hangouts are the only way people ever call the hospital for me. Basically, to see me drop on cam and then like call for paramedics. Right? No one who sees me in person bothers.
Yeah.
For the most part, nobody sees me in person. I'm behind a locked door.
Nadia, you know how you've asked these people to get you some needles, or at least like look into resupplying you with needles? Do you think they would make any more of an effort if you changed your story up a bit and said, I've run out of needles, I think I'm going to be dead within the next couple of days? Do you reckon they'd finally pull the finger out of their ass and do something?
No, because I'll say you won't die from lack of estrogen.
I thought you were on other medication as well.
Those I have plenty of needles for. Intramuscular needles are the ones that are running low.
It just seems like you just said, the people in the Hangout tend to point out that you've collapsed. These people that ring you up every couple of days, and if you don't answer within a couple of days, then maybe they'll do something about it, seem ultimately pointless. I
They
don't
are.
get it.
Hospital set it up.
Fair enough.
I mean, when my phone goes, everybody goes, so none of it matters anyway.
Okay.
And my phone going, well, this probably mostly means that I don't have power outlets to charge them.
So this New World Order seems to have slowed down. Like, what are we going to do about it? We need to find a way to get it ramped up again.
New World Order?
Yeah, it's slowed right down. I reckon people are naturally opposed to the communistic method because they want to believe in uniqueness. Some sort of individuality. But the implication of what communism is, you have to admit, has negative connotations to that sort of effect, and those that aren't well versed in what communism actually entails may be inclined to jump to hasty conclusions.
Oh yeah, it's pretty much a strong line. Whatever. Cheers, did you?
Sorry, go on.
Hello, Alex.
Hello. What's up, Desert?
Not too much. What about you, man?
Not a great deal. Planning on going to a friend's tonight, and that's about the long and short of it. Oh, and Guild Wars 2.
Good game, good game.
I've just started playing it. Like, it's one of those games I've wanted for years now, but my internet has been about a megabit per second. Megabit. So I haven't been able to play any online games for many years now. Like, it used to be fine when they were all cheap as anything, and you required half a gig of RAM to play all of them. But now, like, it's been ages, and I've finally got internet capable of holding a connection, and it's wonderful.
I hear you. I bet you're enjoying that.
Oh, you've no idea. Like, not having immediate access to the internet is infuriating for me.
Oh, I know. It's like a drug.
Right. The way I see it is the internet is the single largest repository of information that we have accumulated as a species. Why would you not want continual access to it all the time?
Exactly.
So, yeah.
Yeah, I hear you, man. Something on your mind, Nadia?
I was thinking back in 2010, I actually didn't speak for long enough. I guess my voice cracked and such. I wonder if I'll lose like all the work I did in my voice. Something like that happens again.
Smoking can't be helping.
It doesn't matter.
Why not? You've told me in one hangout today. You've told me that it does matter to you, like the appearance and the physical representation.
Smoking doesn't matter.
But it does any number of things to your voice.
Actually, change your voice.
No, it doesn't change your voice, but it irritates your throat. And it's the irritation of the throat which causes convulsions in the throat. The convulsions in the throat are what cause the buildup of the muscle. The buildup of the muscle is what causes the deeper vibrations. And that's what causes the deeper voice when you smoke.
You seem to know a lot about vibrations.
Well, I can make some good vibrations.
I'm kidding.
Which is only one aspect. Resonance, intonation, enunciation, and it's like breathing, speaking patterns and such. Also there, in many ways, more influential. Resonance and intonation, enunciation, one. And I've seen it done, demonstrated. Compensate for extremely deep voices.
Well, your voices always sound very feminine to me.
Same here.
Much more so than, I don't mean to make the comparison, but I much prefer, you have a much softer voice as opposed to an effeminate voice, which you get from like the more camp gays, you know, with the whole lisp 10 yards sort of thing. Yeah, yours is much more natural sounding. So you can be proud of that.
That was part of the point, although you can't be listening to the same thing I am.
No, none of us are. None of us hear our own voice as it sounds, because the differences between standing in the middle of a concert theatre and standing on the other side of the hallway. So when we hear our voices, our own voices, we aren't actually hearing the vibrations out of our mouth. What we're hearing is the vibrations in our skull. So our voice always sounds an octave deeper than it does, than it is.
I know about the real-time sounds and such, but on the other hand, I can also play back recordings.
You don't think that your voice sounds feminine?
Well, I don't do very well on pitch or resonance, and I speak monotone, enunciate poorly.
Same here. I speak
There's very
monotone.
little prejudice. You're not trying to sound feminine.
Well, I know.
Excuse me. So, just cutting it off there. Not very much is happening properly on any of the fronts where masculinity and femininity are divided here.
Well, if it's any consolation, I would say that the boundaries between masculinity and femininity are, for the most part, blurred in the real world. Like, perhaps it's different in the States, but over in the UK, like, because all of the areas, or I should say the areas around where I live, are kind of rough, and the families are lower class. They have a lower living standards, and so what you end up with is very commonly like I'll be walking into town. I'll go through one of the council estates, and you can get women who are these blubberous circles, who are the same width as they are high, and you have to take a double take because you'd never guess they were women like from the outset. Like, they sound like men, they are sized like men. And I think the lines are in general becoming more and more blurred. So you sound, I'll put it this way, you sound, if I assume that you were a female the first time I ever saw you on video. It was only later that I found out that you were transgendered.
A lot of people are telling you that, Nadia, myself included.
Hey, Adam.
Recordings don't lie. And welcome back, Adam.
No, they don't lie. But they don't lie, but your assumptions of yourself may do. I have no reason to not tell you, that you did not sound feminine, or I didn't mistake you when I first met. The truth is, I assumed you were female, and did for many weeks until.
That's not what Nadia means. What Nadia means is that it is much easier for her to take measures to pass in this medium on Google Plus than it is for her to do so in person.
Oh, sorry. Is that what you were getting at?
Well, maybe not even that. I mean, I can look at the recordings and like literally point out, oh well, my eyebrows are coming out at the caveman-like in this frame. These few seconds of recording are showing chest resonance and low pitch and such and so on.
Yeah, but I would want. But if you took a recording of a born female, particularly a tall and more low pitched voice born female, of which I know many, and you made the same analysis, I bet you'd find some of the same thing. Oh well, she sure does look very masculine in that frame, and look how her voice sounds for that half second, right? So it's I'm not sure your standard is fair there.
I've
Human
heard,
beings human
yeah,
beings are very good at manufacturing evidence, at saying what we choose, what we're looking for, whether it's there or not.
No, it's not fair. The economy isn't fair, and it takes a lot of money to pay for the surgery to get rid of the cartilage that's overdeveloped. And to undo what was done to the voice by the wrong puberty and so on.
As a last resort, and I wouldn't usually advocate this, but like in desperate times, would you not? Is it not like it's the estrogen that you require, isn't it, as a medication from the hospital for the continual transformation to the point where you're ready for surgery? Can you not get estrogen shipped in from other countries, like cheaper than you would get it from a hospital, and administrate it
Now,
yourself?
hospital gives it to you for free.
Oh right, okay. My ignorance of the US's healthcare system. Fair enough.
The trick is when they use whatever they use to make the vials they use, they have to throw them away when they're done. And then instead of throwing them away, they send them home with me. They're pretty sloppy about the way they draw things and so on, which is kind of shocking, but because they do it like numerous times a day, and I only do it like maybe 6. So, or at least, but no, that's true. That's just once. So they probably like waste about half of what they draw. There's probably like twice as many days out of the supply that I'm losing. But it's still, like 2.5 months of supply left that I take home every time in the hospital. I've got a stockpile built up really. Let me see. There are these, which untouched for a while. Still have some in here, I think. Yeah, I've got another 2 over here. I think these are full ones. Really? No, they're not full ones. Okay. I'm down to 1 active pair of vials and 1. Looks like 1 empty pair. Or sorry, 1 backup pair. Oh wait, this stuff's 1 extra vial of this. But actually, there's a loose vial. Estrogen. Okay, so 2 backup vials of each estrogen and progesterone.
Is that a bruise on your arm?
Is that a what?
A bruise?
A bruise where?
Right arm. Right up.
Right arm? Where on it?
Yeah, right there.
There?
It's kind of red. Yeah.
Gosh, I don't know what it's from.
Oh, okay.
Nadia, you know how you were saying, earlier when I was asking you about, getting the surgery and such, and you were saying how it would be preferential, or at least necessary, for the continuation of a worthwhile life. Is there no... Can you not go through psychotherapists like with this, like this sort of evaluation? Is there no way of having the surgery put through like that, like essentially through that way, or is it seen? I don't know your history, so.
Yeah, I keep going to them, and I get a different one every time.
Don't they all say the same thing, or?
Well, we'll start you, and 2 years later we might write a letter.
All right.
So they really do nothing for you.
Well, since every time it's the first time I've seen whichever one I see, it's 2 years of consistently getting back to the same one. Massive instability and such is just completely thwarts everything.
I see.
Every time you go into a new one, you should pick up something heavy off the desk, say I'm depressed, and then chuck it through the window. And do it for every one of them.
Yeah.
They'll either get the message or have to foot a lot of bills for new windows.
Yeah, I have a pretty good idea what the process is, but it can't really get off the ground. And last I checked, I don't think they regarded failure to function as my target gender in a workplace environment is very highly. Only the latest WPAT, they knocked that out. Most of them go by the old one, or the most stringent out of some large number of other standards, or like older WPATH versions and Harry Benjamin standards, like 50 years ago. Really, all the insurance thing is about is concocting an excuse to deny the insurance claim. So, they have plenty of excuses. And I can't get the process off the ground.
Are there any independent communities or websites for like transgenderism that will help with the support of surgery or possibly payment towards surgery?
Not really. The Jim Collins Foundation exists, and they only do like 2 awards per year out of like 1 million waiting.
Yeah. Is that random, or do they have a process, or because you could send them like all of the material that you've accumulated from like the last 2 months. Be like, here's my story, and some other things. I don't know. Well, there you go. There's an idea for a website. Design it around charities and trusts and funds geared towards gender dysphoria.
It's the only one of its kind. The other ones are like pro bono legal work and generally not concerned with individual cases.
Then why not fill the market?
What?
I said, why not fill the market? Design a website around that sort of business model, and then work through charities or work as yourself as a charity, as opposed to a legal entity, and see what grants and buffs you can get from the government, essentially. And we're all taking people's money, like you can. I'm just thinking, like, if there is a gap in the market, why not pick it up, or at least try to?
There's a reason why the gap is there. You would all start charitable organizations out of the gutter, or at least they don't get anywhere doing it. You know, they're all the products of random somebody's who made it big, not, you know, random gutter people who are trying to use it as a survival tactic, live off it. And much of the time people put into them is volunteered, as opposed to having any paid employees.
Well, with the exception of becoming ridiculously wealthy and being able to help you on your way, I can only wish you the best of fortune. But there are, I would say, even if you don't get the things that you want, there's plenty that you can do to provide for something in the future. Maybe not for yourself, but you, like, take these hangouts for example. I think one of the things I think you should definitely do, like especially if you know you're going to get moved out, is spend a good 4 hours discussing your story so that there is something up on YouTube. Because so far it just comes through in tidbits, doesn't it? People asking you questions here and there. But you have the ability to make yourself heard.
Not really. I mean, getting any kind of like viewership, subscribers is impossible for any established movies.
No, it's not. You just need to put some stipulations in. So, right, it depends. It depends on how much of a viewing whore you want to be. Now, you're dealing with basic marketing here, so there are simple ways of going about getting your views up. One of them is get people that are joining these chats to click like, which I've started doing now actually. As in fairness, like you should ask people if they're going to join in the Hangout and be a part of the Hangout, and they represent the Hangout by clicking like. And the 20 people that you get in here in the day, because I'd say there's about 20 odd people, 20 different people that come and go. From what I've seen now of your likes, that'll increase them, what, tenfold? And that's the start. The other thing is obviously commenting on other people's videos, although that does take more time. And the other thing, which I think you do, is material that you've got now, offer out to people that want them. Atheists and theists alike. Like I'm fine with it being equal across the board. But I watched the video the other day. It was Adam Pugh. Adam is here today. It was Adam talking with God, who was it? This random lad and I can't remember his name. Two of the creationists. JD Kane liked it. And I came across that, and but those kind of yeah. So what you do is essentially you offer out your material for both sides to take what they want, and they essentially end up doing all the work for you. So they take an 8-hour clip and they'll either find something good or they won't, and they'll put it up as long as there is credit where credit's due towards your channel. Then you have essentially a plethora of the atheist v theist arguments and people wanting to argue that their side is correct and so on and so forth. And that would provide you with very quick viewings, I would think.
Yeah, a few times people have done it. No, only twice. They haven't linked back.
Well, make sure if they're going to put it up and it's your material, then obviously ask. And the other thing to make note of, and I know it's once again it's a bit devious, but you're awake for the majority of your hangouts. You know when, or at least I would hope that you have some understanding of when good argumentation is occurring, and you can make note of this argumentation and say, oh, there's some good. You can say to whoever you want, oh, there's some good material in this one or that one or whatever. As long as you link me back, you can use it to your heart's content, and then. I mean, they may not do it just because people are cunts, but I don't think that's the case for most of the people here in the community. I think people try to look out for each other regardless, and who the hell knows? Like, it's just a suggestion. But certainly the faster of most, because the material's already there, obviously. All you got to do now is essentially drop it off on everyone's lap and say, you guys go through it and take what you want.
Yeah, okay. Optics had already asked to do that. Scholar fiction, something similar to what Optics did.
Optics did a very good job. I enjoyed it. I mean, if he made enough, he added enough background and visual stuff to the video that I could actually listen to myself talk, which I'm usually not able to do. So that was good.
Yeah, I really enjoyed all the as he brought up all the different genus types. I thought that was brilliant, because I'm very, very ignorant of all the well, there's multiple, isn't there? There's multiple groups, isn't there? Starting with kingdom and going all the way down to, is it species at the end?
Yeah, well, I mean, there's actually more. There's subspecies and other things, but the standard classification system, the Linnaean system, is kingdom, phylum, class, order, family, group, and species, or genus and species, rather.
Right. Yeah.
Family,
so
genus, and species. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. That's the 7. 7. That's the.
Now above, I mean, nowadays above the kingdom level, there's the domain level.
So what are we
then
classifying?
There are subfamilies and superfamilies and superspecies, and within species there are breeds, which are defined as having certain defining characteristics within a species, and subspecies and other things. So there's quite a bit of, I mean, again. because the fact is that it is a tree of life, or more accurately, probably a bush of life. But because we all are interrelated, all of these categories are to some extent fuzzy, necessarily so.
So is domain, so domain above kingdom, which, so I assume domain would...
Domain is even above kingdom.
Yeah, so domain would what be eukaryotes, prokaryotes, and I always forget the third. Sorry, say again, Nadia.
Archaea.
Archaea, thank you. So is that domain? Am I
Yep, that's
correct?
it. Well, it's bacteria, archaea, and eukarya are the
Right.
and eukaryota are the three domains.
Okay, so yeah, I'm aware of like I am aware of the categories, but it was really nice to watch it all listed out, and the black bear example was just beautiful.
What example?
The black bear, sorry, the bear dog. The
bear dog.
What's it called? What's it called? The example you gave between a bear and a wolf, and it's probably going to be called a wolf bear or something daft.
The Amphicyonidae, the...
Yes.
Yeah.
The one that you actually
Anthocyanins,
gave.
yeah. I don't... That's
yeah,
not,
the one that you actually gave in the example.
Yeah, I gave a specific example. I don't even remember what it was.
No, me neither. But it was good. I knew that.
And then I eventually realized, for his purposes, we can just talk about the differences between a wolf and a fox, because he's claiming those are different kinds. It's much easier than even the differences between a wolf and a bear. Hey there, Ermine.
Ermine.
Hey guys.
Hey, Ermine.
Hey.
Ermine. No, I agree with you, Adam. Like when you simplified it down even further, one of the things that bothers me about like creationism, well, many things bother me about creationism, but this notion of interchangeable kinds, I don't understand how they don't find it like bothersome, especially when dealing even from a small group. So take the idea of bacteria as an example. Millions of substrains of bacteria, and all their mutations and all the divulgences which are still occurring at a rate of knots. How is that just all lumped into one kind? They're all a kind of bacteria.
Well, it really depends on which creationist you talk to, but I think generally speaking, their feeling on the bacteria question is it doesn't really matter that much, because we don't see bacteria becoming anything other than bacteria. So whatever sort of micro changes are in there are well within the scope of created kinds. I agree with you. I think that's silly when we consider just how diverse the bacteria domain actually is.
I was going to say the change or the diversity, like on a comparative scale. If human beings, if we went through the sort of changes that certain bacteria went through, then we'd be all kinds of like the shapes of our bodies and such, and what we were built up of, completely different.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. I even made that particular argument on the video. I said, for any group of for any cluster of animals that is as closely related as humans are to chimpanzees, creationists call those one kind. When you have two equines or two frogs that are as close to each other and as humans and chimps are, they're definitely considered a single kind. And so what you were just saying is also true. The opposite is true, which is that that the amount of variation within what creationists are willing to call a single kind is far beyond the amount of variation that we see among the great apes. So it's not really a consistent standard. But then again, the bottom line is they're not, generally speaking, they're not really all that interested in talking about this with the biologically literate. They need something that holds up to the cursory amount of scrutiny that you're likely to get from an audience during Sunday morning church service. They don't need to satisfy the scrutiny of a room full of educated biologists. It's not they're not defending a dissertation. They're just trying to get an idea believed by enough people to give them political power. So the standards are different, and therefore the nature of the delivery of the model is different. Have you read the Wedge document?
I haven't.
You should read the Wedge document.
What, pray tell, is the Wedge document?
The Wedge document is a
Sorry.
Bless you. The Wedge document explains the Wedge strategy, which is the process by which the Discovery Institute intended to get creationism and Christianity reintroduced into culture through their strategic introduction of intelligent design.
I've heard like a rough history of how intelligent design has been trying to force its way back into the schools. I didn't realize it was called the Wedge document, or the Wedge whatever it's.
So
the
entire text of the Wedge document is reproduced below the contents header on this page on Rational Wiki.
Okay.
So you can read the whole thing for yourself and see what you think. Yeah, as it points out in the introduction, the Discovery Institute Center for the Renewal of Science and Culture thinks nothing less than the overthrow of materialism and its cultural legacies. Then it explains how it's going to do that.
They probably mean something different from the usual philosophy of mind notion of materialism.
What I understand that they primarily mean when they say we want to overthrow materialism is that we want to make it so that people no longer so that science no longer is practiced with the assumption that there are no supernatural causes. So
how do you even the problem? See, the problem I have with like the idea of supernatural causes. I have very little issue with like well, I say very little issue. Supernatural as a term is still like a very confusing one. I don't even think it really makes much sense. But how would you say if you were to witness a quote unquote supernatural event, like a ball of fire just erupting in front of you and then bursting into doves, as an example. You might classify that as supernatural. But once you've witnessed this, and once you've experienced this within your perceptions of reality, how do you not then... I don't understand how you can not then automatically default to the belief that it's natural and there must be an explanation, because saying it's supernatural sort of... It ignores the requirement for an explanation. So, first you would have to escape the fact that first you would have to escape it being natural. I would have thought, before you could jump onto the bare assertion that it's supernatural, which it just seems to be a throwaway statement. It seems to be as easy as saying, "Oh, it's magic." How does this work? Oh, magic. How do magnets work? Nobody knows. Magic. Something ridiculous. I don't know. I don't understand how you would then how you could even make the leap to whatever supernatural would entail. How could you perceive something and then not accept it as part of the natural?
Well, obviously, well, not obviously. What they do is they have an understanding of what they mean by natural, they explicitly have an understanding that there are intelligent forces that can influence the universe that don't operate according to mechanistic laws, that operate according to will, rather than mechanistic laws, and those are what they call supernatural. I shouldn't say they. I should say what I would call supernatural.
Can you give me an example?
God would be an example.
Can you give me an example I can relate to?
Probably not.
Okay.
Can you give me? Can you tell me of anything unnatural in your experience? I mean,
nope.
It's kind of yeah. So I mean the point being, I mean, I guess another example might be ghosts. Well, yeah, sure, ghosts. So the idea being that there's something we're talking about. The very worldview that they're fighting against is the idea that that human beings are just mechanistic animals acting in a meaningless universe. Instead, they believe and want to put forward this idea that there is some external will, external intelligence that influences and acts on the universe.
Well, that's a bit of a problem.
And they're saying that that's not part of the mindless natural universe. It's something different than that.
Well, I want to pick up on what you said, this idea of mechanistic, a mechanistic universe. Right. So what that implies to me then is they want to assume a state where there are no mechanisms. And how do you once you removed all mechanisms, how do you then have any function?
Will.
Why is that not a mechanism in itself?
Because it's not. Because a mechanism is necessarily mindless. Right? Necessarily not in. A mechanism is necessarily. Regular, mechanistic. I mean, I don't know. I'm not sure there's another good word for it. And what they're talking about is something other than that. Right? Something that has true, genuine volition.
Right. So.
Right. Something that is not simply governed by a predefined set of rules.
I don't. So that sounds to me like you are trying to purposefully remove the need for an explanation. So if I turn around, if I turn around to you and say there's a process, or there is a result, and it is this result.
The Discovery Institute, not Adam.
No.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. No. Thanks for the clarification, but I think that's pretty clear that I'm kind of trying to explain a DI position here. So, yeah. Anyway, you were saying.
Yeah. Of course. Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't.
No, please.
It is purely. So yeah, from like what I'm understanding, like trying to remove the attribute of having like a set process, seems like you are trying to remove the mechanism, like the abilities entirely. So, if
trying to remove what entirely?
Trying to remove the explanation entirely. So if I let's take something like electricity as an example, or magnets. I'm gonna go back to Insane Clown Posse again. Let's take magnets as an example, and I turn around and say there is no mechanism for how magnets work. They are supernatural in nature. Is that a reasonable position to hold until a mechanism has been found?
No.
Right. So.
It's not. I would agree. It's not.
Right. So the idea of saying that there is no they're trying to establish a state where there are no flow. There is no one after another sort of. From my position, like that, the whole thing becomes gibberish. You are literally saying there's no way, that it has no explanation. There's no mechanism. There's no series of steps that need to be taken. There's no process that needs to be done. So even in the Christian sort of ideology, this idea of existence being spoken in, that in itself is a mechanism. What they're saying then is like that particular mechanism doesn't have to exist, and it's. I
don't know what you mean about existence being spoken in. That's not. We're talking about the volitional creatures themselves, the minds themselves, not acting according to mechanistic processes.
Right, but the mechanistic processes. Well, that implies.
Don't say processes. That's not a word.
Sorry, process.
Or processes.
Processes. Ugh. All right.
Yeah.
I was dead quiet. Missed that, Bill.
What? Oh, sorry.
Can you define this word for me? Or are you able to see chat at this point?
Yeah.
Oh. I'm putting things on chat, but they're not coming up. What's going on? Is my chat failing?
Quite possibly.
Oh, it's lag?
Or lag.
Okay.
Yeah, so even like in the idea of like, even if I'm going to separate out the mind, what
that
you're
really
saying
doesn't
is,
bother you.
What? Separating out the mind?
The complete abuse of the R by
We have ways of making you pronounce the letter R.
What? Me?
Yes.
What have I mispronounced?
I don't know.
I see.
I don't
Okay.
get worked up.
Well, I'll be willing to be stand corrected at some point. But even if I am to grant that the mind, whatever that entails, is separate or entirely separate, then you saying that these, or you seem to be saying that the concept put forward is that the thoughts and perceptions and beliefs that occur in the mind have no previous steps to them. I don't know if Adam needs broadcasting, I think.
Oh, welcome back. And welcome back, Yermeen, too. Hang on, Adam. I'll bring you in. There we are.
Thanks. Yeah, your abuse of the R doesn't bother you, huh? Anyway.
In what? Hang on, R and what?
Later.
Wait, R and what? Me?
Yeah, pronounce IDA, or pronounce the word IDEA.
Idea.
Okay. Yeah, idea. Is there an R in it?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, now pronounce the word HEATHER.
HEAT. Hither. What? Sorry.
Yeah. Pronounce or better, or an even easier word, just feather. Pronounce feather.
Feather.
There you go.
Sorry, I'm just being.
Well, if the English accents get to you, I'm sure Bill will get even further.
It's just the fact that they abuse the R. That's really what bothers me. That's really it.
Well, when you say they abuse the R, are you on about English people?
I'm talking about British English speakers. Yes, they abuse the R.
English. I'm an English speaker.
You're an English speaker.
Yeah, I'm not fucking British.
Fucking lunatic is what he is.
England
Okay,
is on the
so
island of Britain.
yeah, so England is on the Isle of Britain. I do not understand how it is possible for you to be English and not British. You'll have to explain that one to me.
Because I was born in England.
Yeah, and England is part of Britain.
Yeah.
It's like me saying
it's
like me saying I'm part of the United States. I'm not North American.
Where do you live? Canada.
Ohio.
Ohio. So you're American then?
Yeah, so I'm not. I'm saying it would be ridiculous to say I'm in the United States. I'm not in North America. That would be stupid. Just like it's stupid to say I'm in England. I'm not I'm not on the British Isle, or I'm not in Great Britain. That would be stupid because it's not possible to be true. If you are in England, you are necessarily in Great Britain.
Yeah, but I was
And
born
if you are English, you are necessarily British. That's what that means.
Well, if we're going to go through classifications, I am an English, British, European Earthling.
Sure. Well, my point is British English speakers, and I know it's not all British English speakers, but I'm talking about British English the way it is spoken by a lot of you now. And you abuse the R. You've dropped the R, and it bothers me. That's all I really feel the need to say on the subject. I was starting to pick it apart, but I realized it probably won't really get us anywhere. So anyway, what were you saying on the actual topic of discussion?
Who talked to? Who talked to? Me or Nadia or Alex or who?
I believe the conversation was between me and Alex. Did I drop off or something?
Okay. No. Okay.
It went quiet. I didn't want to leave you hanging in case you were talking to me.
No, it's fine. No problem.
It's all good. All good. But okay. So like getting back to what I was saying, and I will try my best to pronounce the R's.
It's fine.
So,
you don't really have to. I was just picking at you.
It's all good. So like the requirement, or at least the attempt to remove some sort of mechanism, because when you say mechanism, what I perceive in my head is a logic flow. So I think if then as a mechanism, as a very simplistic mechanism.
Right.
So when you say like they're trying to remove this mechanistic process from the mind, what that says to me is that there is no previous step before like a belief occurs or a thought occurs. There's no reason or governance for the thought that you are having now.
Yeah, I think that's the idea.
So our thoughts are chaotic, random.
See, that's the thing. Neither chaotic nor random, but rather volitional.
I'm gonna have to look that word up.
Well, it sounds like it's a bit broader metaphysically. Like it encompasses both naturalism and materialism.
Yeah, I think it does. Apparently, Zoin thinks he's a jerk because he ran off. That doesn't make you a jerk. We understand people come and go. It's part of the process. It's fine. At least I hope it is, because I do it all the time.
Right. So this idea of volitional, then, this concept of... Sorry, say again, Nadia.
I was saying, use a douche, don't be a douche.
I see. But this idea of volitional, because I'm only going off the dictionary, and the act of willing or choosing or resolving, exercising of willing. This as Nadia's pointed out, like you will what you will, what you will, what you will, and so on. So why is it the will? Where does, okay, in that sense then, I suppose, is the will a product of this external, the God character, or so do you believe that from the ID perspective then, is the will generated within one's mind, or
does it come about from? Like, how does, okay, in that sense then, if there is no mechanistic process and there is no previous step, how does the will exist? How does it come into existence?
And the idea, we're now actually past ID and into theology, but the general answer to that question, as I understand it, is the will is actually primacy of existence, which is to say that God, being the initial and sort of basic creative will, is an eternal entity that is actually that thing which has always existed.
Right.
So will is actually, not matter but rather will, not mechanism but rather volition, is actually that which is the basic foundational thing.
Why doesn't that just bring you into solipsism?
Why does that not bring you into solipsism? Because they're not saying that the will of an individual is all that, because solipsism is the idea that the will of the person and the experience of the person is all that exists, and that the external reality is just a product of that perception. And
right. So if the will is self-generated, or if the will happens to start existing with no mechanism to explain it, then why can you not go down into solipsism through it? Once again, I don't understand why you need the external
why
step.
Why can you not is not something I really understand in this context. I mean, I think the answer you're going to get will be, well, no, that's not. I mean, that's not the way reality is. The way reality, it is not the case that there is just one will and everything is a product of that will. It is in fact the case that God, the foundational will, manifested both will and mechanism. Will he manifested in the other the other thinking beings he created, of which we were not the first and are not the most powerful, but we are one of, but we are some of. And mechanism he manifested in the creation of the physical universe.
See, that's how would he even get? See that sorry, that no, it just throws me through circles. I don't understand.
I mean, it's like it again. The materialist idea is that will is an emergent property of matter.
Mm-hmm.
And occurs through mechanism like everything else. This is entirely different from that. It's saying that will is something separate from mechanism and matter, and actually is prime over those things. And that will, that volition, that the mind is actually what is foundational and fundamental to existence, not the material world.
Okay. One more question, then I've got to go real quick. So, did the will of God ever begin?
No. That one I'm quite clear on, quite sure of, is that any perspective that follows out of the Christian tradition, whether it's creationism or pretty much anything else, is going to give that same answer to that. No, there was never a time that the will of God began. God's will is necessarily eternal.
How? I suppose. Okay. We're going to get bogged down.
Some of us will even say atemporal. I will say atemporal. Not everyone will necessarily say atemporal.
I would sooner prefer atemporal to eternal. Eternal sort of promotes a set of time that is continuous outside of the temporality that we experience, which people are welcome to propose, but at which point time in itself is outside of the creation, as it were. It's still something that I've got to go through my head. Like the idea of an existent being existing but not existing. Okay, so this will then, if it never, so the will of this being, of the God character, which never began, it how so. Would you say then that there is no explanation for it, or would you? How can there can't be? Would you say that? In fact, I'll say this. Then there can't be an explanation for it, can there?
I'm not going to go that far, but I will say that I don't know of any good explanation that has been posited for it.
But within its description, you've removed the slot where an explanation would go.
I don't know necessarily that that's the case. I think explanation is a very broad term. We've removed by saying there's no mechanism for it. Then we've removed the slot where a cause would go. Okay. However, it is possible there could be some sort of explanation other than a cause for it.
I'm not sure.
Most Christian theology simply posits that God is eternal and necessary and underlies the universe, and therefore, since our capacity for understanding the universe is necessarily limited, since our capacity for understanding is necessarily limited to the universe that we inhabit, and God's nature and such are outside of that, then the expectation is that we will not have or understand an explanation for the existence of God. That doesn't say that one doesn't exist, it just means we don't have it. It's a whole lot of things that may actually very well be rational and explainable, but not with the facts we have.
This primacy of like mind and will and such.
Primacy?
Sounds like idealism.
It does sound kind of like idealism, doesn't it? I think the difference is that that idealism has this additional idea that because the mind is primary over matter, has primacy over matter, therefore the matter isn't real. And I don't think that this philosophy goes that far. I think it instead primarily supposes that mechanistic matter can be a result of volition. Not that means that the mechanistic matter is in some way actually itself not mechanistic matter. It's somehow itself non-physical. I don't think the philosophy goes quite that far.
Okay.
So that's the distinction, and I agree with you that in practice it may not be much of a distinction. That the difference between something that is manifested and essentially sustained by the mind, but is quote unquote actually physical, and something that is manifested and sustained by the mind because it is in fact only itself mental, is perhaps not a real distinction. I don't know.
Well, I'll grant it.
So I converted you?
No, I grant that it's distinct from idealism.
Okay, but that wasn't enough to convert you. You're still a godless. You're still a godless Marxist heathen.
Godless Marxist Xena? Oh dear.
Heathen.
Oh.
But yes,
Yeah.
fine. You are a godless Marxist Xena, if that makes you feel better.
I like a head, chest, and shoulders taller than her.
Say what?
I have like a head, chest, and shoulders taller than her. Albeit without anywhere near as much of a chest.
Let's see. You just have to because you... Yeah, so Lucy Lawless is 5'10". How tall are you?
Oh, I'm only 6 foot, so...
Yeah, so you're 2 inches taller than her. You're like the crown of the head taller than her.
Okay,
You didn't think she was that tall, did you?
No.
I love the fact that the knowledge card that comes up when you Google Lucy Lawless includes her height. That's one of the things on it. As if this, which I believe with the way Google works, means that this was an important enough piece of information, a commonly enough queried piece of information that they decided to include it on the knowledge card.
Well, that is shocking.
No, it looks like it may just be standard. But what's an example of an actor or actress whose height is not usually discussed? Scarlett Johansson?
Sure.
Yeah, her height's given too.
Eddie Redmayne?
Yeah, no, it's just the common what? Who?
Eddie Redmayne.
Eddie who? Redmayne. It's the first Eddie. And height is given. So yeah, no, that's just their common knowledge card includes height.
Look up Stephen Colbert.
You got it. A height, 5'11". Yeah, it's there. It's born height, spouse, education, and books.
Yeah, because there was a big joke about that where they posted the wrong height for him, and he got on Google and did, I don't know what the whole story was, but he complained about something, and that's why I said born height on there. Kind of like some running gag or something.
Oh, this is interesting. So if you type in, I'll just share this. When I typed in, I can't say if you type in because I know Google's personalized. When I typed in Stephen Colbert height, it gave Stephen Colbert's height and then also Jon Stewart, Conan O'Brien, and Jimmy Fallon's heights. That apparently is the knowledge card that comes up there at the top. So, just thought that was interesting. Yeah, but I'm seeing these headlines now of Stephen Colbert threatens to sue Google for getting his height wrong. That's pretty funny.
Yeah, Eddie Redmayne is apparently depicting Lily Alva.
Who?
Lily Alva.
Is she the one that committed suicide?
No. She was apparently the first of us to get surgery.
Oh.
In the year 1930.
That was a long time ago. Even Nadia was not born yet.
Yeah. Well, I'm not entirely immortal.
Not entirely what?
Well, okay, immortal's not the right word. I'm not entirely ageless.
Yeah. Neither are your reptilian overlords.
I'm sure that people thought it maybe 2 years ago. Or maybe 3 years ago, sorry. But we discovered otherwise. Okay, I will have to turn off notifications shortly.
Yeah,
Someone's spam.
Yeah, who is it? Let's see. Unity.
That's Eric's.
Yeah, I noticed Eric was spamming a lot on the outer chat. Why doesn't he just come in and talk?
I had to boot a ghost of his. He's been here for an hour.
Oh.
He has a backup socket, the Unity GTR, so. Yes.
Alright, I'm off for now. See y'all later.
Yeah.
Bye.
Have a good day.
Where's Art?
I'm here. I'm kind of just busy.
Yeah. I always say Czech Republic would work. And I always have to stop myself from saying Czechoslovakia.
Yeah, a lot of people make that mistake.
At least who are old enough to remember from before the fall of the wall. You mean jealous of my old age? Current.
My grandmother was Polish in Czechoslovakia.
Was she Czech, Slovak, or both? Yeah. Well, Franz Kafka tourism would have been nice if I could ever have had those kinds of luxuries. Welcome, Unity.
Yeah.
Would you say there is Kafka tourism? Or is... You are somewhere near Prague, is that right?
Who, me?
Yeah.
I am in Prague, actually.
You're in Prague, okay.
Yeah.
And from the sound of it, you do not see Kafka tourism.
Say again?
From the sound of it, there's little Kafka tourism.
I don't know, actually. I'm not really interested in the whole tourism thing. I know there's kind of, architecture and, buildings that people go for tourism, but that's about it.
Okay, like the cruise line, right? Is it?
Well, if I came to visit, I would want to... I'll see wherever Franz Kafka went. What inspired Solace and whatever kinds of other things happen in this novel. Okay, granted, the most famous thing is Die Verwandlung. I guess the notable feature is a cockroach. Or somebody getting turned into one.
I'm sorry, Nadia, you completely lost me.
Die Verwandlung, the Metamorphosis. The short story by Franz Kafka, probably the most famous thing, where it's about somebody who gets turned into a cockroach.
Oh, well, that sounds interesting, but I've never heard about it. I was sleeping during my history classes when they were teaching Czech history, because it really bored me. I'm not really cultural like that.
Yeah, well, it makes Franz Kafka tourism mean people wanting to see the cockroaches. Oh, okay. So if a tourist ever asks you about the cockroaches, you know where it came from.
I will do now, indeed.
Yeah, what are the other ones? I guess the trial would want to see a courthouse. And the castle, I want to see a castle. Are there castles around Prague?
Oh yeah, a lot.
There we go.
There's Karlstein, which is a German kind of castle. And that's about it. At least the ones that I can remember. I suck at Czech history and culture.
Well, if it's the biggest one, it's probably the one to see.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest one.
I don't know. Between getting turned into a cockroach and being put on trial for a crime you never told of and so on, Kafka had a couple of things I could relate to pretty well. Was it yesterday we were going on about science fiction, like the few things I'd ever read that I could remember because they related to, like nobody else had bothered with. It's like, oh thanks guys. And of course it was like, 35 years ago type stuff, so. I think it's actually longer ago than they've come alive. Yeah, now that I think of it. I read what I read longer ago than any of the people I was talking to have been alive. That's part of how I got away with it. Because back then, I don't think they realized I could read English. Because, of course, my first language is Spanish.
First language is what? Spanish?
Yes, Spanish.
Wow. That's cool. I've always wanted to learn Spanish, man. Fucking hell. Well, you obviously speak it fluent then, yeah?
I'm no longer fluent.
But you can get by though, yeah?
Yeah, I can get by. I have to ask people speaking to me to slow down.
Yeah, that's cool.
I can speak pretty much in a kind of broken way, and if I ask them to slow down, I can pick it up.
Cool.
Yeah, given a couple of months, I could probably get back fluent. Oh yeah, I'll take husbands from Spain too.
Husbands from Spain. Spaniel.
Yeah, there was some guy in like Madrid or whatever who was.
What was he on it? Was he? Yeah. He was after.
What's that?
What was he on it? Yeah. He was up for it and all that.
Oh, last time I heard from him was late 2012. So. Yeah, he was kind of like one of those harassing type.
One of them what?
Like Hey, wait a minute. He's in Spain. Depending on how interested, I'm willing to appear in person. Especially if I don't have to go back.
What's that? If you go there and you meet someone and you don't come back, is what you just said.
Well, yeah, basically. Yeah. Marry, immigrate, done. I'd never come back to US.
Yeah, well, you'd never have to, would you? Once you've got dual citizenship or whatever, you could, well, over here or whatever, you could go anywhere in Europe, couldn't you? Pretty much. Not that you'd probably want to, though. You'd probably want to stay in the UK. That's where everyone else fucking heads to, you know what I mean?
I'd probably go for Germany. So.
Germany's very clean. I like Germany. I was out there for a little while. Very, very short time, but from what I saw, it was very clean, very, very nice.
Yeah, and you can smoke.
And what, sorry?
And you can smoke. And they have tons of industrial music.
Yeah, and lots of drinking as well. They love a drink out there. It's mainly beer, big things like that. Big German white beer. Get you pissed out your head.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not a teetotaler, but it's kind of like...
No, I know you're not a teetotaler. I tune in virtually every day now, and you fucking always drink it. Yeah.
Well,
what's that? Smirnoff? Is that Smirnoff WKD? What was that?
Oh yeah, Smirnoff screwdriver. Yeah.
Oh, right, yeah.
But you know what? I better get pissed while I still have anywhere to piss.
Have you had any more news on that? Have they said anything else about like when you got to get out and that?
They've filed a request to the judge to default my case, which they shouldn't be able to do because I filed paperwork to contest it. That should require a trial.
What? But if he defaults it, what does that mean? Throws it out? Just gets rid of it?
No, I lose without a trial.
Oh.
Damn.
Oh, yeah, so you wanted to go to trial then, obviously, yeah.
Yeah.
You want to get the jury.
I mean, I'll lose the trial, but yeah, it delays it.
Yeah, of course it does, yeah.
Did your tiredness go away, Nadia?
She's got a second wind.
That too. Okay, minimum notice for the event, but that's kind of the point. Okay, next is to okay. Fill in the tags. It says 5 minutes right now. But...
Is the Pope still saying you're the bomb today, or is there a new one today?
I'm running with the Pope saying I'm the bomb.
That's quite a good one, isn't it? You can kick the arse out of it. Hold on to it for as long as you can.
Buddhism, Christ, Christianity, discrimination, Islam, Muhammad, O, U,
So, I'm probably one of the younger people in the group. But your experiences, guys, to the people who have seen all of it, especially you, Nadia, would you say that religious discrimination and bigotry has gotten worse or better, or has remained relatively the same these years? Because I have very little experience of it myself.
Better
oh, welcome. Me. We are in the midst of a changeover. Tough to say. The effects I've experienced are largely indirect. Essentially because, you know, I'm like so radioactive, can't really mix with the people. The ones who get a direct experience are like the children who are like raised Christian who come out later. So I'd say it's I essentially have to rely on like sociological studies and such to discern that it's kind of like the ultimate driving force behind, or not. Sorry, it's not ultimate, because there's something behind even that. But that is, I guess, the single artist-cited reason for opposition to all this stuff.
Fair enough. So you are still, in some respects, on the outside like me looking in.
Yes.
You feel the brunt in other ways, though, I guess, being in such a majoritively religious country.
Okay, now we have like all of a minute. There's a link in the sidebar text chat.
You know what we need? We need, for like these last 30 seconds, we need a piece of music for changeover. We need changeover music.
Yeah, except copyrights.
A little outro.
Oh, get Simon to do it. Simon, I heard you were a musician, right?
Oh, welcome, Nate.